Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer. Now I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1296 of the War News stream, and we are back yet again. Today, we have massive news that NATO's vowed a military response to Russia's attack on Poland, which is imminent. We're also hearing that Putin has threatened Poland over the border closure, and 40,000 troops are deployed to defend Poland as well. And also, I want to say this, folks. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. I didn't always agree with everything he said, but he was a fellow American, and what happened was an absolute tragedy, and may his memory be a blessing, and may he rest in peace.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments in multiple regions of the world. But before we get into that, I also would like to add into that as well. It was incredibly unfortunate what happened to Charlie Kirk. He was, as many people know, assassinated in Orem, Utah just yesterday, which is a little bit bizarre because, to actually be honest with y'all, I was about 10 miles away when that happened, and Matthew actually called me in the middle of me searching for Enforcer HQ 3.0 and told me of the unfortunate news. It's incredibly unfortunate to hear of an American citizen exercising their First Amendment right being executed by some sort of a wild gunman of a sort who's apparently still at large at this moment. But I do have to say that our sympathies are entirely with the Kirk family as they go through this very unfortunate moment, and we do understand that a lot of people have been incredibly saddened by the news, and I would have to say that it's very unfortunate to see a fellow American, whether we agree with them or not, be slain in the midst of conducting their First Amendment rights. But nevertheless, outside of that, we'll most likely talk about that later throughout the night, but we have been able to hear of other major significant developments around the world in just the past 24 hours. We have been able to hear that NATO forces and the NATO general or commander of the NATO forces in Europe has stated that NATO will be conducting an armed response to the Russian drone incursions, which conducted yesterday in Poland. We have also been able to hear at the exact same time that the Polish armed forces are now deploying 40,000 troops directly along the Belarusian and Russian borders at Kaliningrad and Grodno in direct response response to the Russian Zapad 2025 military exercises, which will be conducted tomorrow. We have also been able to hear at the same time that the Republic of Poland has also closed its borders with the Russian Federation and Belarus, with the Russian Federation directly stating that they will go to war if the borders are not reopened. We have also been able to hear simultaneously that Latvia is now closing down significant portions of its eastern airspace, as the Latvian ground forces and ground forces inspectors are now conducting final reviews of their armed forces to make sure that they are battle ready in the event of a full breakout of war inside of the European continent. At the same time, inside of Berlin, we were able to hear that the Germans are now testing their air raid sirens in preparations for possible attacks which may be conducted by the Russian Federation here within the near future. While we've also been able to hear other major news, as we have also been able to hear that the Belarusians are working on building an Oreshnik hypersonic missile facility just outside of their capital of Minsk. Not only that, we have also been able to see significant waffling by the US government and multiple other governments in NATO onto whether or not to classify the Russian attack on Poland as an attack or not. Initially, everyone went with it was an attack, and Article 4 has been invoked for one of the first times in modern history in NATO due to this attack by Poland, but it appears that after the United States stated that it was an attack by the Russian Federation against the Republic of Poland, it now appears that we are starting to back off. We've also been able to see that in the meantime, the Russian Federation is still suffering from crippling fuel shortages throughout their country, while at the same time, the armed forces of Ukraine are continuing to deal devastating blows to the Russian armed forces' offensive efforts inside the front lines in eastern Ukraine. And we've also been able to hear of a absolutely massive Ukrainian drone attack, which was just conducted over the past few hours, and also a large amount of impacts that were seen around the city of Smolensk, possibly some of the largest numbers that we've seen over the past few months. But nevertheless, we have absolutely massive news to cover over these past 24 hours, really honestly over the time that I've been gone, because right after I left, just to let y'all know, we were generally expecting that there may have been a war that would have broken out with Venezuela while I was gone, and it turns out that that didn't happen, but just about everything else in the world started to kick off at the exact same time while I left. No, I was not out there getting all of this started before people ask. A lot of people always joke that whenever we leave or go off air, we're all pretty much spurning the world into these sorts of situations. Absolutely not, but it's been absolutely insane. And also, if y'all want to hear about,
and I don't think you could have left at a worse time, honestly. Like literally, the moment you left, it's like the world decided to go into pure chaos and hell and back. So you come back at a very interesting time in the world, I would say. So certainly an interesting time in the world as a whole.
yeah, it's a really wild time, I've got to be honest with y'all, folks. I left, and we were looking at a build-up to World War III, and also a possibility of a U.S. war with Venezuela. I've now come back, and we are looking at pretty much the near dawn of World War III, just to be entirely honest with y'all. And also, we're still looking at a possible war with Venezuela here in the near future. So it is a little bit of a crazy thing to return to. Things escalated quickly after I left, and now I'm back, and we are going to be making sure to cover as much of this information as we can over the course of tonight's stream, and all of the little details that we have in between. But moving on into our major news of the day, we have been able to hear that the Polish drone incursion that was conducted within southeastern Poland has started to reveal some very concerning information that's now leading NATO to respond in a more significant form. At least 5 of the roughly 24 Russian drones that entered Polish airspace on Wednesday were flying towards a NATO military base in Rzeszów, Poland, which is responsible for delivering weapons to Ukraine, according to senior NATO officials and also according to our own analysis as well. 2 of the drones were shot down by Dutch F-35 fighter jets, while the other 3 crashed under mysterious circumstances. To explain really quickly what has been going on for those of y'all who only follow our streams and not the videos, although Matthew's been making incredibly good videos while I've been gone, Rzeszów, Poland is a very significant supply corridor for NATO to support Ukraine in their war effort. Here at Rzeszów, there's actually the Rzeszów International Airport just up here to the north, and you actually see that on satellite picture it has been blurred out as it's largely operating as a military facility here in the modern day. Nevertheless, NATO aircraft, including those from the United States Air Force, usually conduct routine flights to this airport, offloading critical NATO support and weaponry, along with vehicles and weapon systems, to then be further transported across the border and into Ukraine. From what we've been able to hear, around 20 Russian drones, or a little bit more than that, penetrated Polish airspace about 2 days ago, and were traveling deep into the country. Debris of some of these drones have been found as far as Gdansk, or as it used to be called Danzig, inside of Poland, as we've also been able to hear that near to the Rezhal area, a large swath of drones was found just to the northeast of the city, generally showing that the Russian Federation was conducting some sort of a coordinated action or effort to be able to most likely find out where Polish air defense systems were, or to try and figure out exactly how much resistance or detection time the Polish and NATO forces have before they start engaging and shooting down these drones. One way or another, this situation has become one of the largest events that we have seen in the modern day, as just yesterday, Poland actually invoked Article 4 of the NATO Charter as a result of this Russian attack on their airspace. We have been able to see that after that, a fairly large amount of things have started to occur, at least within NATO's command structure, that is showing us that things are not improving, they are worsening behind the scenes. We were able to hear that as of today, the Polish have started to close down their borders with the Belarusians and the Russians, and really quickly, I'll actually show you all some footage of that right here. This is footage of the Polish armed forces actually closing their border crossings with Belarus and Kaliningrad, both of them Russian aligned, of course, which we can see right here. We can see them walking further down. But that's the end of that clip. We also were able to hear additional details and information as well about this border closure, as it does appear that it's affecting entirely Belarus. We've also been able to hear of possible border closures along the Kaliningrad area, as the Zapad 2025 military exercise is expected to begin exactly tomorrow. While the borders are also being closed, we have now heard that 40,000 troops of the Polish armed forces are now moving on their way towards the area of the Belarusian and Russian borders near to the Grodno and Kaliningrad area, specifically, to put this out there, around the area of the Suwalki Gap. This is something that is incredibly important, and I do have to remind you all that we knew of this military movement in advance, as this appears to be a part of the Iron Defender 2025 military exercise, which generally isn't a military exercise. It is more so a guise, like most military exercises are these days, to be able to move our forces into the area and prepare defenses of the Suwalki Gap if the Russian Federation was to try and kick this off into a third world war tomorrow or over the next several days. The Polish brigades that are a part of Iron Defender 2025 will already be on scene and will be able to conduct screening and then immediately blocking actions against these Russian forces to stop them from completely closing off the Suwalki Gap and pretty much besieging the Baltic states from that point on. This is all giving us a large picture that things are starting to get pretty heated within the area. And while these forces are moving into the area of the Suwalki Gap, and we're also seeing that the Polish are closing their borders with Belarus and Russia, we have already been able to hear that the Russian Federation has threatened Poland with consequences if it does not open its border with Belarus. We largely are taking this as an overt threat to some sort of armed action that the Russian Federation may take with the borders being closed. But it does appear that at the moment, tensions are running insanely high inside of Eastern Europe, as both sides appear to be preparing for what might become an inevitable conflict. But a lot of people are really starting to talk even deeper, more so, about what has led to this rapid escalation of tensions within Eastern Europe, which specifically is the wildly large drone incursion, about 20 to 24 strong, that was conducted by the Russian Federation just about 48 hours ago throughout the entirety of the territory of Poland. And it's the first time ever in history that we've been able to see NATO forces engage and shoot down Russian drones of any type in the conflict anywhere. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this drone incursion the Russian Federation conducted? Did they think it was supposed to be a response to, well, really a test on NATO's abilities to respond to the attack, or do they think that it was something else entirely? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so that's the big question right now, because obviously it makes no sense whatsoever for Russia to send in drones to attack Poland. There's really nothing that makes logical sense behind that, but clearly there was an objective. So what do you think that objective was? And it looks like 52% of the audience said that they were testing the NATO response to the incursion to see how strong the alliance truly is, while 23% said they were trying to map out Polish air defenses, and 20% said they were agitating and trying to scare the NATO allies just for a psychological operation. So I'll tell you all this. My honest belief is Russia did this because they were trying to map out the Polish air defenses. That's probably what they were trying to do here. They need to be able to figure out where those Polish air defenses are if they hope to plan an invasion of the Suwalki Gap. I'm not saying that's imminent. I'm just saying that that's what they would do. That's the first step they need to do in order to figure out where Poland's air defenses are, so that way they could actually go in and invade the gap, so that way they can open up a route to Kaliningrad. So I'm with the 23%. I think that's what they were trying to do with this. And you might notice all the drones that went into Poland, they generally went in near the border area. So some went to Gdansk, some went to the eastern part toward the bottom part, the southern part of Poland. So it hit pretty much the entirety of the border, which is where you try to test for air defenses. So I think that's what they were up to. But Enforcer, what do you think?
I would have to say that this is definitely a test of NATO's response time and air defense abilities, because from what we understand, according to the Polish Land Forces Inspector, which generally is the commander of all Polish ground forces, they state that it appears that most of these drones were unarmed and did not have any ordnance on board, highly suggesting that all of these drones were decoys by design and construction, and for this reason would pose no actual real purpose or ability in targeting and destroying Polish key infrastructure or military facilities, even if they wanted to, since they were unarmed. With that in mind, the only thing that they could have been trying to get is at least a general window on what NATO air defense response times look like at the moment. And while we could say that they are trying to find and localize where Polish air defenses are, we do have to remind everyone here on the channel that NATO air defenses, unlike most other air defenses found inside the Russian Federation, are generally mobile and are able to move much like normal artillery pieces in what we would call the shoot and scoot. The shoot and scoot sort of a doctrine, which is emphasized by all forms of artillery, including air defense artillery, is a system where an air defense system or an artillery piece will set up in position for about several hours, and then they'll pack up and move to a whole new location, meaning that it's incredibly hard at that point to triangulate exactly where those artillery pieces are, whether they be literal artillery pieces or air defense artillery, and to be able to destroy them. That means that these drones highly likely weren't trying to figure out exactly where air defenses were at the moment, as it's quite possible that they may have moved by now, or it's practically guaranteed they have moved by this point. What they are wanting to do, however, is most likely test response times to see how long it took for NATO to detect all of these drones coming into their country, and also see what NATO's air defense abilities generally look like in, for example, how many interceptors they have available in Poland, and how many drones could make it through regardless. And that appears to generally...
The unfortunate part is this, what I noticed the entire time that this was going on. Poland sent in their F-16s to go shoot this stuff down. You might notice that Poland didn't say they shot all the Russian drones down. They said they shot down a handful of them. So a good amount of these Russian drones actually made it to the area that they were trying to target. A good bit of them did. And also, for the ones that were shot down, Poland used very expensive AIM-9X missiles to shoot those down, which are obviously very expensive missiles. And these are very inexpensive Russian drones that are being sent across the border. So the one thing that it exposed is Poland truly does not have a real effective way to shoot these drones down, which is extremely dangerous, because that showed the Russians, hey, look, the Polish have to use these super expensive missiles to shoot down these drones, and we can just simply overwhelm their defenses because they only have so many AIM-9X missiles, and it's going to cost a lot of money to replenish that. So I'm not really sure Poland has a real way to shoot down a large amount of incoming drones from Russia. It seems to be a huge oversight in the Polish air defenses right now, based on what we're seeing.
You know what's actually interesting, Matthew, is that not only were AIM-9Xs used, but I actually saw proof that AIM-120Cs, which are even more expensive, were also used as well. AIM-120s, by the way, folks, just to explain really quickly the difference, are a totally different breed of missile than that of the AIM-9 variety. Here is a general AIM-9. This is an AIM-9L, by the way. This is not representative of the most modern missile that the Polish have access to, which is the AIM-9X, but generally, the best way to explain AIM-9s is that it's the same platform, different hardware. That's probably the best way I could explain it. But nevertheless, the AIM-9 is a short-range, all-aspect homing missile, for the best way to explain it really quickly, to try and figure out how to say that in the quickest wordage possible. How the AIM-9 works is that it generally picks up some sort of a thermal signature, which you can pick up from all aspects, meaning they can pick up aircraft traveling right at it head-on, or it can pick them up from behind, and then you fire this missile at it, and it just guides into that heat signature. That's how all AIM-9s work. On the other hand, an AIM-120 is a semi-active radar homing missile, a totally different sort of an animal. You can even see in its design, totally different than the AIM-9 and sizably larger. The AIM-120C, which is what was used specifically by the Polish, is one of the most advanced variants of the AIM-120. It isn't the most advanced thing in the arsenal of the United States Armed Forces. That actually would be the AIM-260, the JATM, to quickly show you all that. Let me see if I can actually find a picture of that really quickly. Yes, here we are. The AIM-260. These are highly classified to the point we really don't get to get a good look at them ever. But here's an example of what one of them would kind of look like. But beyond that, for most of our allies and the United States as well, the AIM-120 is the backbone of our longer-range air-to-air weaponry. Nevertheless, these missiles are even more expensive than the AIM-9 by quite a sizable bit. And to really quickly get you all a price, each one of these costs about $386,000. So this is throwing a BMP-3 at each drone that was coming in terms of price. Or if you want to put this another way, this is a Lamborghini Aventador that's being flung at a drone in terms of how much this thing costs. So not exactly a cheap way to be able to shoot down a large amount of these drones. And this is something that we're starting to find is an endemic issue amongst most conventional armies of the modern day, including that of the Russian Federation, the whole war in Ukraine. There is really no way for them to combat drones in any sort of a sense. This is an entirely new realm of warfare that we're moving into at this point, and it doesn't really look like anyone, the Russians or NATO for that matter, really has a streamlined way to be able to shoot down these drones in a cost-effective manner. Right now, the only country that has that ability is, funnily enough, the state of Ukraine. And it actually appears that the state of Ukraine is openly offering immediate assistance and training to forces throughout NATO, especially those of Poland and the Baltics, in how to cheaply and effectively deal with these drones without expending extremely expensive missiles to be able to try and shoot them down.
I think that's what you're going to notice, because you might have recalled that today there was a story that came out that Poland was trying to get Ukrainian operators to come into Poland and train their soldiers how to shoot these drones down without using all these expensive missiles. Because that is, like you're saying, like we've been saying for months actually, the US and NATO has a massive problem. They do not have a cheap way to shoot down these disposable drones, and that alone could be the Achilles heel of the NATO alliance. That is a humongous problem. It can't be understated how big of a problem that is. And what Russia just did is they exposed that. They just showed that for what it was. Poland did not use any other ground-based defenses other than their F-16s to shoot these things down, and they used the most expensive missiles. So if Russia's planning to do something in the short term right here, then, you know, we could be in some trouble. I'm not trying to fearmonger here, but we could be in some trouble because we're a little bit behind the curve, and I'm really not seeing any, like, real solution to this right now. No short-term solution. If we're going to implement a solution, it could take years to implement it. So I'm not sure what their plan is right now, but it's certainly concerning.
It is quite concerning, and one thing that I will have to say that actually is a serious consideration, Russia actually does have a fleshed out drone capacity or drone capability at this point compared to the West. The West has practically nothing in terms of drone offense or defense in the modern literal sense, which is a major issue. Because that means that if we do go to war with the Russian Federation, at least in terms of drone warfare, they actually are going to have the upper hand for who knows how long. And that's a bit of the question, because we're not really seeing that a lot of groups or units, at least within Western armed forces, that have been assigned with the task of trying to develop modernized drone capabilities are really succeeding at that all too well. The 2nd Cavalry Regiment, which is under the command of U.S. Army Europe and Africa, in Europe at the moment, is the only cavalry regiment that we have in Europe right now, and it's also the one that's been tasked with the responsibility of figuring out how to conduct this modernized cheap drone warfare, both in the offense and defense. And so far, they have made it, at least from what we know publicly, absolutely nowhere in being able to move forward with that sort of a concept or doctrine. I think, to be entirely honest with y'all, at this point, the Ukrainian drone offensive and defensive capabilities is something that the West needs to get their hands on immediately. Ukraine has the most fleshed out drone offensive and defensive capabilities, and if NATO wants to actually have a really good fighting chance in this war, which we generally would already have just due to our air supremacy alone, but also the drone forces is something of an equalizer to a sense, at least for ground forces, we need to be able to get our hands on Ukrainian drone offensive and defensive capabilities and integrate that across NATO immediately. However, it might already be a little bit too late for that, because this war might be starting soon, whether we we wanted to or not, because we have been able to see that the likelihood of this conflict breaking out is becoming so large that inside of Berlin today and other major cities throughout Germany, they started to test air raid sirens. As a matter of fact, this was tested so abruptly, it actually also took the Bundestag, which is the German Congress, in the Reichstag, off guard, and they actually stopped their session for a brief moment to listen to them and figure out what was going on, as this generally appears to have been conducted by the German Ministry of Defense without really any forewarning to the public, not even the German version of the Congress. But here's the clip.
And also, I was told by some Germans, because I actually showed this in my video earlier today, I was told by some Germans in the comments that apparently this has occurred before. It occurs, I think, once annually, I think is what they said. But then some other people said in their entire lifetime of living in Germany, they've never heard this. So I'm not sure what the truth is. There's some truth in between there. But me personally, I've never really heard or seen any footage of the air raid sirens being tested in Germany. But, it's kind of up for debate.
Yeah, I would know that in America it wouldn't be anything unfamiliar. We actually test air sirens here in the United States once monthly, I believe on the first Wednesday of every month, if I'm not mistaken, across the nation. So this wouldn't be anything new for the United States, but from what we can tell in Germany, it looks like it's fairly new. But if any Germans would like to speak to the validity of that claim, let us know in the chat, in the live chat, because from what we know, this is the first time we've ever heard of a siren test in Germany, but it may be something that is at least conducted annually from what we've heard from some people. Nevertheless, we've now been able to hear that the situation is becoming so extreme that now Latvia is also closing off a large portion of its airspace as well within its eastern skies near to the Russian border, and apparently a NATO air mission will be protecting that area and conducting airspace denial if any Russian drones or aircraft attempt to enter that airspace. We have also been able to hear, it was largely an icing on the cake for the larger part, and this is the peak escalation that we've been able to hear today, at least from the NATO side, is that NATO is preparing a military and political response to the drone attack in Poland. The coordination will be carried out by NATO's Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, Alexis Grinkowicz, and we do understand that this is going to be a defensive posturing in nature, but this is still going to be a defensive posturing nonetheless, which is different than what we've been doing currently, which is nothing. This is showing us that NATO is largely gearing up at this point for a war with the Russian Federation. And to be entirely honest with y'all, over the time that I was gone, specifically Matthew was still here, we actually had to debate whether I was going to cancel my trip early on the 9th of September and fly back immediately, because it actually looked like the situation was getting so bad it might actually have devolved into a full-blown war before I could have even got back. This situation is one of the most strenuous that we've ever seen inside of Europe, at least on the coverage of our news so far, and it is a very concerning sort of a thing to see. I don't want to cause a lot of fear or panic amongst the audience, and I do want to make it clear really quickly, folks, there isn't much we can do. And yes, this situation is incredibly scary. I will have to agree with all of y'all. However, if Russia is going to start a war with us, there is nothing that we could do to avoid that. We have done everything within our power, the current administration and the last one, to try and avoid a larger conflict. The Russians are hell-bent and determined to get into a larger conflict with NATO as a whole. If they want a war, we'll give them a war. I mean, we have no choice. And they'll most likely learn that even with their fleshed out drone capabilities that they have, that might not really help them out compared to the air superiority of the combined powers of Europe and America in the NATO alliance. Might not really do them that much good. But nevertheless, a lot of people have started to talk about the possibility of a conflict maybe being inevitable within the area, considering the large buildups that we're seeing, and also considering the rising tensions between the two sides and the overt threats that are continuously issued by the Russian Federation, along with the attack that they conducted inside of Poland. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? Are people thinking that Russia is actually planning an attack, or do they think that Russia is just trying to scare NATO and conduct some form of a low-level coercion effort around the Sawalki Gap? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so this is a very tricky one right now because, of course, Zapad has been highly anticipated. It's a very large force that's conducting military operations inside of Belarus right now. It's a combination of Russian and Belarusian troops, and we're not sure of the exact number, but analysts put the number somewhere around 100,000 troops or so that are going to be conducting these exercises in Belarus. And we're also seeing Belarus build up military bases that we've never seen before right on the Ukrainian border. So it's very concerning. We're seeing Poland deploy 40,000 soldiers to combat that, and also also, Latvia is closing their airspace, and Poland's closing their eastern airspace as well. So is war imminent? That's the question. 38% said yes, Russia is planning an attack, while 31% said no, Russia will not act against NATO, and 26% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And I'll be totally honest with y'all, right now we are seeing basically the preparations for war by the NATO side, but that does not mean that war is imminent. We have to prepare like it is imminent because we don't want to be caught with our pants down. We don't want that to happen. That would be terrible. So we have to be ready for it. But at the same time, though, since we literally just saw an attack on Poland, and it was an attack, folks. I don't care who out there is saying it was an accident. I could literally care less. The Polish government has come out and said directly they believe it was deliberate, and I'm going with that because they're the ones who were attacked, and they're saying it was deliberate. So I'm running with it. So I'm going to say I'm 50-50. Russia might be planning an attack because they literally just conducted one, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that another one might be coming, but we'll have to see here. I'm with the 50-50. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I also would be in the 50-50 because you never really can tell until it happens. And this is the thing that I do want to make a little bit clear to folks is that we don't know what the Russians really are doing. This could be a military exercise like normal, like the prior Zapads. This could also be the beginning to a full-blown war in Europe. It's just really hard to say. But also considering the fact that they have conducted a drone incursion in the Polish airspace, the first of its kind in history of the scale, and that we actually engaged and shot down those drones over Poland, I do have to say that the sort of tensions that exist at the moment have never been higher leading up to one of these war games. Also, given the fact that the Russian Federation's Zapad 2025 military exercise is built around a hypothetical scenario of the Russian Federation conducting an offensive to take the Suwalki Gap, it is an incredibly concerning sort of a situation to be in. So we have to treat this, like Enforcer Matt saying, I'd have to definitely agree with that because we always have to treat everything like this, with the probable cause that this could be an armed invasion. We can't just leave it alone and we can't sit there and do nothing because what if it is an armed invasion? They're going to have about 110,000 troops built up in Kaliningrad and Grodno on both sides of the Suwalki Gap. And if they push through and nobody's there, we just got caught off guard with our pants down. If they're not planning on conducting an offensive, we still have our forces there within the area, at least Poland does, that would be able to be large enough to conduct a defensive action and stop the Russians before they could take the Suwalki Gap. With those things in mind, and those two things considered, we have to keep in mind that while this may not turn into a full-blown ground war here within the next few days, we have to treat it like it will, because if we do not and it ends up becoming that, we are going to be sorely up the creek without a paddle, the best way to say it. So we have to be ready and we have to be prepared for this sort of an eventuality because the Russian Federation is not a country to be trusted, and they're also incredibly dangerous, hostile, and the domestic situation economically in Russia is continuing to deteriorate, which may spur them into more aggressive, hostile, and erratic actions such as these.
You know what else got me concerned as well is I've been saying, and also the Enforcer's been saying this as well, that if Russia is going to go for something, they're either going to try to either send a missile or maybe a drone into a Baltic state. Well, it turns out they sent several drones into Poland. That's what they did. I wasn't even expecting that. I was expecting maybe a Baltic state to get hit by a drone, but they did it to Poland, which was the worst country you could have done that to because Poland is armed to the teeth. And the Baltic states really aren't as much as Poland is. So that was a little bit shocking. But also another thing is we were saying they might decide to invade the Suwalki Gap because even NATO was talking about preemptively taking the Suwalki Gap potentially because it's so crucial and strategic to have that in event of a war breaking out. So that is a possibility, and this entire Zapad exercise is built around a simulated invasion of the gap. And what was the one thing that the Polish officials said today? They said they're worried about Russia attacking the Suwalki Gap, and also Zelenskyy said that as well today. So that seems to line up with our analysis, and now we're hearing it from world leaders too. So the threat is higher than it's ever been, and it's probably going to be the highest right now over the course of the rest of the month through September, because Zapad's going to go on for quite some time. It's not going to be suddenly over tomorrow. It's going to take weeks for it to end. So this is quite a tense time, certainly.
I'd have to say it's the tensest time that we've ever actually seen, folks, and I don't even mean to be an alarmist. We generally try not to be, but this is the closest that we have ever seen World War III get to actually happening, at least in the modern day. Like, I would just have to be completely honest with y'all and get my 2 cents on it. A drone incursion into Poland of that size was practically an act of war. It's a absolute miracle of cowardice, just to generally put it out there up front, that it didn't turn into a full-blown war because of that alone. It's also something else to say that there are large buildups of Russian and NATO forces around the Suwalki Gap right now, which is pretty much turning this into a situation where at any moment this powder keg could explode. It's incredibly strained. It's a very strenuous situation. And at this point, at least here on the channel, we're just pretty much counting down the minutes or the days to see if this is going to turn into something, if at all. But I got to be honest with y'all, I'm kind of leaning more towards this might turn into something rather than it turning into nothing, because everything just continues to accelerate, and it's not looking too good in the larger picture. But nevertheless, we have also been able to hear of other developments inside of Poland, largely in the response for their national defense. We were able to hear that the French have sent an air squadron of 3 Rufola multi-role fighters. You can actually see one of them right here. They're beautiful. I really think they're amazing looking aircraft. To Poland to help to protect their airspace. We were actually able to understand, funnily enough, that the Dutch F-35s were the ones generally responsible for shooting down a large amount of the drones that entered inside of Poland, which I gotta tell y'all this is actually something that's gonna be really crazy to all of y'all. The F-35s that the Dutch used to defend the airspace of Poland actually would have been F-16s most likely if things had gone a little differently. You see, the Ukrainians are actually using F-16s that were given to them by the Dutch, and the reason why the Dutch gave them those F-16s a while ago was because they were replacing them simultaneously with F-35s. So those Ukrainian F-16s are actually the same F-16s that were replaced by these F-35s, which is kind of a crazy roundabout sort of a thing to think about, is that those F-16s have a second one in Ukraine and have been doing quite good from what we've heard, at least in the limited role they're used in. And in the meantime, the Dutch were able to upgrade to the most advanced multi-role fighter on the planet currently, and they also did quite well in the air defense role where they were present inside of southern Poland near to Rzeszów. But beyond that, that's something in the larger sense or greater picture, though. It's good to hear that the NATO alliance is operating as a multinational coalition in Poland and the Baltics to be able to defend their skies. We also have been able to hear from inside of Poland some fairly interesting developments. But before I get y'all into Warsaw and the statements made out of Warsaw, I do have to bring y'all to the United States and speak a little bit about the statements made by the President of the United States. I'm going to have to paraphrase some from yesterday and show y'all the ones from today. So, when the drone incursion was conducted into Poland, it was a huge ordeal. We actually did not know what was going on at the time, at least here on the channel. We actually thought it may have been the beginning of World War III, because something like that usually would precipitate a ground invasion that would occur incredibly soon after. Not long after that, we were able to hear that the Polish invoked Article 4, and then after that, the President of the United States put out a statement on, I believe it was Truth Social, stating, here we go, like Mario or something like that. After that was stated, we were then able to hear that the President of the United States has now backtracked and said that 24 Russian drones and a Russian missile being fired into Poland could have been a mistake. Just happens to be a large number of drones and a missile. But, that could clearly be a mistake. I mean, maybe the Russians aren't good at reading maps, or maybe they were drunk, or, maybe they're incompetent, or maybe they were just wanting to send hugs and kisses to the Poles, but the only way they knew how was to send it through a drone. The Polish then responded immediately by stating that it certainly was not a mistake, and that this was a clear violation of their airspace and their national sovereignty. We then were able to hear further statements by more Polish leaders and officials, including Radoslaw Sikorski, who stated that he thinks that it's time that the President of the United States should see that the Russian Federation is mocking him, and instead of a ceasefire that was supposed to happen before the Alaska summit and serious peace talks, Putin is sending more and more drones, first at Ukraine and now at NATO states directly. I would show the clip here, but it's from it's actually from PBS, and I don't really know if they would exercise a copyright on that clip, but it does appear that the Polish are certainly taking this as a violation of their sovereignty. We also were able to hear further statements by the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sikorski, once again, Radoslaw Sikorski, who stated, our assessment is that Russian drones deliberately targeted Poland last night. And really quickly, Matthew, I believe that this may actually be a copyright-free clip. It looks like it may have come from a government source, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're good to show it. It's from the Polish government.
Okay, good. So we're actually going to show you all the statement made by the Polish Foreign Minister in its full form, with the subtitles down here at the bottom of the screen. For those of y'all who are watching without really watching the screen, y'all are really listening, I'm sorry. I won't read the subtitles so that way everyone else can hear it in the Polish tongue as stated by Radoslaw, but we will be showing the clip and statement by the Polish Foreign Minister.
Poland's airspace was breached 19 times by drones manufactured in Russia. The assessment of Polish and NATO air forces is that they did not veer off course, but were deliberately targeted. The Polish Air Force, assisted by our allies from the Netherlands, Italy and Germany, shot them down. Property was damaged, but fortunately nobody was injured. As Prime Minister Donald Tusk reminded us this morning, even though NATO is not at war, Russian aggression strikes beyond Ukraine. Here at the Foreign Ministry, we took immediate action. I communicated with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, High Representative Kaja Kallas, and OSCE Chair in Office Elina Valtonen. We thank our allies for words of solidarity and their readiness to back them with deeds. We are taking appropriate measures. First, Poland has activated NATO's Article 4, which provides for joint consultations between NATO allies, quote, whenever, in the opinion of any of them, the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the parties is threatened, end quote. We believe Russian provocations call for further strengthening of NATO's eastern flank. Second, a representative of the Embassy of the Russian Federation was summoned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and presented with a protest note. I am aware that Russia claims there is no evidence these were Russian drones, even suggesting a Ukrainian provocation. This was anticipated. Lies and denials are default Soviet responses. The Kremlin is again mocking President Trump's peace efforts. Third, we are countering disinformation. I call on everyone to rely on governmental sources and on information from verified media outlets. Anyone claiming that this was a Ukrainian provocation is spreading Russian propaganda. Poland, the EU and NATO will not be intimidated, and we will continue to stand by the brave people of Ukraine. It's time for the leadership of Russia to understand that the attempt to rebuild Europe's lost empire is doomed to fail.
I like that guy's accent. That's a pretty cool accent right there. But also, by the way, Poland is doing the right thing, by the way. The right thing to do in this situation was to invoke Article 4, which is a consultation with the NATO allies. That is the first step you take, and also it's considered a preemptive step to Article 5. Now, I don't think Article 5 is going to be invoked here. I don't think that's going to be the case, and honestly, it might be unwise to do that right now because I think there might be a bigger provocation coming that would actually warrant it, but this is the right move right here. Also, by the way, I got to applaud Poland for taking a stand here because they are going against other members of NATO by saying this. They are calling it deliberate. That is something that the U.S. seems to be denying right now, which Poland was the one that's attacked. So I think they would know what the truth is. So I would say they're doing the right thing here for certain.
I would say that they're doing the right thing to the letter. And I also got to say, by the way, that the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sikorski, is actually pretty well-spoken and articulate. He does pretty good at his job and got direct to the facts and the information about the matter. But outside of that, I would have to say that the Polish are taking the right stand. I also have to keep in mind for all of y'all that Poland is the largest ground army in NATO in Europe at the moment. It's technically the third largest army in Europe, but they're only third to Ukraine and Russia. So if you count out those two, they technically are the largest ground army in Europe inside of NATO at the moment, and also are now a $1 trillion nation, a $1 trillion economy, which is a massive feat for most countries. Not many are able to make it even to the $1 trillion mark in terms of gross domestic product, certainly showing that the Polish are a rising giant within the area of Eastern Europe, not only militarily, but also economically. One thing is clear, however. The Polish are not going to treat this like they're shrugging it off. And while they are having to work, generally, folks, with the internal NATO politics of foreign policy, which is completely separate than, domestic politics inside of a country, they still are trying to do as much as they can to protect their sovereignty and also represent their interests in the region and not look like a pushover, which I greatly respect. And I also say that I respect the Polish nation a great deal because Poland, much like Lithuania, honestly, to be just straight up honest with y'all, Lithuania and Poland take national defense more seriously than most every other European nation in Europe. They both put a large amount of their GDP into national defense, and not only that, have conducted significant military reforms to make their armies some of the largest, well, the Lithuanians isn't really the largest, but some of the most well-trained, potent, and competent armed forces in Europe by far. So Poland really does have the guns to back up the talk, to be entirely honest, and it's not really anything that would put them in a disadvantageous position if the Russians were to start a war. Just to be entirely honest with y'all, the Polish Air Force could probably carry the day largely on its own, but we know that they wouldn't be alone. They would have the whole of Europe and the United States behind them, with all of our combined arms in the region as well. But outside of that, we do know that a lot of people are talking about the statements by the President of the United States, where he stated, "Here we go," and then he backtracked off of that as of today and is now saying that it may have been some kind of a mistake by the Russians, and they may have just, accidentally mistook Poland for Ukraine. Totally different GPS coordinates, but, maybe they did it. And what are people thinking about that, Matthew, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so it looks like 43% of the audience said the U.S. is taking the weak strategy, and that's why they backtracked all of a sudden, while 26% said the U.S. is planning action on Russia and simply went radio silent, and 21% said the U.S. seems confused about what they're doing at this point. And I'll be honest with y'all, my real honest impression here is the U.S. is a bit confused about what action to take right now, because I don't think anybody was expecting Poland to get attacked by so many different drones. It's obviously deliberate. Like, I don't think any people can really, honestly say that's not the case. You don't send 19 plus drones into a country and also hit, houses and things like that, and then say, oh, whoops, that was just an accident. That's not an accident at all, by any means. You can't even argue that. So the U.S. to me seems to be floundering a little bit. They're really not sure what to do here. They don't want to go too deep into escalation because they could start a direct war with Russia, but at the same time, they're really not sure what they can do without crossing that line. So it seems like confusion to me. I know some people are going to say it's a weak strategy. I think the U.S. wants to do something, because obviously the president posted, "Here we go." He clearly wanted to do something, but then he backed off because he really wasn't sure what to do, I think. So, the U.S. and NATO is really not cohesive right now. Nobody's really on the same page with anything, and we need to get on the same page because something needs to be done. And it sounds like NATO is preparing some type of military response, according to some articles we're seeing, a defensive response, that is, but we're not being told what that is. So I would say I'm more than 21%. It's basically confusion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that generally, I would be in between the 21% and the 43%. We're either confused or we're going with an extremely weak strategy. One, we could be going with an extremely weak strategy and just overlooking this blatant escalation and then acting like peace is still feasible with the Russians, which would be incredibly odd because we also just stated a few days ago, I believe it was a day or two ago, that we were now trying to move forward with secondary sanctions against the Russians. But then again, 180s are nothing new, just to be completely honest with y'all. In the current administration, doing a 180 is something that should be expected at this point. It's not anything that's out of the question. But at the same time, however, I'd also would have to say that it may just be confused operations. We may be seeing that the head isn't really connected to the body, and the best way to describe it, in that the top leadership doesn't get a lot of advisement, at least here in America, on the actual situation, or they get advised and then they backtrack after they think about it themselves. It's just really unclear what's going on with that, but it's incredibly confused or weak strategy. It really could be a combination of the two, because this isn't really showing anything to the Russians. I mean, honestly, folks, what would show something to the Russians is if the president said, oh, we're going to take 5th Corps, and we're just going to move the whole damn thing right up to Zelenskyy as well to be a part of Iron Defender. That means that not only would 40,000 troops be there, technically it would be 70,000, because the whole of 5th Corps is about 30,000 men. It's quite a sizable force. We could just take both Atlantic Resolve divisions and also the brigades directly attached to 5th Corps Command directly and just shift them straight up into the area. It wouldn't take too much effort. It wouldn't take too much time. They can pretty much do that already, especially the Atlantic Resolve divisions. They're pretty much designed as quick reaction forces as it is. So they could definitely do that and help to build up the forces within the area, which would certainly send a sign to the Russians, oh, this is not a hill worth dying on, because they will most likely end up dying on that hill by the end of the day. But at the same time, we're seeing that Poland is taking pretty strong measures for its national defense, but really no one else is, at least here in the United States. We're still trying to figure out what the hell we're even doing, which I think that we need to just kind of get on the bandwagon and know at this point things are almost going out of control. So it's either we get on this hill and we either die on it or fight our way off of the hill, or we just lose. That's really our only options at this point, and I think that it's about time that we start to realize that.
I think the U.S.'s problem right now is the U.S., specifically the U.S. leadership right now. And honestly, I will say this, I really can't blame them on this. The U.S. does not want to be known as the ones to start this war. That's what they're trying to avoid right now. They're trying not to cross the line, so that way it can be argued in the history books that, oh, the U.S. started this war by doing X, Y, Z. They're trying to let the Russians be the ones to start the war and simply let NATO be on the defensive. The only problem is, though, if we play it too conservatively and NATO stays on the defensive too much, then we're going to be in trouble because then Russia might be able to get the jump on us. Like, for example, start invading the Suwalki Gap, and then we're not fully on the same page yet, and it takes us some time to actually get ready to mount a defensive response. That's the risk in that. And also, it might encourage Putin to invade the Suwalki Gap or invade a Baltic country because if he senses weakness, that's the way these dictators operate. They usually start pouncing when they see that. They usually don't back off. They start going forward and trying to attack. So we could be causing the problem by taking this approach instead of actually preventing it. But that's what the U.S. is trying to do. I think that's the bottom line right here. The U.S. president does not want to be known as the guy to start this war, and he's taking the very middle line, some would argue weak approach to this whole situation because he does not want to go down in history as the one who started World War III.
That's possible. I mean, actually, that's probably highly likely. But my counter argument to that, because if we're working off the logic of that alone, is that if this war is going to start anyways, what's the difference? Like that's what I always don't understand with these types of folks with that type of mindset that Matthew's talking about. What would be the difference? There is no discernible difference between the two actions. The only difference, really, at least from a strategic or militaristic standpoint, is that the war starts and we have to then mobilize and move our forces to that front instead of having them pre-deployed to where that front would be. That's really the only difference that you would see between the two, because if war is going to be inevitable either way, folks, then in my opinion, I would say let's put U.S. forces in the most advantageous position to fight them off the bat and pretty much stop them right then and there and be there when the fight starts instead of being in the southwestern region of Poland just sitting around waiting for it to happen. We know it's probably going to happen at this point, so why in the world act like it's not? And why in the world act like we can't sully our white gloves with the fact that this war is going to happen either way, and we don't want to look like we may have brought it on ourselves. It's going to happen anyways. Like, I don't know if a lot of people know that, at least at this point. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen because the Russians are going to force it to happen. It doesn't matter what we do. We could pull all of our forces out of Europe. They will still start this war, and then they'll say that they started it because America was weak. If we move our forces towards the Suwalki Gap in support of Poland, they're going to say that the war started because we were being too strong. It's going to go badly either way, if you're looking at it as war as being a bad result. So if we're going to work off of that kind of mindset, why not just move them into location already, so that way they're there? Like that would be my honest 2 cents, folks. If war is unavoidable, let's just get ready to put our best into it. Why not?
Yeah, I would say so. We got to be ready. That's one thing we got to be. Right now, it feels like we may have the military might. Like, obviously, NATO's a very powerful alliance, and the U.S. is a very powerful military power as well. But it just feels like we're not ready for some reason. Like, I think it's because we're not on the same page with our NATO allies. That's why it feels that way. The messaging needs to get on the same page. Like, I understand the fact that the U.S. president does not want to go down as the one who started the war. I get that, and that's totally understandable. But we at least need to take a very strong defensive posturing and a diplomatic posturing to let Russia know that we're not going to be pushovers here. We're going to defend ourselves. We're not going to push for a war to start, but we're also not going to be pushed over either. That's what we need to make clear.
I would definitely agree on that. It has to be made clear, folks, that if this is the hill that the Russians want to die on, it will be the one that they will end up dying on as a nation. We're not going to let them even have the option, or at least the mindset, that there would be a chance of a victory, even a minimal one. If it was a negotiated ceasefire after a couple of weeks, it will be a bloody slog to gain every square inch inside of Poland or the Baltics, and they will make it absolutely nowhere. That's the message we should be sending them, because if the Russians are hell-bent on starting this thing, we need to make it wildly clear to them that they're going to start it and they're going to lose it pretty quickly and gain nothing from it but a bunch of extra caskets and larger graveyards. But nevertheless, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion, because, of course, folks, I've never really seen a situation like this before. I don't really think Enforcer Matt or me have. We've been covering news here for 1,296 days. And that's quite a long time when you think about it, because we've been doing that practically continuously for those 1,296 days. And we've never seen a situation get this bad in the history of this channel's coverage so far. I mean, it's a situation that you see in the history books, but not something that you see as a normal day weekly occurrence. But the history book always shows that if you act with weakness, or if you act with strength, either way, if this thing is going to start, acting with weakness just puts you in a worse position if it was going to start anyways. It's better to be in a strong position and to fight it from there. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And before we move on into the rest of the news tonight, I do have to say that I'm absolutely blown away, folks, with the kind of reception that we've gotten. It's pretty much a homecoming in a sort. The Enforcer channel has been off air, at least in terms of live streams, for a couple of days, and we have come back. And right now, we have 17.5 thousand people watching, and 66,000 people have watched this stream in the course of the first hour. I gotta thank y'all so much for finding this channel to be of high substance and worth, to the point that y'all were feeding for streams to start up, because the amount of people who are here right now is truly unbelievable. And if y'all have been enjoying so far our news coverage, we still have a lot to go. Please make sure to subscribe and like and comment, and we're getting very close at this point, folks, to hitting 500,000 subscribers. We're only about 7,000 away, I think, so the more folks that subscribe, the closer we get to actually reaching 500,000 here on the channel. But before we move on into the rest of our news, I also want to take a quick little moment to get to chit-chat with some of y'all, and to get to talk about some of the questions that y'all have, or anything that y'all would want to say about the news so far. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first of 3 super chats we'll address during our first question segment, and then we'll address the rest during our last question segment. This one right here goes to BC Skyman, a channel legend, by the way. Everybody knows BC, and he throws in a $100 donation, and thank you very much, BC, for that extremely generous support, and it's good to see you once again after a short little hiatus there. And he said, glad to see you back, Enforcers, and rest in peace to Charlie, and prayers for his wife and kids. No one deserves to die just because we disagree with them, and America is one of the few places left where we can share our ideas freely, and we must come together as Americans. And BC, I agree with you 100% on that. I'll be honest with you folks, I really didn't agree with Charlie there very much on anything. Like, I did agree with some things he said, but not all of them. But at the same time, though, I'll be honest with you, this has hit me extremely hard on this one. That was atrocious. Also, I had the very unfortunate circumstance of seeing that video, the up-close video. Just horrible, like truly horrible. That guy had a wife and kids. And he was only 31 years old. He's only 6 years older than me, which is just, he's gone too soon. Like, that is so tragic. It's been hitting me very hard over the last couple of days, and I'll be honest with you, it's got me very worried for this country, where we're heading with that. Political violence is atrocious. That may happen in other countries, but it doesn't happen here in America. And hopefully they find the bastard that did that, and they put him in the jail, or maybe, I think Utah has the death penalty, so that might be on the table too. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say that it was a terrible thing, and actually, to tell y'all this, folks, it was a really bizarre sort of thing, because as many of y'all will know, I actually was in Salt Lake City looking for Enforcer HQ 3.0, and during that time, just to kind of give you all an idea of where I was at, I was actually here in the south side of Riverton, here in Salt Lake, and that was the time that happened in Orem, which is right down here north of Provo. It was an absolute tragedy. I actually didn't know, and I'll tell you all really quickly, folks, what was going on, because it was a real shock to me, and it was incredibly unfortunate, because as many of you all know, it was a normal day for me. Nothing bad had happened at that point. It looks like World War III was breaking out, but that's normal business, really. So I had actually gone, because many of you all know that Sharky is a viewer of this channel, and he throws in Super Chat saying, here's to the In-N-Out Burger Fund. So I actually went to In-N-Out Burger right then to go and try an In-N-Out Burger, so that way I could come back and say, I finally got an In-N-Out Burger, and tell Sharky it was good. And it was great. Like, to be honest, this is kind of like a side note of the story, but the burger was great. The folks that worked there were so nice. It was an amazing thing. I was like, this is lived up to the hype. And I went in to, like, go talk to the store manager, because the store manager heard that it was the first time I ate there, and he said, oh, I personally cooked the burger for you. I hope you like it. Welcome to Salt Lake. I hope you enjoy it here, all that sort of thing. So I went in to say, hey, thanks. Like, can I give you all a shout out? And so he said, yeah, sure, of course. We'd love that. That'd be great. So then I went back out to my car, went driving down towards Harriman, and that's when I got the text from Matthew that Charlie had been shot just about 10 miles away in Orem. And so I pulled over at a gas station in Riverton, and I sat there and I saw the videos coming out, and it was just tragic. It was terrible. And what was even worse, folks, is that his young daughter and his wife was there, and they saw it. And that's something that I think is the worst thing that came out of that day. It's a terrible thing to hear that he got shot and killed, but it's even worse to know that one of his daughters saw that happen. And his daughters aren't that old. His daughters are, I think, 6 and 7. And to think that some sort of a sick, deranged person would do that in front of someone's child and their wife, I mean, that's just absolutely horrendous. What's even more horrendous is that, you know, whether you like the guy or not, I'll be honest with you, I found a lot of his foreign policy points or standpoints, I didn't really agree with any of them at all. But to go and assassinate someone for any reason at all, and also, by the way, really quickly, folks, I want to say this. A lot of people have been feeding into the idea that it's an us versus them thing politically. We don't even know who this person is. Like, just to be honest with y'all, they may be affiliated with a foreign country like Iran. I mean, you know, he was a fairly large supporter of states like Israel. It could be an Iranian assassin that killed him. We just don't know at the moment. And I don't want to really feed into those sorts of rumors or ideas, or also get into the political culture war that's kind of going on around this whole thing at the moment. But one thing I can say is that outside of that, it is terrible to think that he left behind his daughters and his wife, and this man just killed him. As far as how old he was in his prime. You know, he was 31. He had a long life ahead of him. He was quite successful in what he did, whether people agreed or disagreed with him. He was one of the leading political voices in this country. And to see someone assassinated like that, exercising their First Amendment and really just chit-chatting with people out there in a university, was a really jarring thing. And I also have to say, folks, I hope many of y'all haven't seen the videos of what happened. I'm sure many of y'all have. It was practically plastered over Twitter, but I implore y'all not to look at them. I've personally seen, and Enforcer Matt has seen, tens of thousands of people get killed on film. It's a part of our job and what we do. And some of them are incredibly gruesome and graphic, and they stick with you for an incredibly long time. And I can tell y'all that through the entire war in Ukraine and all the other wars that we've covered, his death was one of the worst to see on film. It was tragic.
It was a bad one. It was a very bad one. I've seen horrible things, folks, in the war. I've seen war crimes being committed on camera, and I'm not choosing to watch this stuff. Like, we just have to accidentally come across it sometimes on Twitter and other sources while we're trying to collect our news. But geez, like, I think it hit extra hard because this was an American. We knew who he was, and to see that horrible thing, it was gruesome. Like, it was very graphic, gruesome. If you have not seen it, like, seriously, I'm not just saying this just to be cute or something. Do not go watch it. Do not, because it's that bad and it's that gruesome, and it's not something that people should be watching. That's something that you should definitely not see. And it was being spread around social media everywhere, which is really, really bad. Like, it was horrific. Like, it's really, you can't put it into words how bad it was. But the part to me that's disturbing is the killer is still on the loose. They haven't found the killer, and I'm not even sure if they have a lead on the killer right now. I'm not even sure if they do at this point, which is also disturbing, because not only did an American get assassinated in cold blood for simply speaking his mind, whether or not you agreed or not is irrelevant. The killer has not been caught. Which is crazy considering that the U.S. is like huge in surveillance these days. We haven't found this killer yet, which is, we need to find that bastard quick.
Yeah, we do. And I also got to say, folks, that this is something that I've been seeing, and I find this very disgusting, is that some people are trying to insinuate. I've even seen some of these people in the chat, and I'll also say a little bit of 2 cents about this as well. Some people try and insinuate that he had it coming to him. And I don't really understand how in the world people have a mindset like that. This man was saying what he wanted to say. In this country, you have a right to say what you want. I know that he wasn't a big fan of Ukraine, but that doesn't mean that a guy deserves to get shot in front of his wife and child because he's not a big fan of Ukraine. He has a right as an American to say what he wants. He can like Ukraine, he can dislike Ukraine. This is a free country. You have a right to do it. And just because you say things that people don't agree with doesn't mean that you have it coming to you. It means that you're exercising your First Amendment right and you can disagree with them and move on. We personally disagree with a lot of his standpoints on foreign policy about supporting Ukraine and so on and so forth. And I would never, in my wildest imaginations, ever sit there and say, oh, someone had it coming to him because they disagreed with me. That is a really sick and detached sort of a mindset to have. And to think about it, some people are saying that, and the guy had a daughter, the guy had a wife, like, and on top of that, he was in front of thousands of people, and still beyond that even further, he was a man like anyone else. He was an American. He was entitled to his own opinion, like you're entitled to yours. Going off of the mindset that some people had, saying he had it coming to him because he wasn't for Ukraine, or he wasn't for this, or he wasn't for that. That means someone can make the same argument if you got shot by some random guy and killed. They could say, well, he was for Ukraine, or he was for this and he was for that, so it's just deserved that he would get shot. It makes no sense, folks. Like, think with your heads. This has nothing to do with politics or anything. This has to do with the fact that a man was murdered in cold blood for no good reason, and we don't even know the motives of the shooter still. The shooter is still at large, and I know a lot of people are trying to feed into the political side of things and say, oh, well, it was clearly the opposition politically that wanted him out. We have no clue, folks. Like, this guy could have just been some deranged nut. He could have been some guy who was funded by a foreign country to assassinate him, like maybe Iran. He may actually be a political nut. We don't know. We have no clue at this moment. There's just not enough information to go off. We hardly even know who the shooter is still. But that's something to keep in mind, folks. It doesn't matter what the shooter did it for. That was a man with a family, and that was a man who was exercising his First Amendment right, whether we agreed with him or not. That was killed in cold blood in front of thousands of people in his family. There is nothing about that that is justifiable, correct, or anything about that that makes that something just worth glossing over. It was a horrific thing.
And also another thing as well, folks, people don't understand this. I was talking to Andrew before the stream started about this as well. People do not truly understand how common it is for bots from foreign governments to be roaming the internet. It's just a real thing. Like, when we say there's bots in our YouTube chat, those are bots coming from foreign countries that are coming in here to harass Americans and make each other be hostile and rage bait against each other. It's a real thing. And all these people you're seeing on the internet, which are allegedly saying, oh, he had it coming or something like that, make sure you look into that if you're truly taking that person's words as fact, and see if that's even a real account, because there's tons of fake accounts out there spreading crazy messages. Now, some of these are real deranged people. Like, I'm not going to try to make it seem glaze over that. Some people are crazy enough to say something like that, which they're sickos and they need mental help. But there's a ton of bots as well that are designed to pit Americans against each other and make you believe that there's a huge swath of the American population that believes that this guy deserved to die, which I really have not seen anybody in real life yet, except for maybe a handful of fringe lunatics saying that. So be very cautious what you believe on the internet. I believe even the Utah authorities have stated, I think just like 30 minutes ago, to be cautious about that, because our enemies want us divided. They want us at a civil war with each other. And if any event might stir people to action, it's something like this. So be cautious about that. There's bots everywhere.
That's definitely true. And I also got to say this, folks. Other American people have got to understand this, and if y'all don't, it's going to be the doom of the country. Other Americans are not your enemy. They never will be. Your American friends are your friends. Whether you agree or disagree with them, we're all in this together. If our country succeeds, it succeeds with all of us together. If our country dies, it dies with all of us going with it. This is not an us versus them inside of the nation issue. This is an us versus them issue in an international stage. It's Americans versus the rest of the world that's not with us, and with our friends going along the way on our side. That's how this really works in reality. I don't know why people just don't understand that or don't get that. That's the real situation. No one should ever wish death on an American for what they say. I personally disagreed with him on many things that he said. But damn, folks, I mean, some people have got to have some compassion here. I mean, like, I have compassion for anyone who ever gets even close to being wounded or killed, no matter who they are. I mean, if Trump had actually been assassinated last year, it would have been a damn tragedy. If Biden had been assassinated in his last term, it would have been a national tragedy. These are men. Whether you like them or not, these are men and women of the United States of America, and they deserve the same compassion and understanding that at the end of the day, whether you like them or not, whether you think they're great or terrible people, they are still Americans nonetheless, just like you and me. And something like that just never should happen, and it's a damn tragedy when it does, and it's an unfortunate thing that we saw that happened yesterday. But I'll just leave my 2 cents there. But still, massive thanks to you so much for the support once again, BC Skyman, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say that it's a great thing to know that we do live in the United States of America, and it's a great thing to know that for the large part, by and by, we try and respect our rights as Americans and try and have common understanding that folks may disagree with each other, but we all are Americans at the end of the day, and for that reason should have a common respect and decency for each other. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next super chat here is going to go to Peace with War, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Peace with War, for that support. And it's also good to see you again as well. And they said, what kind of forces does Russia have in Kaliningrad? And could they have enough to overwhelm the Baltic states and NATO forces for a short time at least?
I would have to say that as far as NATO forces in Kaliningrad, great question, by the way, Peaceful War. We understand that there is a decent amount of combat regiments that currently are inside of Kaliningrad. By the way, folks, while NATO generally works on a brigade level structure, the Russian Federation actually still works on the regimental level structure, which is a slightly different thing, but similar to some extent. But beyond that, they are still working on a general regimental structure. And from what we understand, there's about 30 to 50,000, now that we've actually gotten an updated number. It's no longer 500,000. Like, I don't even know when that changed, but somewhere around 30 to 50,000 men in Kaliningrad currently. Most of them involved in combat forces and a very little amount of support forces. We do know of some missile support, some missile artillery regiments and also air defense regiments that are within the area, but most of them appear to be based around the combat regiments, the infantry, the armored, and the mechanized. So about 30 to 50,000 men in Kaliningrad altogether. And also, by the way, folks, the force disposition map is going to be sped up in its development. I won't be able to go through and give the fine-tailored kind of information that we're seeing here. I'm just going to have to start puking these out onto the map over the next few days, because with how close we are getting to World War, we pretty much have to have all this mapped out. So the first thing I'm going to be doing next is mapping out the entire Russian Leningrad military district, which will include Kaliningrad and also Belarus. And then I'll be moving on into the central and southern the Moscow military district and the southern military district as well. So that way we can make sure to represent all Russian forces that are currently active either in Ukraine or would be active against NATO in the possible outbreak of war. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment before we move on into the rest of the news.
All right, so this one goes to Old Warrior, another channel legend, and he puts in a 50. And thank you as well, Old Warrior, for that support, and it's good to see you again as well. He said, the reports often mention 19 drones and 1 missile, and any word on what missile was allegedly used. And Old Warrior, I did report that in my video the other day. We did hear that, by the way. That was an official report that a missile was found in the debris as well. We never got any details on that, which I find a little bit weird. I would have expected to get some type of details on that missile, but we never got it. So I'm really not sure what to make of that at this point. But Enforcer, what have you heard? I know you were absent during that time, but have you heard anything on your end while you were able to scan?
I tried to dig for what it was. We still have no clue. We also haven't seen any picture of the debris field that was left behind by this missile, which we generally could use to analyze its parts and composition and figure out what it was. We haven't seen any pictures of it either. So unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that, Old Warrior. We actually do not know what type of missile it was. So unfortunately, I have to declare ignorance on that for now. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you, Old Warrior, who have been around for years and continue to support this channel and help it to keep on running, so that way we can cover this kind of news day in and day out. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it's time for us to move on into the rest of the news, which we still have a massive amount of it left to cover. And moving on out of the US-Polish situation, or really developments in that form of news, we have also been able to hear of some other things in the periphery. For one, there now appears to be air defense fire around the Bekaa Valley area at the Syrian-Lebanese border, which we can see right here. A part of continued Israeli strikes in the area.
Honestly, it's weird. The Middle East has usually been the hottest situation for the last couple of months, but now, like, Europe is surpassing this tremendously.
Yeah, I would have to say. Also, Europe has a more formal way of going about things, so we can generally follow the escalation steps instead of it just being, oh, Israel just bombed someone out of the blue today, like, you know, it wasn't really expected, or, oh, look, these clans in northern Iraq are now brawling it out and just going ham at each other. But moving on from that and on up into the area of Europe, we've also been able to hear that a European Union court has also shot down a EU approval for Russia to build a nuclear power plant in Hungary Hungary. I'm not kidding, folks. This is actually something that was attempted. Apparently, Viktor Orban tried to have a nuclear power plant built in Hungary by Rosatom, and it was shot down by the European courts, obviously. According to the EU courts, they were arguing that it was unclear whether Orban's government followed EU procurement rules when awarding Rosatom with a contract without a public tender. So it does appear that in the midst of us possibly going into the Third World War, Orban, as stupid as he is trying to get the Russians to build a nuclear reactor in the middle of Belarus. I don't really know what's up with this guy at this point. I think he might actually be stupid. Well, he generally looks like that beforehand. Yeah, but he might actually be mentally challenged, because I don't really know how in the hell someone could even think of this as a good idea, considering that we also heard that there may have been drone incursions into Hungary in the midst of the ones that happened in Poland, because we also were able to hear that apparently drone incursions were happening in Moldova and Slovakia as well as Hungary simultaneously. We didn't really get a lot of proof or corroboration on the debris fields, but we did hear that, and in the midst of that, he's trying to have them build a nuclear power plant in this country. I really don't know what's up with that guy, but he is fairly daft. But moving on from that, and on down into the Russian Federation, we've also been able to hear of some fairly interesting news here. We were able to see that there was a huge drone attack that the Ukrainian armed forces conducted overnight against the Russian Federation. Look at that. It's a sea of red up there near the Belarusian border. These drones were swarming the area and were traveling deep into the areas near to Smolensk. And what we got out of Smolensk was insane. We got an endless library of footage out of the Smolensk city area showing the drones over Smolensk and also the impacts they made around the surrounding area. And here's some of the clips.
Damn, son.
Dang!
Пизда, вон полетел, падает нахуй. Охуеть.
He seems like he's shocked.
Man, someone's down there. Hey, you gonna eat that? Oh man, but moving on from that and on into our next clip, we also get to see another one here of the air defense being active over the city of Smolensk. Crazily enough, they actually had some. Can you believe that, folks? A city in Russia having air defense? I mean, that's just unheard of.
Yeah, I'm shocked they had that here. It must be something important around here, like Putin's mansion or something.
You know, I wonder. Here's some more footage of the air defense. There we go.
You know it's Russia when you hear that, like, Cougar car alarm. What the hell?
What the hell was that, dude? The clown horn. Oh.
What? He sounded like that guy that used to like hot chilies or something. You want some of that chili oil?
Man, he sat there and said, we got the Ukrainian drones flying over getting shot down by the pants here with that chili. Bro, like, man. Honestly. What in the hell?
He really did sound just like that guy.
Oh my god. But here's another clip on the air defense. Honestly, man, that was a perfectly cut, like, pause that I did on the first time, man. It sounded like a car horn. It went, like, anyways. We also got to see more of the air defense over Smolensk in this clip as well. What the hell's up with everyone in Smolensk making weird noises? Did you just hear this guy?
Man.
Listen to him.
You guys in Smolensk are unhinged.
Bruh, Smolensk is a trip, like, and a half. Listen to this.
Ну-ка, в Лопатинске, пацаны. Прям над ней, прям над вышкой сбила.
That is wild, though. They have air defense quite heavily around Smolensk, of all places.
Yeah, you would not think that this would be a place with air defense, but there really isn't anything important around the city compared to elsewhere, but they actually have some. I really don't know how to explain that. But anyways, we also got to see some of the explosions happening around the area, including this clip.
Люди бегают на улице.
Look at this guy running.
Oh, they're running. Oh my god. Man, these people are crazy in Smolensk, man. They're made different.
Oh my god. Dude, this guy turned into the, what's his name, off of Family Guy, who goes, hey, Peter. He went, whoa, like, bro, listen to him. Oh my god.
That dude on the ground became Usain Bolt. He probably broke speed records on that ground down there after you heard that go off.
Honestly. Dude, honestly, man, Smolensk is like Russia's Detroit, I think. But moving on from that clip and on into the next one, we also get to see more of this happening in the city.
Блядь! Пизда Лукойлу!
This was a huge drone attack on this, by the way. You could see from all the red arrows going up towards Smolensk that it was a lot of drones going there. But this is honestly one of the biggest localized attacks I've seen on a Russian city in months.
Honestly, it is huge. We also were able to hear that not only were they hitting around the city of Smolensk, but they also hit the smaller town of Kardamovo over here to the east, and apparently some sort of a fuel storage facility right down here, which looks like it's in tatters. But they did hit it and blow it up with some of their drones, which we were able to see in these clips right here.
Oh, that's the Lukoil fuel depot out there in the distance?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Dang. But moving on into our next clip, we also were able to see Lukoil getting messed up. Oh, exactly. But moving on from that into our last clip, we also got to see the fuel tanks that were hit. There they are right there. But still, very nice to see the Lukoil depot was hit and destroyed within the area. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that Belarus is building an rationing base near Minsk. We actually were able to see that on the satellite here. It appears to be a base that will be supporting the operations of rationing hypersonics in the outbreak of a war. And it looks like they're rapidly constructing it at the moment. We also were able to hear that apparently the U.S. wants to reopen an embassy in Minsk. I feel like we have better priorities right now, but, you know, we'll just leave that for what it is. Moving on from that, though, and into the Russian Federation, we also were able to see air defense that was active around the Novominsk area of Moscow, showing you how deep some of these drones made it. This is right to the west of Moscow. Yeah, Mystical Mexican. It is Joe Swanson from Family Guy. That's who I was talking about earlier. Hey, Peter. But moving on from that, we also were able to see some satellite photography coming out of Ivanovo, showing us the large amounts of A-50 mainstays that are within the area. It is quite nice to see. Take a look at that. Loads of them. Most of these are not usable, but the Ukrainians could come by and give them a little visit, make sure that they're definitely unusable. But moving on out of that and down into the Ryazan area, we were able to see that the gas shortage is worsening. It's starting to reach the whole of Western Russia already, which is a lot faster than we expected, really.
You know, it's hitting Western Russia, the European part of Russia. It's hitting heavily. It's hitting Moscow directly and all the other surrounding areas. It's also hitting Eastern Russia a lot. There's actually a map out there showing where it's hitting, and the Russians are showing that it's hitting in all these different areas. So I'm not really sure if there's anywhere in Russia except for the middle section of Russia that has not been affected by this so far.
Dude, everyone in Russia, I can't buy a single liter of gas. Meanwhile, in Novosibirsk, oh yeah, they're like filling up their gas tanks still. That won't last long, though. That won't last all too long. Also, this car sounds like it's about to fall apart.
Вообще мы могли сегодня спокойнее поехать в Шуту, сказать, что проблемы.
Да.
Потому что я тебе говорю, завтра мы будем придумывать или вечером где взять.
They've been waiting here a long time. They've literally gotten out of their cars.
I mean, this is crazy.
Do you think they're stockpiling the gas for the military to prepare for an attack of some sort? Because I saw someone say that in the video earlier today in the comment section. I was like, I don't know if Russia would deliberately starve their population of fuel just to hoard it for the military. But then I remembered, oh, that's right, Vladimir Putin's in charge. He's not going to take care of the people. So maybe is that even a viable theory? Like what do you think?
I mean, it's plausible, but if the fuel situation is that bad off, usually a lot of strategists would say that it's ill-advised to start a new war, not just a new offensive, but a whole new war, because that will become far more resource extensive, and this situation won't be something that's constructed. If this is constructed by the Russians to save up fuel, it would become just something that's endemic to the whole country. And on top of that, right now, from what we know, diesel is still generally accessible in most areas of the country, even in the areas that are suffering from shortages, which is the type of fuel that would be needed for most normal types of economic activity, transportation, logistics, and such. But if an outbreak of a war starts, that's generally the type of fuel the military uses, which means that they would be running out of that as well at an even faster rate, which means that the entire Russian economy and logistics structure that supports the military could collapse in a very short amount of time. So it's possible, but it's also unlikely because most strategists would see that as near suicidal in the big picture.
Yeah, I just wonder because at first I dismissed it. I was like, they wouldn't do that. But I don't know. It seems like it's at least plausible. I'm not sure if it's likely, but at least plausible.
It's plausible. Like, it's not out of the picture. It's definitely plausible, but I don't really. Well, then again, the Russians make stupid decisions, so that actually might be likely. Just to be entirely honest, it's a stupid decision, but for that reason, it might actually be one that's being made by the Russians. But anyways, moving on from that and into the rest of the news that we have, which is in Ukraine, which also, folks, I gotta say, it's kind of a little crazy today because usually we're having to cover everything in the world, so we're having to cover East Asia, the Indian subcontinent, the Middle East, South America, the US, Europe, and then Ukraine. Today, it really was just Europe and Ukraine, which is kind of a nice return to normal because I can just focus my mind mentally on saying the names of nations in Europe pretty much only. Because some nights, folks, I get so confused. Like, I'll say Iran for India or like Russia for China or something because I have so many nations I have to think about and talk about. So tonight's actually a return to norm, to a sense, at least for the channel's covered topics. But moving on from that and into the area of Ukraine, we also were able to hear that Zelenskyy spoke about the drone incursion into Poland and stated that it seems very similar to that of the Little Green Men of the Russian army that invaded Crimea and the Donbass back in 2014, and that there probably is really no extra need for them to conduct a ground incursion into Poland, at least in Zelenskyy's mind, because the drone incursion itself will most likely be diverting air defenses from Ukraine and into Poland instead to help them to be able to bolster their air defenses against possible future Russian incursions. So a fairly interesting sort of a development and statement by Zelenskyy. We also have been able to hear in our location unknowns the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours, which was actually pretty decent, all things considered. Ms. Disa, keeper of the record, stated that 343 drones is the fifth highest daily loss of the war, and most categories are below average. But still, the losses are pretty decent. What's crazy, folks, is that the losses are below average, but compared to the beginning opening years of the war, these numbers are still relatively high, which is kind of the weird thing about it. But nevertheless, over the course of the past 24 hours, 890 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 2 APCs, 49 supply trucks, 4 main battle tanks, 22 artillery pieces, 343 drones, and 27 cruise missiles. In general, not an incredibly bad day, not the biggest day that we've seen recently, but still not a bad one altogether. Moving on from that and into the Belgrade area, we also got to see the Ukrainian drone forces found and destroyed a Russian bridge in Novaya Tavlzhanka, which we can see in this clip right here. Fortunately, the Russians had already pre-mined the bridge, so it was simple as just flying up and hitting the pre-mined bridge, and then it went up sky high anyways on its own. It was a very simple process. And we can now see them returning to the bridge, and you can see that the whole thing's gone. Like, it imploded on itself. So, it is a gone bridge near the Novaya Tavlzhanka area. And some of y'all may be wondering, well, where exactly is Novaya Tavlzhanka? Novaya Tavlzhanka is somewhere around this area, and let me go and try and see. Let's see. Wait a minute, am I mistaken? Let me go find this really quickly, because we've covered Novaya Tavlzhanka before here on this channel. Ah, yes! This is where the Free Russian Army conducted one of its first offensives into Russia, was in the Novaya Tavlzhanka and Shebekino area. So that's actually where it is. And this bridge in particular was this one right here, it seems, because it lines up. So that is actually quite interesting to see. Very close to the Ukrainian border and very close to the Vovchansk area, a logistical support element for the Russians that are still fighting in the very small part of the northern area of Vovchansk that they still control. Moving on from that and into northern Kupiansk, near to the Dvorchina area, we were also able to see the Ukrainians destroying Russian forces and equipment here as a part of the First Corps. If it loads. And it did load, and now it's taking a little bit longer to load, but alas, we finally have it. And here comes the drone, hitting right into that ATV and taking it on out.
They say sticks and stones may break your bones, but drones will always hurt.
Man, truer words have never been spoken. I don't know what's taking this video so long to load. It's having some issues. But we can see here that they are now going for a Russian boat, a dinghy. And looks like that video is having to load up that dinghy. But we see them hitting it.
Damn. No diddy.
Man. Ain't nothing like a diddy party. Ain't nothing like a diddy. Oh, and they dropped a bomb on that one. And it's toasting. There we go. And it's gone.
It's crazy, isn't it? Like every time I watch these drone videos now I see the NATO response to a drone attack. I just think in my head, how the hell did Ukraine, like no offense to Ukraine, like Ukraine's got a lot of like they got like the fighting spirit in them, obviously, so you got to give them their credit. But Ukraine is not like the United States by any means. Like our military is way superior to Ukraine's military. How the hell did the United States get in a position where Ukraine is the expert, the foremost expert on drone warfare? And the biggest military budget in the world, which is the United States, doesn't even really know what the hell we're doing. Like I don't even know how we got to this point.
You know, it's actually kind of crazy, Matthew, because it's kind of been like that for everything we've done in the past. You know, that's the weird thing about it. A lot of people don't know that, but the American military, at least historically, except for like the past few decades, which is kind of an enigma, we usually are slow to adapt or evolve, and we usually have to learn something from another country. But when we learn it, we usually start to implement it on a scale far larger and better than the other country we learned that from. Like for example, tank warfare. We had no clue what a tank even was when we entered World War One. We had to get all of our tanks, generally license built by Ford, from the French, the Renault FT, and then we also had to license build or just use British tanks for our first tank forces. After we learned how that generally kind of worked, then we took it off and ran with it, and by World War II, we were pretty much the best armored force out there on the planet. Now, a lot of people would say that that's not true, it was the Germans, but those people don't know what they're talking about. Like, in terms of numbers and quality, we were far better off than the Germans. It's an interesting thing with that sort of a deal. Like, for example, the US was slow to adapt an Air Force. Britain actually had the Royal Air Force from 1918 onwards. We didn't really understand, at least up until World War II, the importance of a separate branch that operates air forces only. So during World War II, we actually operated the Air Force, in a sense, as an extension or department of the Army Air Corps. After the Second World War, we were like, wow, the Air Force is a really important thing. Like, aircraft and air power is a really important thing. We ought to make a branch just to specialize in that sort of a deal, and then we created the U.S. Air Force. So it's a little bit of an interesting thing like that. It's something similar to what we've done in the past. I mean, we have an amazing military by all standards, but in terms of drone warfare, we don't even really pale in comparison to what the Russians can even do, and the Russians are still far off from what the Ukrainians are doing right now. The Ukrainians truly are the best in the world at conducting drone warfare. But moving on from
Yeah,
that,
they really are, honestly. It's just it's like the war of cheap, disposable, like crappy weapons, to be perfectly honest, because these are like ragtag drones. Like these FPVs are being thrown together like they've gotten more advanced, I will admit that. Like the Ukrainians have gotten more advanced with them, but they started off like real ragtag with it, like barely putting them together. Like they were just like they're disposable by every means. It's literally what they're called. They're disposable. So I don't know. Just seems kind of crazy, but that's where we are basically right now.
yeah, so it's just a really crazy kind of a thing. And I also saw some people saying, let's see here. Someone said we were cranking out Shermans. We were the masters of mass production. Yeah, we actually were the masters of mass production. But one thing that's interesting, and a lot of people don't really give it credit, because Americans like to complain. We have a history of complaining. It's a part of our culture. We called the Sherman a iron coffin, in a sense, because when they got hit, they would go up. But for some reason, Americans acted like at the time that no one else's tanks did that. Like if you had a German tank, it went up. Like everyone inside was going to get cooked, just like they would in a Sherman. And that's something that a lot of people in America didn't really appreciate at the time, still don't really appreciate now, is that Shermans in every way were far better than their alternatives in any other nation's armed forces at the time. Compared to the Japanese, well, the Japanese hardly even had tanks, so we were well ahead of them in that regard, even if we could use them at all in the Pacific. The Soviets made the crappiest tanks, just altogether. They were designed to have a survival life of less than 6 months by design, because they were expected to be lost before they even reached 6 months in service. The Germans had great ideas on paper, and they had great optics and great guns, but everything else on their tanks was just complete garbage. The transmissions, the engines, the track assemblies, the road wheels, so on. Terrible stuff. And then the British were pretty good at making tanks, but they didn't really make a lot of them, at least a lot of their own. So America was pretty much not only the mass producer, qualitatively, we had the best tanks in the war. They were highly reliable, had good firepower, good optics, good crew ergonomics. It was easy to bail out of the tank. That's something that you really can't say for any other nation in the war, is that you could actually bail out of an American tank. Crew survivability is something that the Americans pioneered, generally with the Sherman in that war. They also were generally cheaper to maintain, and were produced in large numbers. In every single way, the Sherman, or the American tanks of the day, were qualitatively far better than any comparable tank that you find in any other armed force at that time. So, that's something that I think a lot of people don't give credit to the United States in the Second World War for. And also a lot of people say, well, if the Germans made better tanks, like if their Tigers and such were actually as good as they were supposed to be advertised, it would have been an uphill battle. Not quite, because then what we would have done is we would have just called in an airstrike on that Tiger, and we would have dropped a 500-pound bomb near it, or we would have gotten it with a rocket strafe, and that would have most likely immobilized or knocked out that tank well enough that we'd still be able to move forward. Because America's shining thing that we have done for the past 100 years is overwhelming firepower, a superiority of firepower. We just bombard the enemy so much, or at least hit them with enough firepower or explosives, they really can't do anything rather than run away or surrender or get killed. So it's a pretty good working doctrine. It's a decent tactic. It's worked in every war so far, except for the ones like Vietnam, where we're fighting against an unconventional force where you really can't just bomb them into submission. But moving on from that, and into the rest of the news that we have around the front, moving on down into Toretsk, we actually got to see the Ukrainians taking out an ammo carrier inside the city today. And we see them finding the ammo carrier here.
Well, so they found it.
And they about to get it. Oh, and it's gone.
They were lost, but now they're found.
Man, I gotta tell you, look at that thing cooking. That thing's smoking. Look at it. It's throwing out embers. You really can't see them too well because it's in a thermal or an infrared. But it is spewing like hot lava down there. But that's the end of the clip, and of course, great stuff to see. Moving on from that and into the Покrovsk area, we also got to see the Ukrainians were repelling attacks today around the area of Volodymyrivka and Shakove, as the Ukrainians have been able to make advances in that area. The Russians attempted a counterattack, but it appears that they have been turned back by a stiff Ukrainian resistance. We also got to see the 503rd Marine Battalion involved in these operations, sending the Russians packing, quite literally on film, within the area today. Well, you see the Ukrainian...
They're hanging out in that building right there. Oh, that's the Ukrainians actually coming up to it.
Oh, yeah, they're coming up. And you know who's on the other side of the building? The Russians, bliet. And we see them making their... Oh, look at the Russians. Oh, my God, it's Ukrainians! Like, and they're running, pretty much.
Seemed like the better thing to do would have been to probably surrender at that point. But, there's no sense.
Yeah, and off they go, running on into the wilderness. They do not want the Ukrainian smoke.
Oh, and they are booking it too, like gazelles.
That's what I was about to say, man. It's like they're in the savannah of Africa down there, running through it. But anyways,
look at this wildlife running through the woods.
Wait. Let me do it. Let me do it proper justice right here. Here we can see the Ukrainian soldier, a natural predator of the plains of Zaporizhia, moving on into a Russian nest. The Russians, understanding that they are outnumbered and going to be outperformed by the Ukrainians' veracity for combat, have decided to abandon their nest and flee into the greater savannah. Here we can see the Ukrainians getting wildly close to the afraid Russians, which gather in a small corner and begin to decide what they are going to do. As a herd, they have decided that they will make a run. The Russians will have to find a new nest and find a way to establish their ilk within a new territory, as the Ukrainians have now taken their nest and will be living in it from here on. There we go.
Damn, look at them go. Look at them run.
Man, run, Forrest! But anyways, moving on from that and on down towards Mirobiivka, we also were able to see a destroyed some destroyed Russian forces hit by the 68th. And we can see them hitting them. Get them, boys! And they're getting them.
What the hell is that abomination? That's not even a Chinese go-kart. That was like some type of like mini truck or something. That was hideous, whatever that was.
I have no clue. It wasn't a slate?
Oh, no, hell no. I wasn't asleep, man. They'd have like a state-of-the-art little mini truck. Hell no, they don't have that.
Man, honestly, man, the slates are actually pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but when you see trucks like that start popping up in an economy like the United States, that's a bad sign. Like when you see like super like bare bones cheap trucks popping up, that usually means your economy's not doing too well if that's a popular thing.
Yeah, that's true. But they're still cool. I mean, I'll give them that. But we can also see them hitting this Russian D-30 on the barrel, knocking out the barrel for the larger part. Also, I love to see that a lot of people enjoyed that voice. I know there's a lot of new people here tonight, and usually we don't do voices much, but I'm glad to know y'all like that one. We rarely ever do voices these days, but it's always nice to see when we do them, people enjoy them.
That one was pretty on point. Oh, look at this little thing right here. A little antenna or something. They can't have that there. That's a no antenna zone.
No comms is what the Ukrainians say. But anyways, that's the end of the clip right there, and of course, great to see. We also were able to see near a little bit further back, at least as far as the open analysis goes, that the Russians are starting to move in more Marines. We've already heard about this before, but we're able to know that it's the 61st Marine Infantry Brigade and the 336th, which are moving into the area of the Pokrovsk front, at least at the moment. So we will have to see how they perform in combat, and I think it's surely going to be poor. Meanwhile, in Zaporizhia, we also get to see a Russian attack column doing what they do best, which is cooking. Up to your mat! What? Блин.
They're just going to sort of like sit here. It's like that thing just got hit, obviously. So they're just going to sit here and sort of film it. Like, shouldn't they probably get out of here? They've got like the survival instincts of like a dodo
Lemmings.
bird.
Lemmings, man. Like they're saying, they're like, oh shit, the Ukrainians hit our rear guard. Let's just sit here and wait for the end now. Let's just wait for it instead of trying to make a run for it. But we also get to see near to the southern front a D-30 getting its just desserts. There it is, hiding inside of its dugout right here.
Man, what is up with this thing loading tonight?
I
Like,
don't
it's having a
know.
problem on Reddit. Is this Reddit or Twitter?
I think that this is Reddit. So I think
Yeah,
Reddit might be
Reddit's having a
some-
problem.
Yeah, I think Reddit's having some server issues. I'm sorry about that, folks. It's like a slideshow a little bit. And we can see the drone coming in and diving right into the outpost, and now we're buffering. The explosion was so strong, it made the video stutter. I have a stammer, and that's the King's Speech, everyone. But dang, folks, jeez, what in the world is going on? What in the world?
They don't even know what they're doing. They don't know what their shit is from the. You don't know what it is. That's all they know. It's just so much buffering. An old-fashioned term, buffering. It's a sucky word. It's not good. It's terrible. Some say second-rate. That's what they're telling me.
Absolutely terrible. People go, what happened to the stream? Sir, we have to get the quality up, and I gotta be honest with you folks, we can't get the quality much higher than this. It's about as good as it gets. People say, wow, I've never seen a better video. A better video. By the way, folks, I've been up for about 36 hours straight, and I had a 2-hour nap before the show. So if I sound a little wonky, that's probably why. But moving on from that and on down to Novorossiysk, we also were able to see a little attack of a boat. Look at the boat. Oh, isn't it cute? Isn't it cute? It's a Russian spy ship, actually. It's painted in orange, and it has big words rescue on the front. But the only thing that they're getting rescued from is their ill-fated demise, because this little Ukrainian drone slammed right into the bridge. Oh, look at this.
Ukraine alleges this boat had a sensor suite on board, because I also saw that earlier, by the way, too. It looks like this thing said, yeah, there it is right there. It says rescuer on the side of it. I think this is a civilian vessel that was in Novorossiysk. So the Ukrainians are alleging that it was an intelligence boat for the Russians, but honestly, I couldn't really find anything on it myself, so we're kind of just sort of having to like really just take the Ukrainians' word for it.
I believe that this thing actually is in the Russian Black Sea Fleet registry as a support vessel. Let me check, though. Let's see, Black Sea Fleet. So let's go find the active ships, please. Let us see. Oh, what the? Let's see here. Order of battle. Oh, I see you know your judo well. So let's go find it. The Missile Boat Brigade, the Missile Boat Division, the Minesweeper Task Force, the Saboteur Squadron. Which uses small boats. But let's see here. I need to find. This is the MPS V07 class. MPS V07 class. Let's see here. I think we're getting here. What's the name of the ship? The Spacetal Elan. Spacetal Elan. We're trying to look for that name.
Might be easier to type it in. This is a super long list, but you're only like halfway through it.
Here we are. Wait a minute. It's one of these. It's one of these. I think it's actually that one.
I don't think so.
Well, it was part of the Black Sea Fleet. We'll just go with that. But this was the ship. This was the captain that was wounded. Why in the world, Matthew, does that guy look like a vice principal that we had in high school?
I don't know, but yeah, he looks like a casual captain here. This fella.
I'm very casual. I see a Ukrainian throne. I light up a cigarette. It's just a casual day. But nevertheless, that was the vessel that was hit by the Ukrainians overnight. And so, folks, without further ado, it's now time for us to wrap this thing up, at least for the news segment for now, before we move on into the second segment of the stream, by heading on up to Kyiv and getting the most recent speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy that we could get, which is from yesterday. I hope it will be up to everyone's expectations. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Speech!
Здоров'я, шановні українці. Довгий сьогодні день. Постійно був на зв'язку з нашими військовими. І під час російського масованого удару вночі. І після того вдень. Більш ніж 400 російських дронів було. Більшість з них шахеди. Ще більш ніж 40 ракет різних типів, в тому числі балістика. На щастя, українські сили збили більшу частину цього. Дякую кожному нашому підрозділу. Але все ж таки, на жаль, були влучання. Пошкодження інфраструктури в різних областях. Пошкодження звичайних будинків. Від першої години ночі наші військові фіксували рух російських дронів у напрямку кордону з Польщею. Цей рух не випадковість чи помилка, а цілеспрямований рух. Росіяни задіяли для заходу в польський повітряний простір і нашу територію, і територію Білорусі. Майже 20 дронів зайшли в Польщу. І з боку України вони завели, схоже, менше половини від загального числа. Прорахована російська активність. І ми бачимо, яка ситуація у підсумку, як складно було з цим впоратись. Україна запропонувала Польщі необхідну допомогу із протидії. Ніхто не може гарантувати, що не буде сотень, якщо вже є десятки дронів. Тільки спільні європейські сили можуть дати захист. Ми готові допомогти і технологією, і навчанням екіпажів, і необхідними розвідданими. На жаль, станом на зараз Росія не отримала жорсткої реакції глобальних лідерів на те, що росіяни роблять. Реакції саме діями. Заяв більш ніж достатньо, а от дій поки дефіцит. Межі можливого росіяни випробовують, реакцію випробовують, фіксують, як діють Збройні сили країн НАТО, що вони можуть і що поки що не можуть. На території Білорусі почали спільні з росіянами навчання. Це може бути частиною, так би мовити, плану навчань. Бачимо також російську кампанію дезінформації і проти Польщі, і проти України. Ми бачимо, як росіяни намагаються принизити Польщу. Важливо, щоб все ж таки була побудована сильна протидія, так як потрібно. Україна пропонує скоординовано, продумано, спільно захищати повітряний простір. Ми представили партнерам, як це зробити. Деталі зрозумілі, як не дати розширюватись війні і як зупинити російські кроки на ескалацію. Спільних сил для цього абсолютно достатньо. Сьогодні багато міжнародної роботи щодо цього всіх лідерів. Дякую кожному лідеру, хто підтримав Польщу, хто підтримує Україну, хто розуміє, яка загроза країнам на східному фланзі і що саме дрони зараз Росія робить основним знаряддям для вбивств і дестабілізації. Втім, і ракетна загроза не меншає. Росія продовжує розбудову своєї воєнної промисловості. Говорили про все це з лідерами Європи, зокрема з прем'єр-міністром Польщі Туском, прем'єр-міністром Британії Стармером, головою уряду Італії Мелоні, з генсеком НАТО Рютте. Важливо і надалі координуватися. Ми домовилися, що наші військові, наші представники Міністерств оборони України та Польщі найближчим часом зустрінуться. Я доручив нашим військовим представити весь досвід, який у нас є в протидії дронам. Говорив також з Урсулою фон дер Ляєн, президенткою Єврокомісії. Вона сьогодні представила фундаментальні пріоритети Єврокомісії. І важливо, що Європа буде ще сильніше. Серед багатьох речей кошти на оборону. Зокрема, 6 мільярдів євро на дрони для України. Це те, що значно підтримує нас. Ми розраховуємо на інструмент SAFE, велику оборонну програму Євросоюзу. Україна має бути повноцінною учасницею. Окремо я хочу подякувати Урсулі за готовність допомогти нам із дуже чутливим соціальними питаннями, а саме фінанси для українських дітей на харчування в школах, безоплатне харчування для всіх наших дітей. Поступово в цьому році ми зробимо все, щоб наповнити цю шкільну програму на 100%. Ще одне. Очікую детальну доповідь міністра оборони України Дениса Шмигаля щодо Рамштайну. Був з ним, сьогодні я на контакті. Є результати щодо нових систем ППО для України. Є готовність партнерів фінансувати програму Pearl і надалі для закупівлі американської зброї. Домовляємось ми і про додаткові кошти на виробництво нашої української зброї, зокрема далекобійних дронів, щоб Росія відчувала, що таке відповідь на війну. Працюємо і над оснащенням наших бригад. Я дякую всім, хто нам допомагає. Я дякую всім, хто розуміє, що Росія чує тільки силу і тільки із сильними рахується. Україна, вся наша Європа, всі наші партнери мають бути сильними і дуже розраховуємо на сильну реакцію Сполучених Штатів Америки. Слава Україні!
And Ram
Heroam
Slava.
Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy here on day 1296 of the world news. And it's time for us to move on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to all of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, is the fun time. We've actually gotten almost 100,000 views over the first 2 hours of the show. And I've got to say that once again, we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many people continue to choose the Enforcer channel as their primary source of news. And we're also happy to know that so many people were elated to see us return back to stream form here today. Loads of y'all showed up, and I hope you enjoyed our news tonight, and I hope that y'all find it to be as high quality as it normally has been. But with that in mind, folks, we are going to be moving on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to all of y'all. We'll be able to talk to the Super Chatters first, the live chatters second, and also any live chats that are sponsored by the Super Chatters in between. And before we get on into that, I actually do understand that we have another question that's been presented to all of y'all at the moment about NATO preparing this, quote, military and political response and what might happen as a result. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so the poll question says, sources say NATO is preparing a military and political response to the Poland drone attack, and what happens next? 49% said NATO is going to move troops into Poland as the response, while 28% said NATO provides more air defense, and 15% said NATO takes the Suwalki Gap first. And the one thing you can rule out for certain is NATO is not going to be preemptively invading the Suwalki Gap. That is not on the table. I can pretty much guarantee you that. NATO's entirely defensive. I doubt we're going to invade something. That seems to be completely contrary to the primary motives for NATO right now. So what we can expect, though, is I believe that NATO will provide more air defense to Poland. I think that's going to be a certainty. But moving troops into Poland, I'm a little bit questionable about that, because that technically could provoke Russia and give them a justification provocation to take some type of action. And I think the U.S. is trying to avoid that at all costs right now. So I think providing more air defense is the most, I guess you could say, disconnected way of helping the NATO alliance without taking overtly aggressive action against Russia. So I'm with the 28%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would generally be with a 28% as well. I think that more air defense would be provided in terms of air forces that would be present within the area. But generally, I would have to believe that right now, pretty much everyone's stuck in place because there would be a greater fear. Not that this would provoke the Russians directly as a direct consequence, but just the implied fear that this could provoke the Russians will be enough to stop most people from moving their troops into Poland. So I also would have to be with a 28% on that. I do believe that they will be providing more air defense in terms of available air forces, but that will be it. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion as well. And with that, it's time for us to move on into the questions. But also, by the way, I have to give a huge shout out and congratulations to Kathy Robinson, who said, when this channel started, I wasn't a grandma. At the time the stream started tonight, baby boy, 6.12 ounces. This is number 2. And hey, a big congratulations.
Congratulations.
That's a great thing to hear. I hope that everything goes well, that the baby is healthy, and that it will be another great grandson that you will have. A big congratulations to you. I bet that's a huge thing in your family right now, and I bet everyone is celebrating until the cows come home, or the cows probably already came home. I mean, it's like 11 o'clock at night here, so they would be well at home by this point. But with that, I hope that does address that well. A big congratulations to you. And with that, it's time for us to move on into the questions at large. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first super chat for our last segment here, this one goes to Bobby43, and thank you very much, Bobby, for that $200 support right there. That is the largest support of the night, and a huge shout out to you, good sir, for always supporting the channel in a massive way, just like that, all the way from Canada. And Bobby said, I'm a support bot, LOL.
Hey, and we thank you greatly for being a support bot, Bobby. If you weren't a support bot, where will we be? Well, we might not be on air, because viewer support like yours is what has made this channel possible for years upon years upon years. And if it wasn't for viewers like you who went out of their way to support this channel when you don't have to, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling day in and day out. And so I thank you for being one of the bots of the LSA, but one of the greatest bots, a support bot. And we thank you massively for that, Bobby. And I also got to say, thank you so much for being here on our return tonight, and thank you for supporting the channel and helping to keep on rolling once again. I hope that it addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, I see Biohunter saying in the chat, he said the Utah governor is saying that Russian and Chinese bots are trying to encourage violence online over Charlie Kirk's assassination, and that they should put the phones down. The people shouldn't put the phones down, by the way. Like, people should simply just be aware of that. But the problem is, though, folks, it's hard to educate people on that, because most people, when they hear that, they're not familiar with bots like we are. Like, for example, we run this thing every day. We see the bots in our comment section. Anybody that's on social media as a voice on social media, they're most likely familiar with bots, because you see them literally flooding comment sections all the time, and they're coming in trying to start fights with people. That's what they're doing. But the average American doesn't truly understand what that really is all about, and they don't believe it. Like, when they hear Russian and Chinese bots, they think, oh, it's just the boogeyman or something showed up, and they're trying to make a boogeyman out of something. They have no idea it's real. And if they could see these bot farms in real life and see all these cell phones hooked up to like this massive terminal that are running bot farms on them. Ukraine has busted Russian bot farms in the past. We've seen images of like thousands of cell phones hooked up to like the wall chargers and things like this. And they're simply running scripts that are designed to go on the internet and spread disinformation and narratives like that. People just don't get it, but it's a real problem.
I would have to say that the governor of, I got to say this, huge respect to the governor of Utah for calling it for what it is. That's exactly what it's been for a large part of the time, and that's something that I just don't think people get at all. Like, Charlie died in a terrible way, and I've never seen, I'll be honest with y'all, I have not seen a single soul, except for one that I actually knew in person, that even insinuated anything close to, well, he had it coming to him. Everyone said that this was an absolute tragedy and a terrible thing, because most everyone in the country has a baseline amount of empathy. There's always going to be a small crowd of people, bad eggs on both sides that don't. But everyone always has empathy, and especially if you saw the footage, there's no way that you couldn't feel bad for him and his family and everyone else that was there that saw that. It was a terrible thing. But I love to know that finally someone in the government, at least the governor of Utah, is calling it for what it is, because we've been saying here on this channel for years upon years that Americans are not each other's enemies. It's foreign adversaries that are trying to spurn people into becoming enemies. And that's what the truth is. And that's the same kind of truth that has radicalized small groups of people who talk a great deal, that when this sort of thing happens, a few of them in America actually do celebrate. And I gotta say that it's very sad. I want to say that I don't really feel disgust for those individuals. I feel a great deal of pity that they've been so warped and contorted that they would cheer on the death of a fellow American and not even realize how twisted that really is in reality. I don't really feel a lot of anger towards those people. I feel nothing but pity for them, and I hope that one day they realize that what they're doing isn't really a great thing, and they shouldn't really be cheering on the death of anyone, whether they like them or not. That's
How do you like the dumb politicians? How do you like the stupid politicians that we have in this country right now? And they're on both sides, folks. I'm not referring to just one side. We have stupid, brain dead politicians right now that will come out and say, "Oh, it's this side or that side that's causing this problem." It's like, are they so brain dead that they don't understand that the Russian and Chinese literally set up bot farms to convince people to hate the other side because that's what they know is going to tear this country apart? Then the politicians come out with their boundless intellect and they start repeating the same crap, not knowing what they're feeding into. It's like, just so you can try to get reelected, you're going to poison public discourse to where people feel like their fellow American that has a difference of opinion is the enemy. That is the same type of bullcrap that's leading to where this country's at today. And they're going to keep spreading that just so they can try to win a reelection. That's, to me, it's despicable.
It really is despicable. I wish people would call that out as well, because what's crazy, folks, is that people are going, because of Charlie's death, they're going, we have to stop the political violence in this country. And as many of you all know, this is nothing new. The president was, there was an assassination attempt on him last year. Earlier this year, I believe it was 2 Democrat representatives in the state of Wisconsin were killed in their house. This sort of thing has been starting to pick up lately. There's the sorts of kind of violence that is directed against publicly political people. And it's something that should be detested by everyone. I mean, everyone can agree that someone getting killed because of their political views is an absolutely reprehensible thing. It's un-American to the most extreme degree. People have a right to say what they like, and if you don't like it, you just don't like it. That's the end of the story. You don't have a right to go and kill them and say, well, it was justified because I disagreed with them or I didn't like what they were saying. No one has a right to do that. That's just entirely un-American. And yet, when these politicians, some of them, are presented with the idea of we need to curb political violence. If I was a senator or if I was a representative, a Republican or Democrat, I'd say I'd certainly agree. This sort of a thing is not acceptable in this country. And I'd say that any of my supporters and the supporters of the opposition on the other side, we all have to understand that we're Americans at the end of the day. And while we all disagree, we all have the best intentions for the nation at heart. We just disagree on what is best for the nation. That's what I'd say, because that's the truth of it. Instead, these stupid people feed directly into the Russian and Chinese rhetorics that have been pushed forward on social media, and they go, well, it's not my party that's the problem, it's the other one. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Your party is also the problem as well. It's not free from it. Because I've seen people in the past, folks, who from all sides have cheered on violence of all types, going, yeah, that's it. They finally got what was coming to them. Like, someone gets beat with a hammer or they get killed. And it's just so sick, because it's like, don't you realize that we all should be against this sort of stuff, no matter who it's up against or what's happening here? Everyone should be against it. Those are Americans. Those people could be like your dad or your son or your daughter or your brother or sister, like similar people like that. You might disagree with them. I'm sure you disagree with your own family, but that doesn't give people a right to go around beating each other or killing each other because you disagree. That's barbaric. We live in a civilized nation.
People really have to be careful. Like, hopefully, folks, this is a wake-up call. Hopefully, it's not too late. Hopefully, we haven't gone too far down the rabbit hole in this country at this point. People need to be very careful who we're electing in this country, because we're seeing right now that if you elect idiots, that it leads to bad consequences. People that don't have the brains they were born with when they get in these positions now have a megaphone, and they start spreading that brain-dead thinking to thousands and thousands of people, and it starts poisoning everybody's minds. Like, it starts poisoning everybody. Instead of people thinking, oh, well, Joe next door can have his opinion because, we're all Americans here. We have the First Amendment. I may disagree strongly with Joe, but, we can still shake on it at the end of the day and still go about our business. Now the politicians are telling people, if Joe next door thinks this, then he's not with us and he's the enemy. And now you have neighbors that are literally thinking that they're mortal enemies with one another just because they have differences of opinion. How is a democracy supposed to function like that? And also, how are these politicians, which swear an oath to the Constitution, going out and poisoning people's minds like that just so they can win a re-election? They're literally, here's the thought process in their heads right now. They are saying, okay, am I going to go overboard with my rhetoric and potentially cause a social problem in this country, or am I going to simply risk losing the election? And they say, I'm definitely not losing this election. I'm going to go for it. And they start just going crazy with this wild rhetoric that leads to violence. And they know it leads to violence. We're seeing it today. And nobody's thinking twice about it. Like, these politicians are self-serving right now, and unless people vote them out, they're going to stay there. You gotta vote. You gotta educate yourself about what these people truly believe, and start voting. Like, people got to vote them out.
Yeah, also, I see some people saying it starts at the top. It starts with the president. No, it starts with you, the citizen. I don't know why in the hell everyone always wants to sit here and act like the jig is on someone else. It's on them. It's not my problem. It starts somewhere else. And then they have to do something for me to do something. It starts with you. This nation is a nation that is democratic by design. You vote for those people. If you would like to sit there and see a difference in the country, it starts with you. It doesn't start with some representative or some senator or the president or a Supreme Court justice or your local sheriff's department or the police or some county commissioner. It starts with you. That's the problem that a lot of people don't get in this country, is that you are responsible for the nation. It's not the president. It's not anyone else. It's not a magic boogeyman. It's you. And if you don't understand that and you can't wrap your head around that it's not someone else's problem to kickstart you, it's your own problem, then you are one of the problems with this country. I'll just be completely straight up with it, because everyone always wants to look and point fingers at someone else. Oh, it's their problem or it's that problem. Do you see me sitting here acting like a piece of shit because the president may or may not be a good man or with good moral standing? No. Did it matter under the last president? No. I'm an American. I have a set core of values, and I think they're rather respectable, me personally, and I think that a lot of y'all would agree with that also. And I don't sit there and go, "Oh, well, my shitty behavior and my shitty opinions, it's not my problem. The president has to change." I never said that. I never would, because I'm me. It doesn't matter who the hell's in charge. It doesn't matter what the Congress is doing or the office of the president or the Supreme Court. You just have to be a decent person. It's found within yourself as a citizen of the nation to do that. It's your civic duty to do something like that. And I don't know why in the world people always want to sit there and just feed into this whole sort of a system. All you have to do is sit there and walk back. You don't have to sit there and go, "Oh, I've got to be all entrenched in this identity politics deal," and just get so entrenched in it that I sit there and think that everything's done by the other side's boogeyman. No, like with this was a terrible thing. We don't even know the motives of this guy who killed Charlie. And one day we will, if he's ever caught. And hopefully we will find out what his motives are. And then once we find that out, we'll do this. If it was political, well, he was clearly a bad egg, not representative of the whole of the country. And we need to start trying to figure out how in the world to curb these bad eggs, but we don't need to sit there and turn this into an issue that affects half of the country just because they're of a different political opinion. If he was just some sort of a crazy lunatic, well, he's a crazy lunatic. And that's the end of that story. He might get the electric chair. Well, he's probably going to get the electric chair either way when he's found. But then
Utah said they're pursuing the death penalty because they still have it in Utah, apparently on the books. So they said they're pursuing it when they find them and they take him into custody.
Yeah, and also on top of that, if he's a foreign actor, God forbid if the guy was a foreign actor. Because if someone from another country, like Iran, was the person who sent this guy to come kill Charlie, well, whether it was Charlie or whether it was some no-name guy on the street, we're going to go over there and we're going to teach these people a lesson, because nobody comes into the United States of America and shuts up the mouths of our citizens, whether we agree with them or not, just because they don't like them. They're an American and they have a right to say what they want, and we will go to war, hell or high water, and we will go fight anyone, anywhere, to make sure that people in this country will still have the right to say whatever they want to say, whether we like it or not. That's what it will be at the end of the day. But that's how I would look at it. That's how I encourage y'all to look at it. And I encourage y'all, I implore y'all greatly, folks, for the folks who really are political out there, if you are a Democrat, the Republicans are not your enemy. And if you are a Republican, the Democrats are not your enemy. Y'all happen to have a disagreement of what is good for the country. Both of y'all are working at a common level that y'all think that what your opinion is what's best for the nation moving forward. And to understand that at the most basic level, y'all are both the same. Y'all are wanting what's best for the country. Y'all disagree on how to get there. That is the problem in which lies the issue. It is not that the other people want to kill you. It's not that the other people are your enemy, whichever party you're a part of. It is the fact that you'll have a simple disagreement and nothing more. There's no point in making it out to be something that is a life or death mortal struggle. That's what our enemies want us to believe, so that we will tear ourselves apart from the inside out. Because the greatest enemy are those that lie within. And our enemies know that if they continue to pitch y'all against each other, they will rip this country apart without having to fire a single shot. Y'all have to realize that. I beg of y'all. Because if y'all don't, it won't be our enemies who are the death of this nation. It'll be us ourselves that divide this house, which will not stand itself alone into the future. I hope that people do understand that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next super chat here. This one is going to go to none other than, well, I'll scroll back up to the top real quick. This one goes to DJ Dava, and thank you very much, DJ, for that $100 support right there, and we do appreciate that very much. He said, love y'all's content, and welcome back, and keep crushing it.
Hey, and thank you for the massive support, DJ Dava, and thank you so much for loving the content. We try our best here to keep the stream high quality and speak with some good reason there. And I hope that we continue to speak with good reason tonight. I hope to think that we are a voice of reason in the country and in the world at large. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this channel and keep it running. And also thank you so much for supporting the channel tonight, because I believe this is one of the first times that you're supporting. I think you said that in another super chat later on. And I got to thank you incredibly for that, because it is folks like you who go out of their way to support this channel that make it possible for us to have a voice on air and to get to speak this kind of stuff every single night. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, I see some people, like, here's my thing, folks. I understand today is very grim for, like, the political discourse in America. Here's my thing. This is why I think America is going to have to hit a low in public discourse. It's going to have to hit rock bottom, basically. And then once it hits rock bottom and people start waking up to how bad it can get if people fall down this rabbit hole too far, then that's when you start rebuilding from there and start fixing the problems. But unfortunately, I hate it comes to this, and we don't have a say in it. It's going to get this way whether or not we want it or not. It's going to keep going to rock bottom until finally people have had enough and they're like, okay, we can't keep living like this. We can't even live in this country and feel safe because people want to hurt other people with a different political opinion. At some point, enough people are going to have enough of that and get fed up with it that people will finally start cracking down on that issue and actually, changing things for the better. But unfortunately, the way it works is you have to hit that rock bottom to actually get to that point. So,
also,
hopefully rock bottom is not too much farther down, because I feel like we're already pretty low as it is.
Also, some people, and I got to say this because some people aren't getting it. Someone said, do you see the comments that I got on Twitter today? The country isn't the same as it used to be. Those people, high chance, aren't even real people. We get comments like that all the time. A lot of those people aren't even real. They're a amalgamation. They're practically a ghost. They don't exist. They're fake accounts made by foreign countries to piss you off, to make you think that the country is over. I'll tell you this, folks. I was in Salt Lake City when that happened. I was there, 10 miles away. And everyone still was as nice as they could be, even after it happened. The news spread, of course, and you could tell that the city had immediately started to dip into a darker time. Everyone was pretty sad about the news, but they still were as nice as they could be. I mean, honestly, I hate to say this, folks. It's a stain on the state of Utah that happened there, because those people are incredibly nice people. That was the first time I ever went out there, and I did not run into a single ill-willed or bad-boned person out there in the state. They were amazing folks. It's a shame that it happened there, because it's going to stain the place, kind of like Dallas is stained from the JFK assassination throughout the rest of history, that happened in Dallas. But beyond that, I went and traveled through the country yesterday. I went and dealt with real people, and I did not hear a single person say any of the poisonous or ill-will words that you would hear on a place like Twitter. Those are not real people, and people have got to understand. I'll be honest with you all. Political discourse on the internet is a completely pointless thing. Political discourse in person, it has some meaning. Like I would say, it has a great deal of meaning. That's really a great form. But political discourse on the internet is completely pointless because you don't even know if the person you're talking to is real or not. And that's kind of the big issue, because I'll be honest with y'all, a lot of the traffic on Twitter is bots, like just fake people. They don't even exist. So if they say something to you
Well,
that's violent or dangerous, they're probably not even real.
well, I wouldn't say, we don't know for a fact whether or not all of the traffic or most of the traffic on Twitter is bots. And people say that there are bots on Twitter, but there's no evidence that most of the traffic there is bots. So overall, though, I think the internet has a lot of bots on it. But I just want to make that clear. Like, there's no evidence that Twitter has 70% bots on it.
Well, yeah, that is true. We don't have any proof, but still, you can tell that there are bots. Like for example, a lot of people are saying there on Twitter, like this is something that I just find crazy. They're like, yes, get radicalized, get violent, get angry. I'm like, okay, that is definitely a foreign bot. There's just no way in the world that's a real person in America going, yes, let's tear it on down and get even more violent. I'm like, there's no way that that's real American. And they'll have like 300 followers. They'll have the most generic description in their profile. I mean, it's like the keyword sort of a thing. And it's like there's no way that that's a real person, because they repeat like parroted points. And I want to make that clear to folks. Don't listen to those people on the internet. They're not even people. They're not even real. They're just there to piss you off and to get you further radicalized and further angry. If you want to really have a political talk with people, go find someone in person. Don't do it on the internet. Go find a real person that actually exists and chit chat with them about it. Maybe they'll agree with you. Maybe they'll disagree with you. But that's what this country is. It's an amalgamation of people who may agree or disagree with each other. And as long as you'll keep it civil, I mean, that's perfectly all right.
Maybe you'll agree with them. Maybe you won't. Maybe you'll start fist fighting. Maybe you won't. There's no telling. Honestly, I'll be honest. The few times I've ever had a political discussion with strangers in public, I'm not one to get hostile with people in real life, folks. Also, I try not to get hostile with people on the internet either when it comes to debating things like that, even in my personal life. Because at the end of the day, if we disagree on something, me getting loud over it or getting hostile over it's not going to change the other person's mind. It's simply going to create friction, which there's no productive use to that. But in real life, though, generally speaking, especially in college, that was where most of my interactions happened about it. It usually turned ugly because usually the other person couldn't handle either me disagreeing with them or something like that, and they would go berserk. They would either start hating me over it because I had a different opinion. But I'll be honest with you. Typically, politics is something I don't discuss with people unless I know that person really well, because it usually doesn't end up good. Like that's, I'll be perfectly honest.
Also, really quickly, I got to address this. Some people are saying, well, that's what Charlie did, and they killed him. Who's they? Like, who's they really quickly? Do we know? No, we don't. We have no clue who they is. I don't know why people keep saying they, because people are saying they as in the other side, which is the Democrats, wanted to kill him. We don't even know. Like, we have no clue. No one's even found the shooter. He's still at large. He's out there somewhere. We don't know where. We don't even know who they are. It could be the Iranians for all we know. It could have just been some guy who was wanting to get some attention on the papers. We have no clue. Like, so saying it clearly is a conspired political plot to kill the man, we don't even know. Like, maybe it was. Like, there's a chance, but we have no clue at the moment. Saying that is working off of no information and immediately turning the other side into an enemy when they may not be at all. Like, they may be, there's a chance, but there's also a chance of a million other things being the case. It's jumping into this head first with absolutely no information about who this guy really was or what motivated him to do this absolutely insane act. Like, that's just the truth.
And also, I'll be honest with you. I disagree with you a little bit on one thing. The politicians, especially those in the highest branch of government, saying things like, "Oh, it's this side, this doing this," when we don't even have the assassin in custody yet. That's reckless. Like, that is so reckless. People really can't disagree on that. How the hell can somebody argue that's productive if you don't know who the hell the assassin is that just took this guy out? Then how the hell are you going to say it's one side or the other that did something? And also, what does that one person, even if they have a certain political belief of one side, what does that one person represent the entire political party? It's like, obviously not. There's nuts in every political party. There's crazy people everywhere.
Yeah, also, I saw someone say the rifle rounds had certain kind of inscriptions on them. That's actually untrue. They came out later and said that there's nothing that says there was any inscriptions on any of the rifle rounds. That was some sort of preliminary report that was made by the ATF that looked like it may have had some faulty information in it, and then that was backtracked by the FBI later, and they said, as a matter of fact, there appears to have been no inscriptions on the casings. And also, that's another thing that people have got to be a little bit slow on, like slower than they are right now, people are quick to just hop on anything and then just take it and run with it, which you can't really do because they caught one guy at the scene at Orem, and then they took him away and everyone said, it's the shooter, it's that old man. And then he was released because it wasn't him. Then they got another suspect and they released him because it wasn't the shooter. And then they got a third guy and they released him because he wasn't the shooter, and so on and so forth. And every time they catch a guy, everyone's like, it's him, get him. And it's not even him. They release him and it was just the wrong guy. And they had a lead, but there was no real good lead, and they had good alibis and such things to show that they weren't around. So, that's something that a lot of people have got to understand. This, when it comes to a criminal process like this, you have to be a little bit slow in taking in the facts because a lot of them are going to end up becoming untrue in the long run. A lot said, a lot speculated, a lot's found and then unfound, and it wasn't the case. That's how this works. So you have to take this, a lot of the things that are being said with grains of salt, because a lot of it will be backtracked later and to say, well, actually, that wasn't the case, because much like all of y'all, a lot of these criminal investigators and everyone involved in law enforcement, they don't know anything. They're trying to figure it out and piece it together as they go. And while they're at the forefront of knowing what's going on, there's still a lot of things they're also going to get incorrect and have to back off of later. So keep that in mind as well. And also I see a lot of people,
all they know right now is this. Also, I see people saying this in the chat. People were saying, "Oh, that was a hell of a shot from that far away." I will say, I believe the guy must have had some type of skill set with weapons, because that was not an amateur shot right there. That seemed to be somebody with skills behind it. So whoever it was, they weren't just some random Joe Blow that just happened to go grab a firearm and do that. It looked like somebody that had probably premeditated it to probably a pretty good degree, because he knew exactly where to go on the roof to get a line of sight. He also apparently grabbed a high-powered rifle from somewhere and had a scope on it. So there was a lot of premeditation that went into it. And there's some people speculating that maybe he wasn't alone, but nobody really knows that for a fact yet. So, I'm just dumbfounded, honestly, that we don't have a suspect in custody at this point, because you're at a college campus where there's cameras, I'm sure, everywhere, and also there's cameras all around the place with people's houses and stuff. So, I think they've released pictures of some guy they think's a person of interest, but then they're like, that may or may not be a person of interest. All we know is that nobody's in custody yet, and it's now, a day or two after this happened, and they don't even know where the hell to look.
They didn't even really know who the guy is. Just to be completely honest with y'all, because the picture they're putting out now, it could be the next day or the day after that. They might go, well, actually isn't the guy, and we have enough credible information to say it's someone else. So we don't even really know for certain yet. But still, beyond that, it's an unfortunate thing. But I hope people understand, folks. Don't use this as a jumping point to make the situation even worse. I think, if anything, we should be taking from the situation, at least for now, it was an absolute tragedy. It's terrible what happened. It's even worse that his family was there when it occurred. We should all feel sorry. We should all give condolences to his family. No one should have to go through that, especially conducting a constitutional right, which is just going around and speaking their mind. And move on from there and understand that this is only going to get better if we work together. If someone doesn't want to work together, that's fine. They can go live in their little hellhole wherever it may be. They can go back to their little shitty hobble hole, whatever, and live there and just completely be ostracized from society. We don't have to, another thing, folks, I have to say, is that if you run into a crazy lunatic, the best thing to do is just ostracize them. Honestly, that's the truth. If someone sits there and says, oh, this was just well-deserved and he had it coming to him, just ignore the person. They don't exist from that point on. They're not civilized. They're barbarians. They don't really deserve to be mingling with actual civilized society. That's just how it is. That goes for everyone who's extreme on the left, the right, everywhere in between. Those people don't have a say in our modern civilized society. Those people practically think and behave like barbarians. That's not something that we do here in the United States. We're a nation of laws. We're a nation of rights. And those people don't respect laws or rights. They're just angry and wanting to go at it. And they're a very small group. And they happen to talk a great deal. So if you just stop talking to them and you just leave them alone and you keep it to well-minded, sensible people, like we do here in the Lee Spring Army, things become a lot more civil and a lot better, honestly. We take people like that. Y'all don't even see those people. When they come in, we take people like that and we ban them. And they're not allowed to talk here. We don't let them have a say. And if society would do that to a lot of these nut jobs and whacks that talk like this, you just go, are you out of your damn mind? And just completely never talk to them again. then society would be a lot better off, to be entirely honest. We shouldn't be supporting the machinations of those who are mentally unwell and prone to violence in our public discourse. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Marion Deemert, who puts in a $100 donation, and a huge shout out to you, Marion, for that massive $100 support right there. We are very appreciative to see you again as well. And they said, Slava Ukraine, and Hiram Slava.
Hey, and Slava Ukrainian, Hurram Slava. And a huge thanks to you for the massive support, Marion Deemert, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a massive, humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, it's time for us to move on into the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Uncle David Other Nephew, who puts in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, good sir, as well, for that support. He said,
Hey!
Fubar. He said, did you get a double with cheese and a chocolate shake and LSA?
Hey, and I actually got a double animal style with fries. I didn't get a shake. I got a cup of water. And also, by the way, folks, I do have to do this because I was wanting to do this. I went to Salt Lake, and it was an amazing experience. It honestly felt a little tainted, though, just to be entirely honest, after what happened just a little south. Like, I wasn't really in the mood to just go around and have like a great day, especially after seeing the videos. Like, I just felt terrible that day, to be entirely honest with you. I was like, damn, what a tragedy. But beyond that, right before that happened, I did go to In-N-Out, and I actually have to say that I was so impressed with the service and the food that I actually went into the restaurant and spoke to the manager, the store manager, and was like, "This is amazing. Like, is it like this everywhere? This is incredible. I want to give you all a shout out." So I want to give a specific shout out to them in case they're watching at the In-N-Out Burger Shop, store 244 in Riverton, Utah. Those folks were incredible. Like, I've never been to an In-N-Out burger. I actually told them that when I was in the drive-thru. I was like, I've never been to an In-N-Out burger. What's good? So the whole restaurant was like, oh my God, you've never been here? Well, these are like all the options. I was like, oh, I'll have a double animal style. And they were like, oh, that's great. Like, also the fries are pretty good. Like, here, have this. I went up to the first window, man, and the guy was like, oh man, I made sure that they include this kind of sauce. It's great, man. You're gonna love it. I was like, oh, well, thanks. Like, super nice.
I've been trying to put you on In-N-Out for a minute, man. That place is excellent. Also, how do you like the price of it too? Like, the price of it's like very affordable compared to other places.
Yeah, dirt cheap for the quality. I mean, it was crazy. And so then I went up to the second window where you get the food, and the lady was like, "Oh, the food will be out in a second." So then this guy comes, and they all dress in this In-N-Out burger uniform, which I think is really cool. Like, I was like, that's really neat, actually. I like that. So the guy pops out the window. He's like, "Hey, man, I heard it's your first time eating here, and I got to say, man, you're gonna love it. I'm the store manager. I personally cooked the burger and the fries myself, make sure that it was as good as it could be, and I hope that you enjoy it. It's going to be an absolute blast." And I was like, "Oh, well, thank you so much, man." So I was like, "Man, all of y'all are like super nice here," and he was like, "Yeah, we're all nice like that. This is what we do here in Utah." And I was like, "Oh, thanks." So I got the food, went and pulled over, ate it, and the burger was great. The fries were great. I was like, "Man, this is a great thing." So then I went in and got all of the information to be able to give them a shout out to their specific store, which is store 244 in Riverton. So if you are in Salt Lake City and you would like to say, hey, like, you got a shout out from the enforcers, go to that store, the In-N-Out burger store, number 244. And that's the one I went to, and they were absolutely incredible. Store manager was a great guy. Everyone working there was amazing. I got to say, they blew it out of the water. I thought it was just the craziest thing, especially from the customer service side, because you don't really get that kind of customer service ever here in the South. So I was just blown away with that. I was like, these people are so insanely nice. And the food.
And also, man, it's just the people out there in general. Like, the people out there in general are friendlier. And I know people are in the chat. I see some people saying, "Man, stop glazing Salt Lake City." Well, it's just because of where we're from. Like, I'm sure people out there are like, why are these people like hyping up this place so much? I think it's just from where we're from. The people are generally not very like friendly. Like, off the bat, it's shocking to go to a place and have people be friendly because we're not really used to that around here in Alabama. It's just not really a thing that we've really experienced.
Yeah, and so, I mean, honestly, folks, I got to say the whole thing was just like it was a great trip, all things considered, outside of what happened to Charlie down in Orem, which really like put kind of like an overcast kind of a feel on the rest of the day. But before that, I also drove out here to the Bingham Mine, and I went out there. It sounded like an absolute idiot. I pulled up into this lot right here, and I walked up to some guy who was in a vest. I was like, what is this? I already knew what it was, but I was like, what is this? And I was just hoping you'd be like, give me like a rundown. So he's like, what do you mean? And I was like, the mine. What? Tell me about the mine a little bit. So he's like, oh, well, it's the Bingham mine. It's been open for 120 years. He was super nice. Told me everything that he could about the mine. He worked there as a part of the tour groups. And I was like, wow, that is so cool. This mine is massive, by the way, folks. You can see this thing across the whole city, all the way from downtown. It's unbelievable. It's literally like they've eaten a mountain, and what's left is like the inner core of the mountain, and that's it. And also, Brian Blairston said they mine copper. They actually mine a load of stuff there, it turns out, and they have a load of on-site facilities that help them to refine and process the ores that they mine from the Bingham Canyon. But it was a really cool sort of a thing to hear about, and I always find industrial stuff incredibly interesting. Steel mills, mines, railroads, those sorts of things. I find industry to be incredibly fascinating. So I was like, wow, that is so cool. And, so then I drove from there, drove back around the place, drove all the way over to the Twin Peaks. Got a good look at them. That's a joke.
Oh.
Like it's
Okay. Damn.
But I mean, it was a really cool place. I was having a blast until that news came out about Charlie and Orem. But I found it to be incredibly cool. I thought that Salt Lake City was great, especially coming from Alabama. You don't really run into, you run into nice people in Alabama, but it's not something that's often. Usually you run into people who hate their lives and they're really miserable, just to be completely frank. So you have to be very selective about the kind of friends you make here. And I'd have to say, we have a lot of great friends here in Alabama. It's just that, you have to do a lot of sifting through a lot of angry, unhappy people to get to having a good friend group. Out there in Salt Lake, everyone was so nice. Everyone was insanely nice. I was just shocked by that. I was like, what? I was like, this is crazy. So, that's why I'm so blown away and just, as some people would say, glazing Salt Lake City. It's just because we don't have anything like this here in the South. But anyways,
True.
with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, it's time for us to move on into the next one.
All right, so our next one goes to Just Chillin', who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Just Chillin', for that $50 support. It's good to see you once again. He said, Bot Be Gone Spray Fund. And we had some bots in here tonight, I will say, Just Chillin'. So thank you very much for contributing to the Bot Be Gone Spray Fund, because we're getting them in here, I'll tell you what, and they're getting up out of here. We don't leave them in here very long. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say, I thank you so much for the Bot Be Gone Spray Fund. We really needed it. Nathy's been doing a great job of getting rid of them pretty quickly tonight. And I got to say, thank you so much for the support, because we've got to get bots out of here. I do not at all really, even if they're not bots, I really don't like people coming up with stupid points, just to be entirely honest. If people want to speak here in the live chat, we like them to be civil and rounded or well-minded. Just stupid people who say ignorant stuff on either end, just calling for violence or saying stupid, crazy stuff. We get rid of them pretty quick. Honestly, that's why a lot of people love talking here on the live chat here in this channel, because we don't let the lunatics or the nuts bring the whole thing down. We just get rid of them and they cease to exist, whether they're bots or real people. And so that's something that I always find funny, is that those people always want to go, what the hell's free speech? I have free speech. It's yeah, you might on a sidewalk, but not here. It's we keep it civil here. And I think that a lot of people like that more so than anything. I'm fine with people agreeing and disagreeing with us, as long as people have a well-rounded mind and intention behind it, and actually do it with some good earnest behind it, instead of just, being a clown or an idiot or something like that, like some people like to do and think that they have a right to be. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. A huge thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, Just Chillin'. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to James Hughes, and James also puts in a 50, and a huge shout out to you, good sir, for that support. He said, hello, Enforcers, and do you have any idea how much military equipment from the USA has been sent to Ukraine in the last month, and Ukraine using borrowed American money and NATO funds to purchase the material, and does Ukraine major offense left in it?
And I thank you so much for the support, James Hughes. And I'd have to say that as far as military equipment sent from the U.S., I think it's equivalent to about a little over $1 billion over the last month or so, from what I would know. It's not the kind of large amounts that we would have seen in years prior, where it would be several billion a month, but it's still a decent amount. It's not huge, but it's decent. But that would be about what I would know at the moment on that. And also, I have to say that Ukraine doing a major offensive or conducting one, It really all depends. There's a million factors that goes into that beyond the supply side of things, and I would generally say that they could try and conduct one, but I would say that at the moment it's ill-advised. There's probably a better window to conduct offensives later on down the line, and especially if Russia gets itself embroiled in a world war with the rest of NATO, that would probably be a more opportune time to start conducting offensives, because then they're going to have their logistical abilities stretched to the absolute breaking point at that moment. So I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep it running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to DJ Dava once again. He puts in a 50 this time, and thank you very much once again, good sir, for that generous support. He said, welcome back, guys. And I've been here for a few years, and I guess I would make him old guard, by the way. He said, I listen to every video in live and LOC. And also, by the way, DJ, thank you very much for listening to every video. And another thing I wanted to mention, how did y'all like the premieres, by the way, on those videos? I actually ran premieres on the last 3 videos I put out while the Enforcer was gone, because I was trying to find a way to make them more like a stream without running a stream, because it's hard to run the streams without 2 people on here, to be perfectly honest. And I was going to do it if it was a necessity, but I wasn't too wild about running it by myself. So maybe we'll cross that bridge one day, but we didn't have to cross it now. But I like the premieres personally. So what did y'all think? And also, DJ, what did you think as well? I'd be curious to hear. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that me personally, I thought they were pretty good. I'm biased, but beyond that, I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, DJ Dov. And I got to thank you for being here for years and also watching all of our streams and videos. Sorry that we weren't able to run streams over the past few days. I was actually out trying to find Enforcer HQ 3.0 and made some progress on that, so hopefully we'll be able to get Enforcer HQ 3.0, have it all set up and ready to run here at the beginning of this upcoming November. So I do thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and thank you so much for being a dedicated old guard of the Lee Spring Army. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, it's time for us to move on to the next one. But it looks like the reception, Matthew, to premieres is great.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of people liked it too, and also gave everybody a chat to live chat as well while they were going on. And I'll be honest with y'all, it's my own video. I don't want to sound like narcissistic here, but the little intro thing that YouTube puts on the beginning of the video before the premiere starts, that even got me hyped up. And I'm the one who made the video. I was like, damn, this is getting me hyped up for my own video. Like this whole dramatic intro thing that YouTube puts on it. So I thought it was pretty cool. And also, I like to be able to chat with people while the video is going out too, because I like to monitor the video for the first hour or so after I put them out to see how the stats are doing. And I can actually just be there and talk to y'all instead of staring at the stat screen and refreshing it every 5 seconds. I can just be in the live chat instead. So I think that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought it was really neat, actually. I didn't really get to see a lot of them come out, because I was kind of doing my own thing. I was either flying or traveling around, trying to get from place to place, looking at townhouses and stuff. But beyond that, I did get to see the one that Matthew did today, because I got here in time to see it, and it was actually pretty cool. I was like, wow, that's actually really neat, and people do get to chit chat in the live chat and everything. So it's kind of like a 2-in-1. It's a video, but also kind of like a stream to a degree. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Deminoac, who puts in a $33 donation. And thank you very much, good sir, Deminoac, for that support. He said, welcome back.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the welcome back. It's good to be back. I'll be honest with y'all. In terms of trip length, this trip wasn't really a long one when you think about it in perspective, but it felt like a year, to me at least. Honestly, Matthew, it's kind of crazy, because when you're not working on the show, I bet you have the same feeling. When you're not working on the show, it feels like time passes at a snail's pace for the most part. When I was out in Salt Lake City, it felt like I was out there for a full week, and I was there for about 2 days, just about. So I was like, damn, this feels like it's going on forever. So it's really great to be back, honestly. I love doing this. And I got to say,
I tell you what, when I'm sitting here sort of bored to an extent, I'm like, damn, there's nobody here to talk to or nothing really to do, because obviously that's the one thing we're complaining about. There's nothing to do around Alabama. So it is usually work. I got super productive. I was on Twitter. I think I tweeted more while you were gone than I usually tweet in a month. That's how berserk I went on Twitter. The Twitter page has grown by 2,000 followers since you've been gone, by the way, which is insane.
Oh yeah, so
and also I ended up pumping out 2 videos in one day while you were gone as well. So I mean, we never do that. So honestly, I got productive as hell while you were gone. I was like, I got to do something to fill the time here. Now, obviously, I like making videos and doing the Twitter, so I just went overboard with it.
Man, I was sitting there, man. I was like, I got to the hotel and I was like in Salt Lake, and I was like, damn. I was like, what do I do now? I was like, I don't even know. It's like usually we're extremely busy, folks, like all the time doing this, doing stuff in the background. Now I'll be busy doing this again, the forced disposition map. It has to be done because this is going to become important. So, we're always doing something like that. And I was like, dang, I was like, I don't know what to do right now. So I would sit there and like try and come up with something. I started reading books, trying to read more about kind of what we do. Um, Interesting enough, I had to stop. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Matthew, I had to stop because a lot of it was like rehashing stuff that we already kind of talk about or know. And I was like, dang, I was like, okay, well, that's boring. So then I bought myself a book on like my phone about America's top 100 railroads or something like that that were historically important, and read that instead, which was more interesting to me. But it was tough, man. It felt like time was like passing so slow. So I got to be honest, I'm really happy to be back, Diminoak, and I got to thank you massively for the huge welcome back, because there's no place I'd rather be than the LSA. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Deminoak once again, and he puts in another $33 support, and a big shout out to you once more. He said, Mr. Kirk gives me memories of JFK for you old people.
And I'd have to say, honestly, I think his was worse. Not because of the importance of him, but because of what you were able to see. It was bad. Like I'm also have to tell y'all folks, when I talk about it, don't get like a morbid curiosity and be like, oh, I have to go find a video if you haven't. It's bad.
No.
It's bad. It's really bad.
Don't
like,
do it.
It's so bad. Most people who've seen it are saying that it's haunting them and it's giving them nightmares. And I got to be honest with y'all, Matthew and me have seen a lot of gruesome things, and this is one of the worst. Like we've seen a lot of people ending up on film getting killed in Ukraine. It never gets shown on air, but it's a part of what we do. And some of them are rough. Some of them will stick with you forever. Like I can still remember some from years ago that still stick with me and haunt me with what it was. But this one was pretty bad. This one was on up there as being one of the worst. And that's what made me feel terrible about it, because it was one of the most gruesome things that I had seen. I would say it would be out of the tens of thousands that probably Matthew and me has seen, I would rate it as one of the top 50 worst that I've ever seen. So it's really, really bad. And what made me feel even worse about it is that his family was there to see that.
Yeah, I knew he was dead when I saw the video. I was like, this guy's not making it. I'm like, he's finished. Like, you don't survive something like that. It was, oh man, it was bad. Like, it was so bad. That's why I also say whoever did the shooting was obviously skilled in some form or another, because it was literally right there at the main artery. Literally, it probably severed the main artery. Like, it was bad, 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 bad.
It was terrible, folks. It makes me kind of sick thinking about it. I was actually about to throw up the first few times that I saw it, because seeing it a lot, when it's really bad, it still isn't easy to watch. And I was like, my God, this is terrible. It made me feel sorry for him, because and what was even more jarring about it is that's not war where people, like when an FPV drone hits them, they're expecting it to happen. They see it coming, or generally in a war, people kind of see it coming to an extent for the most part, so it's not that jarring. But that was just in the middle of his normal routine, like the guy was just out there. He was doing what he always did. He was at his tent. He was debating people. They were having good spirited debates about all kinds of stuff, the usual topics that they talk about. And then out of the blue, the guy's just gone, like in an instant. And that's probably what made it even more jarring to me, is that it was just business as usual. And then in the crack of the bullet, he was gone instantly. It was terrible, really. Like I'll be honest with y'all, that's one that I've been thinking about since I saw yesterday, pretty much all day since yesterday, every day. I'm like, dang, that's terrible.
What's crazy is so many people saw it. Like, it got spread around so many different places on social media. That might be one of the most graphic videos I've ever seen spread like wildfire like that. I was shocked that platforms were letting that stay up, like mainly on Twitter. I was shocked that they were letting that stay up, because normal people that don't really see stuff like that on a normal basis, or aren't exposed to stuff like that, that's shocking. Like, that can cause real psychological problems with people if they see that. Some people, like, for example, if you served in the military and you've been in combat, like, you've seen things like that and you're kind of desensitized to it. Also, if you've watched war footage before, like, to a certain degree, you're somewhat desensitized. But if you're like, somebody's just a normal person, that's never seen anything like that, and then you come across that, which is one of the worst videos you could possibly see. I mean, that can haunt people.
Yeah, and I like also that was something else, but it was something that I felt really bad about because it was bad. Like for anyone who watched it on film, imagine if you were that guy's daughter who was in the crowd, like just right there at the front, and you saw that, and that was your dad. That's what really like messes me up the most about this one is that his wife and his daughter was there to see that right up in person. They were right there, and if it's jarring and haunting for y'all, think about how bad it was for them. And that's why I really want a lot of people to have a great deal of compassion about this. Think about the guy's children and his family who was there and saw that. You know that had to have been terrible. It is terrible. I feel sorry for them. One, they lost those children lost their dad. That wife lost her husband, and they saw it happen right there in the flesh, right in person. It's a terrible thing. And I'll be honest with y'all, with how gruesome and how violent that was, and how horrendous that was to do that in front of his family, in front of all those people. If that shooter is found, I would say that if I was the judge overlooking that case, I would definitely support the death penalty in that situation. It was such a heinous thing that affected so many people in that crowd, his family, himself, everyone else. There's really no way that you can look at that and go, this isn't heinous enough to not warrant a death penalty. Generally, in most situations like that, even if there wasn't a lot of people around, just the barbarism of it. I mean, it's horrendous. There really isn't. There really either life in prison or a death penalty is deserved, in my opinion, at that point. But that's
It just
really,
hit so hard with that one because the guy was so young. Like, really, when you really think about it, 31 years old. I think that's why that one has got me so caught up. Because I'm thinking, damn, I'm like, that guy was saying his opinion, and now, granted, his opinion was controversial. He had controversial opinions, but that's not a sin in this country. We're allowed to do that. That's literally the defining feature of America. Is you're allowed to say things that are, controversial, and you have the freedom to say it, and you aren't persecuted for it, and you definitely aren't killed for it. Not in America. But when you see that in a guy so young at 31 years old with a wife and kids who's literally just at the start of his life still, who's 6 years older than me, I'm 25 years old. I'm like, geez, that could have happened to us. I'm like, if we were out there, if some nutcase was really wanting to get us, and we've gotten death threats before, I'm like, if we were holding a public event, that could have been us out there that was, getting hit like that, which is disturbing.
yeah, and that's also something else I haven't really touched on because I feel like it's a little bit self-serving to us to a degree. But this is something that I was thinking yesterday. That could happen to us because while he's a political commentator, a lot of people consider us to be political commentators to some degree. Like whether we get into politics or not, we're kind of in the same category to an extent. And so seeing someone like that, and like honestly, folks, whether people liked his opinions or not, I mean, he was just out there doing what he does. Everyone involved was having a good time debating him. He was having a good time debating them back. He got shot out of the blue. That could happen to us. So that's generally why we haven't done an in-person event up till this point because we really can't afford enough security to be able to make sure that we just wouldn't have someone try and stab us or shoot us because we've gotten plenty of death threats, and beyond us having to pretty much carry everywhere we go to make sure that someone doesn't try and do something crazy to us if they spot us, there really isn't a lot more that we can do security-wise, so that's generally why we keep things a tight ship. But that's something else that really got us. It's like, damn, that guy kind of was in the same category as us, and they got him. Like, whoever that person was out there, they shot and killed the man just for saying what he says. It's like, that could happen to anyone. Like, that could happen to us. And I was and that started to give me a little bit while I was out there. I was like, hell, what if someone sees me out of the blue out here or anywhere and they try and get me or Matthew? I was like, damn, I was like, this is a rough thing. But anyways, I hope that addresses that the best I can, but it's a tough thing. Honestly, folks, the reason why we're talking about it so much is because it really is a tragedy. It's a terrible thing.
It's got everybody torn up, like especially people our age and like a younger age bracket. It's got everybody torn up. Like everybody I know that I've spoken to about it is disturbed by it. And I'll be honest, the people I know, they're from the backwoods of Alabama, so they're not exactly what you'd call soft at all. But it's got everybody torn up, and also it's got people disturbed because it makes you wonder. It's like if this is the way it's going to start going in this country, where people are just politically violent like that, and people feel free to go harm other people over an opinion, and that's becoming something that's just mainstream now, then that basically tears our society apart at that point. So young people that have their whole life ahead of them are thinking like us, is it going to get worse from here? Because we've got our whole life ahead of us. So how much worse is it going to get? Because obviously we want to live a decent life like generations before us got to live. So it's troublesome.
Yeah, I'll be honest with y'all, folks. Outside of all of that, I hope that there's a little bit of a silver lining to this for Charlie, because it looked like as soon as he got hit, he may have been out. And so hopefully, not to be more, but hopefully it was quick and he didn't suffer, because it was bad. It was terrible. But God bless his family. Poor folks, they're going through a lot right now. I'm very sure. I'm sure they're getting a lot of well wishes and blessings from folks. But it's a terrible thing. I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for Charlie Kirk. I also have to say this. Like, we've even said this before on the channel. I personally didn't agree with a lot of the stuff that he said in foreign policy, but still, that doesn't make this any less of a tragedy and a terrible thing to happen to a guy like him. It could have been anyone. It could have been us. It could have been someone else in the category. Whether we agreed or disagreed with him, it was a terrible thing. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Danny B. It's Chef Danny, by the way, and thank you very much, Danny, for that $50 support. Excuse me. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And he said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here, and welcome back, Enforcer. And anything else on Israel and Qatar. And also, I forgot that happened, by the way. I'll be honest with you, Danny. There's been so much happening between that and now. I forgot. That was crazy. That just happened days ago. But he said, and also, if the U.S. is involved in that between Israel and Qatar. And also, Enforcer Matt, I didn't get to see today's video, but I listened to it and I liked them. And LTLSA.
And thank you so much for the support, Danny B. And you actually are asking about something we didn't even touch on tonight, which is that the Israelis did strike Qatar. There's so much that's happened over the past few days that actually took like a side burner sort of a story to everything else. But we haven't been able to hear of a lot of updates. It's generally gone into political, well, not really political, but foreign policy developments at this point with the Qataris. But not really a lot's come out of it since then. But the Qatari, like, a lot of people have been joking on the Qataris, and I gotta say that the jokes are kind of a little funny, that the Qataris got bombed by the Iranians, and now they're getting bombed by the Israelis. So there literally is nobody that isn't taking a shot at the Qataris at this point in some way. And it's really kind of wild with that. So we'll have to see what comes out of it, but the Qataris aren't really pleased. But they're also staying quite reserved for what happened, at least in my opinion, because whether people wanted the terrorists to be taken out or not, technically they didn't technically. They quite literally violated Qatari sovereignty by conducting an armed attack inside of their country without their approval. And also on top of that, a lot of people have pointed this out as well, that the U.S. actually encouraged the Hamas leadership that was there to go and harbor themselves inside of Qatar as safe refuge. And then we got them bombed, and we bombed the Qataris who accepted that deal. So it really sort of a complicated and messy business going on with that, but nobody's really happy with that. Apparently the U.S. isn't happy with it. The Israelis weren't happy that the Hamas guys were there, and the Qataris aren't happy that they took on the Hamas guys to pretty much allow them safe harbor in that area, and then they got bombed for it. So, nasty situation all around. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least from what I know right now. And a big thanks to you once again for support, Danny B, and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Live, Laugh, Toaster Bath, who puts in a $31 donation, and thank you very much for that support, by the way. And they said, good evening, Enforcers, and massive shout out to Matt for keeping it going while Andrew has been house hunting, and also thank you for the kind words, by the way. I'm glad I was able to deliver. And they said, thoughts are with our American brothers and sisters on what I'm sure is a difficult day for many, and LLTLSA.
And thank you so much for the support, Live, Laugh, Toaster Bath. And I got to say that Matthew really did hold down the fort well. I mean, we've had some of the biggest videos we've had in months while I was gone. The news was huge. Matthew did an amazing job covering it, and it turned out incredibly well. Crazily enough, we were very close to doing a first ever where Matthew would actually run a stream entirely solo on his own. Didn't come to it. We actually he actually ended up doing a video premiere late at night, kind of like a stream, in a similar role. It was very popular, actually. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support. And I'd also have to say that my thoughts are with the nation as well. terrible time for folks, and I hope that a lot of people kind of follow along with what we were saying earlier on air, and we don't use this moment to further divide the country, but we understand that we're largely on the precipice at the moment on what's going on here, and that we all need to start understanding that other Americans are not the enemy of each other. We're all looking out for the nation's common interests. We just disagree, and we should all combine together and be strong as one nation, as a union of states against the enemies around the world like China and Russia, which continue to try and divide us even at this moment right now. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Cooper, who puts in a 30, and thank you very much, Cooper, for that $30 support, and we do appreciate that. And he said, welcome back.
Hey, and thank you so much for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you for the welcome back. I'm happy to be back. We love to be back, and it's a great thing. Of course, I got to say this, though. Enforcer Matt did an amazing job with the videos. I also listened to his video today. I was exhausted, and I was actually trying to get set up to being back in the house. But I actually listened to it, Matthew. I didn't tell you. And I was like, hey, that's a really good video. Like, you did, like really good analysis. It was lengthy, too. And I personally like lengthier videos, like y'all probably know. Because when I put out my shorter videos, they're, like, getting close to 30 minutes long, which isn't really short. That's kind of getting to, like, a full-length kind of a documentary. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And, of course, a big thanks for the welcome back. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to none other than, this is going to go to, I'm scrolling back up, by the way. This one goes to Alfred's mom, who puts in a 30. And thank you very much, Alfred's mom, for that $30 support as well. He said, welcome back, Enforcer Matt. Oh, and thank you for the way. Also, by the way, Andrew was the one that went on the trip. But I understand what you meant, though. He said, I hope the trip was fruitful.
And it was fruitful. I actually did find some decent contenders for new Enforcer HQ. One of them certainly was not it, though. It looked good on the pictures, and then when I went in, it smelled like wet dog, and it looked like the place had actually been lived in by a wet dog, so I bailed out of that one pretty quick. But beyond that, the rest of them were pretty decent, so I was like, hey, well, you know what? The Enforcer HQ 3.0, it's on the way, and it's going to be happening soon, whether people want it to or not. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well, and thank you so much for the welcome back. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Sparky 107, and thank you very much, Sparky, for that support. Excuse me, goodness, I don't know what's got me coughing, but Sparky said Russia is making it so NATO needs the defensive equipment and not to send it to Ukraine. Not a test, just a open your eyes, so no more equipment goes to Ukraine. I'll be honest with you, Sparky. I really don't buy that theory right there. I think Zelenskyy was the one who set that theory forward. I really don't see that. I'll be honest with you. But basically, to wrap up what Sparky said, Zelenskyy had made a statement that maybe Russia attacked Poland with drones. So that way, instead of allocating the air defense systems to Ukraine, they would instead allocate the air defense systems to Poland, which would rob Ukraine of proper air defense. I just don't see that because Ukraine already has a good air defense, and we're already sending more Patriot missile replenishments to Ukraine. So I'm not really sure what Ukraine would be robbed of, to be perfectly honest, but that's what Zelensky's saying. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I would be with Matthew on that one. I think it's a bit of a stretch because the air defenses aren't going to be diverted to Poland. Poland already has orders open that are being produced still for their own air defenses. So it's not really, and also a lot of those air defenses aren't even analogous to the ones that the Ukrainians are getting. The Polish have totally different air defense systems that they use. I don't even think the Polish use Patriots. They use a different version. So I don't really think that would stand up to scrutiny. But, you know, maybe, possibly, there's a chance. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 support from Big Daddy J, and thank you very much, good sir, as well. He said, Enforcer Matt, please stay vigilant in your safety with the wackadoos out there, and thank you for what you do. God bless the LSA, USA, Ukraine, Israel, and the Kirk family in these dark days. And also, Big Daddy J, we take our security very safe. Both me and the Enforcer are concealed weapons permit holders, and actually in Alabama, you don't even have to have a permit anymore. I think it's constitutional carry now. Yeah, so you don't even have to have it. Although I still have mine, and I paid for it for like, I think 7 years or something. So Basically, I should get a refund, honestly, but I'm not sure how that works. But yeah, we both conceal carry. We're well armed. We take our safety extremely seriously because we have had wackos threaten our lives before, years ago and still in the present. So, when you're in the public like we are, and even though we don't show our faces, we're still able to be found if people want to look close enough. We take that very seriously. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say we take our security very seriously, to the point that we probably go to a lot of people overboard. But to people who say that we go overboard, Charlie had security, and it was ample security, and it still wasn't enough. So I think the one of the lessons that could be learned from that, there's never such a thing as too much security. To be honest with y'all, for years, I found it really ballsy that he would go out and hang out in the tent, and argue with people or debate them with no bulletproof glass set up. And I always of course that sounds like a hindsight thing now, but I always thought about that. I was like, presidents, very important people, they always have bulletproof glass set up forward facing towards the crowd and kind of wrapped around them a little bit. I was like, that's a little interesting that he doesn't have that. And unfortunately he didn't yesterday, but those sorts of things, like security concerns like that, are very important in the modern day. You have to always make sure to look out for security. So we're always packing. It would be ill-advised not to. And I mean, we've gotten a load of death threats, loads of them. We still do. There's this one guy out there. Everyone knows him as the channel who will not be mentioned, who still sits there and tries to spurn people into trying to conduct some kind of an act of violence against us, and people in his live chat on his streams will openly say, oh, we ought to send them an explosive in the mail, stuff like that, or poison, or something along those lines, or, man, I would go up to them in person, I'd really put their lights, stuff like that. And it's like, I don't really know how in the world it's even allowed on YouTube, for one. It's been going on for years, and YouTube still will not deal with it. And two, also, it's like, that's just absolutely crazy stuff that even at the size that we're at, we have a decent gang of crazy people who have also shown that they have a great deal of aptitude to actually try and follow through. They tried to get us swatted by the police at law school when we were there. Some of them actually posed as fake pizza delivery people to try and get into our house a couple of times. Like, there's been a load of stuff that those people have done. But I don't think they know that we know what they're doing, usually 99% of the time, and we're usually a step ahead. So with that, I hope that does address that the best that I can. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I can promise you, we take security insanely seriously. Also, by the way, to the point, that if anyone mails us anything and it wasn't told to us by that person they were mailing us stuff in advance, like, just to be honest with y'all, most of that stuff gets thrown away. We don't even keep it around because we don't know what's in it or who sent it or why or what would happen if we opened it. So most of that stuff gets thrown away unopened. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, real quick, not to harp on this topic too much, but I saw BC Skyman say, Matt, why doesn't the security fly a drone to check all the roofs in the area? I'll be honest with you, BC. I heard that that Kirk had his own security team. I'm not aware if they flew a drone around before he started speaking to check the rooftops, but it would seem to be prudent, since drones are easily available now, that you could simply do a flyover, especially considering the fact that political violence is becoming common. It seems like with that guy having such a controversial viewpoint on things, that they would have done that, but I'm not really sure if they did or not. If I was in charge of the guy's security, I would have been flying drones around actively while he was speaking, to make sure that nobody had climbed up on a rooftop or was already stationed there before he started speaking. But I'm not sure if they even did that, to be perfectly honest with you. But anyways, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to WS, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, WS, as well. They said, in regards to air defense to combat Russian drones, is the Rheinmetall Sky Ranger and Skynet 30mm and most cost-effective and efficient way to shoot down these drones at the moment, and LLT LSA for the Coffee, Pizza, and Moving Fund.
Hey, and I thank you so much for the support for the Coffee, Pizza, and Moving Fund. And it kind of is, but it really isn't. The Skynet system is actually very advanced and incredibly expensive to field and operate. But as far as Western gun-based air defense system, it really is the only one out there on the market right now, save for a few others. But the cheapest way to do it is the way the Ukrainians do it, which is to just take gun-based technicals, figure out where the drones are coming, drive the technicals pretty much into their flight path, and then just gun them down. That's technically the cheapest way to do it. So if the Germans or the Poles or anyone wanted to do that, you could technically organize territorial defense forces to do that like the Ukrainians did to great effect. But that is the cheapest way to do it, and that's also the least resource intensive as well, which makes it the most efficient, because that means that you don't have to go through a whole weapons development and procurement process that could take years or a decade to be able to create that. It's quite literally buy commercially available trucks, weld onto the back of them a machine gun mount a machine gun onto it, have another truck that mounts a spout light, and send them out as a crew. And you can make unlimited mounts of those as long as you have the manpower to be able to do it. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Howard Mendelson, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you, Howard, as well. He said, now NATO needs Ukraine.
You know, it's actually crazy, Howard, because it's true. We actually do need Ukraine for their drone expertise and knowledge. And it sounds like the Ukrainians are more than happy to help, and it's great to know that they return the appreciation. Well, actually, that in a sense, they are pretty much helping us out, and we've been helping them out for years, and they're actually willing to help us out with developing drone offensive and defensive capabilities. That's very kind of them as a nation, and I think that a lot of people ought to take note of that and greatly appreciate them for that kind of a friendly offer. And so with that, I do thank you for the support and hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Praptor, who puts in a 20. And he said, countries at war cannot join NATO if NATO isn't in a conflict, but can Ukraine join NATO if NATO is in a conflict, if that makes sense?
That's a great question, actually, Praptor. And the answer is technically no, I believe. Let me check the NATO charter, though, because whenever we have a question like that, it's always best to go to the source charter and just read it for what it is, and then we can find that out. So, let's see, the parties contribute, effectively achieve, the parties agree that an armed attack, Article 6. Also, by the way, Article 5 and Article 6 are practically the same thing. Article 6 just lays out what is worthy of an Article 5 invocation, just to make that clear to folks. So when they talk about invoking Article 5, technically it's an invocation of Article 6 and Article 5 simultaneously, as they're pretty much duly joined articles inside of the Charter. But moving on from that, let's see. Let's see, the party, none of the let's see, the parties hereby establish a council, invite any other European state in a position to further the principles. Any state so invited may become a party of the treaty by depositing its instrument of accession with the government of the United States. The government of the United States will inform each of the other members. Let's see, which will notify the treaty shall United States. So, interestingly enough, it doesn't actually say anything in Article 10 about you not having to be in a war. Let me check the other articles. Huh, so interesting. It doesn't actually mention that, Matthew.
Oh, and give me like the one sentence rundown. Like what was the main point again?
Can Ukraine join NATO while NATO's at war? Since Ukraine is at war, and technically they can't join NATO since they are involved in an armed conflict.
You know, that might be something right there that might have been over the pay grade of the people that wrote these articles right here, because that would have been thinking really far ahead to like really write that in detail. I think honestly the answer, Praptor, might be they really didn't think about that, and it's probably not written in the articles. It's probably something that would have to be voted on by the members, and they would either have to approve it outside of the articles or something, because if the articles don't address that, which I don't think they really do, then I guess they could just have a vote on it, and they could just decide externally, like with the vote.
I'll be honest with you, I think that's a loophole. I think technically if NATO's in war, they can just bring in anyone that they want. So, like, I think that that's the actual answer. So I think the answer, at least from what I can see here, given a quick little glance at the charter, would be yes, we actually could bring them in. So I do thank you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And also, great question, by the way. That was actually a really good one. And with that, we are on to the next one.
You know, they were probably thinking when they wrote the articles, well, why the hell would we be bringing somebody into NATO while we were at war? Who would want to join NATO if they were at war? That's probably what they were thinking when they wrote it. But it's like, hell, I mean, Ukraine would probably love to join NATO if NATO was at war at that point. I don't know why NATO wouldn't let them in. It's like, hell, I mean, at that point, Ukraine is fighting at the front of the entire war with NATO at that point. So I would say let him in. But anyways, jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Paul Liam, who puts in a 20. And Paul said, it's time to get out the old M42 Duster for drone defense.
Man, the Duster, that would be sick. Let me show you all this thing, by the way. This is the Duster.
Oh man, that right there is the Duster. It looks like almost like a Sherman.
I think it's actually built off of an M24 Chaffee. Let me check. Yeah.
Chassis?
Oh, well, actually, it's built off of the Walker Bulldog. So this is the actual chassis or the hull that it's built off of. But they replaced the turret with I think it's a 40 millimeter dual Bofors autocannon.
Interesting. Yeah, I like that. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, these things are actually pretty sick. They had another version of this, slightly different in a way, but I forgot what the thing's named. And I wouldn't. Oh, it's the M19. This one. This is the one that actually was built off of the Chaffee. The other one's built off the M41 Walker Bulldog. But technically kind of the same thing with pretty much the same turret. It's just that the hull's different and also the turret placement is a little different. But honestly, this thing probably would absolutely shred drones. It's actually well suited to that. You know, I wonder, folks, is drone warfare going to bring back the return of self-propelled anti-aircraft guns? I think it actually is. And I think that something like this actually be well suited in the modern day, to be entirely honest with y'all. But a big thanks to you.
I think seriously speaking, though, for drone defense, the first thing that pops into my mind when I think of an effective drone defense, I immediately think laser technology. That's immediately what I think, but I'm really not sure how far advanced laser technology is to be effective at shooting down drones, because it seems like it's still in the late developmental stage. Like it's really not ready for the field deployment yet. But if they had that, though, like they had a very high frequency laser that could shoot down multiple drones very quickly at once, that would seem to be the best cost effective way to do it. But I just don't know how far along that technology truly is, but that would seem to be the best way to do it.
I would agree, but in the meantime, though, they're going to have a stopgap, and that stopgap's probably going to be around for decades still after that. So I think we might actually see the return of self-propelled anti-aircraft guns like the Gepard, the PVADs, those sorts of systems in the meantime that are just brought back out of the mothballing and back in the service while we're waiting for that new technology. That might be the case, but still, it's very interesting stuff. But a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to OK State 42, who puts in a 20, and they said, love your show, and thank God you're back. Was having withdrawals, body shakes, seizures, and a whole 9, LOL. And also, I think they're joking, hopefully. But they said the Air Force has been using laser-guided rockets in the Mideast on F-16 and recently certified use on the F-15E and the F-15EX, 30,000 each.
I got to thank you for the support, and that's very interesting to hear. And I got to say, I hate that you're going through that bad of withdrawals. The Enforcer channel is good for your health as long as you keep watching. I'm just playing. But still, a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Espen Turgenhagen, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Espen, as well, for that generous support. I do not see a comment attached, but thank you very much, good sir, once again, for helping to keep the channel running. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you for the support, Espen Turgenhausen. I got to say, a big thanks to you once again. You didn't throw in a comment, but we are still massively appreciative. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Terry Haggard, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Terry, as well. They said the EU refuses to honor 100% tariff secondary sanctions, and the EU still buys oil and gas from Russia and will until 2027.
And I thank you so much for the support, Terry Haggard. And I'd have to say, that's interesting to hear, and we'll have to see how that turns out here in the future. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, for all the people mentioning Nepal, by the way, because if y'all aren't aware, because we haven't covered this in our videos or our streams yet, because there's a ton of other stuff going on, but Nepal is currently in pure chaos. I believe the young people are rebelling against the government from based on what I can gather, and it's very, very violent. It looks like they're tear gassing the crowds. There's massive crowds of young people that are very upset. I think they're accusing the government of corruption. I think that's what they're doing. But yeah, Nepal is in chaos. Like it's just absolutely anarchy right now inside of Nepal. So I'm not really sure how that situation is going to go. If it gets more serious, we might end up covering it. But for right now, though, we haven't really made the space for it because there's so much other stuff major going on. And also Venezuela is still popping off, by the way, folks. We hadn't even covered that tonight. That's still a thing too. So we're having to sort of like pick and choose at this point what we're covering because it's so much going on.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing. They burned down the entire parliament building in Nepal, and also one of the things that also made them angry is that the Nepalese government was actually trying to ban the internet as well, along with all the other alleged corruption stuff. So they just overthrew the government apparently, and now there's kind of a state of anarchy that exists in Nepal at the moment as a result of that. So apparently, I mean, like trying to ban the internet is not the move. Like apparently that's not the move in Nepal. So for the next government that comes in, whoever that is, don't try and ban the internet. Apparently that's where people draw the last straw down there in Nepal for some reason. But anyways, with that, I hope that has addressed it well. You know, like other people in the West are like, dang folks, it'd be great if the internet didn't exist. Meanwhile in Nepal, you wanna ban the internet? Like, and then they start like burning down the government buildings and stuff.
But, you know, usually when a government tries to ban the internet, though, that's usually because maybe they don't want to be called out on something. That's usually the way I take it. So I see people saying that the corruption idea is generally what it's about. Maybe it's because they wanted to ban the internet because the government might be corrupt, and I don't know enough about it to really say that for a fact on my own opinion. But maybe it's because they're so corrupt they want to ban the internet so that way they can't, you know, speak out against the government. I don't know, but whatever the case is, the Nepalese are highly agitated right now. I think I saw one of the government officials being stoned, being run down the street and being
Damn.
stoned almost to death, and he jumped off of like some thing into like some weeds or something, and was trying to run away from this mob that was coming after him. It's just crazy scenes coming out of there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really crazy. Honestly, I haven't really seen a lot about it, folks. I was on a plane for most of the day today, so I didn't really get to see a lot of it yesterday or today. But that is crazy. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat here is going to go to Bobo Vasquez, and he puts in a 20, and thank you very much, Bobo, for that support. He said, to assassinate someone because of their speech is pretty freaking sick. And yeah, it's very bad, by the way. He said, since Charlie was a target, anybody from any political spectrum can be a target. Is that logical? And no, it's not at all.
No, it's not at all. But that's what it is. And that's what these stupid people out there don't get, like the little fringe groups that cheer the stuff on. It's like if you're cheering this on, you could be next. Like that's why I don't think people get anymore. It's just like the ball doesn't bounce around and not come back to you eventually. If you sit there, if you're one of those people who say, "Oh, he deserved it. He got what was coming to him." You could be next, and then there's going to be no one who will have sympathy for you. There will be no one. They'll all say, "Oh, he had to come to him." It's like that is a sick kind of world to live in. That's not the United States of America, and that isn't going to be the United States of America. I mean, I've seen plenty of people here in the chat tonight who have said that this is not what we are and not who we will be. And I would have to definitely agree with it. It's a sick, heinous thing that was done. It was terrible. Whoever did this has to be found. They have to be punished to the most extreme extent to generally set an example. It's a horrendous thing, and I would definitely agree with you on that. There is no way that this could be justifiable. And on top of that, like this is something I think some people don't get. If you say something like, and some people say, well, he said, like, I've seen some people in the chat say, well, he said things that I didn't really like. He said some things that were hateful. But here's the thing, folks. You, like, even if you say that, that does not give you a right to go shoot someone. Like if you say something hateful, yeah, it might be nasty, it might be crude, but you have a right to say it. Like that doesn't give someone the laissez-faire to go, okay, I'm going to go blast this guy now. That's not how that works. Like, you know, like there are a lot of people on all sides who say nasty, heinous things. There's people who are on the far left who are practically communists who say that we ought to execute everyone in the top 1%. There's people on the far right who say that we ought to go around and execute, minorities and stuff. There's crazy people all over there. That doesn't mean that you sit there and go, oh, okay, these people are saying heinous stuff, so that gives me a blank check to conduct acts of violence on them. No, I mean, they're absolutely nuts, like on all ends, but that doesn't give people a right to go around and conduct acts of violence against them. They have a right to be lunatics like that and say that goofy kind of stuff. But the honest truth is that for the best of society, what society ought to do to those folks is just ostracize them, not cancel them or anything, just leave them alone. Be like, we're not engaging in that. That's absolutely stupid and crazy. And because people are social creatures, the isolation or the ostracization, if I can say that correctly, will eventually lead them to either just kind of like be in their own bubble as lunatics, most likely they're in surveillance of the FBI on all ends, or they'll eventually come back around to being normal, well-rounded people because they don't like to be isolated. That's really the truth of it.
Or they go into isolation and they get their phone out and they stay on social media and they get even further radicalized and then they get even crazier.
Yeah, but then that's hopefully where the FBI would come in and keep an eye on them, like they're kind of supposed to some extent, at least with crazy groups like that, like that group that FBI informant was in. You know, the base, I think it was called.
Yeah.
Yeah, like groups.
You know,
like
I think
that.
one of those guys actually, ended up in Russia, believe it or not. I can't remember which one it was that was over there, but I think one of them ended up in Russia, and I think he had something to do with some recent thing that Russia was doing to Ukraine at some point.
Yeah. Honestly, man, a lot of those people are just whacks. But also another thing that people got to understand: there's always going to be whacks. I mean, you know, think about it. How many presidents have been assassinated in this nation's history? Quite many. Let's see, JFK, McKinley, Lincoln, just to name a few. I think there was about 6 of them were assassinated. I think Benjamin Harrison was assassinated. Quite many of them. I mean, not bad eggs are out there. Like, and the president generally is, as far as like the social categories go in the country, the worst guy that you could do something like that to. Literally the worst, because it's going to absolutely wreck the whole country if something like that happened. But there's always bad eggs like that, always will be. But we shouldn't let that sit there and stain the nation and then start to completely change who we are or how we behave with each other and start to treat our common countrymen as natural born enemies. That's not at all the answer to this. We should all take these moments to understand that we all ought to come together and be united against these kinds of crazy people and show the world and the nation that sort of a thing will not be accepted in this country by anyone whatsoever, anywhere, no matter what political or religious or any sort of affiliation they may have. But anyways,
I personally don't think the fringe ought to be isolated. I think that's actually what's leading to the problem. Is these fringe people, which are generally considered lunatics, are getting isolated, because the further they get isolated, the more it reinforces those wild ideas that are in their head. And some of these people genuinely need like psychological like help. Like they need to see a psychiatrist, like seriously speaking, because some people actually have legitimate mental issues that they need medical help because of it. But the problem is we also have a lack of mental resources in this country right now. We need to improve that again. And for the people that are not willing to be rehabilitated, I'll be honest with you folks, this may be controversial to some. They need to go to a nut house or something, because they can't be roaming our streets freely if they're not willing to be rehabilitated and they're lunatics and they're a danger to themselves and society. Jail's not the place for them, because if they have a legitimate mental condition, throwing them in jail would be cruel, in my personal opinion. So there needs to be somewhere to take them where they can be sort of like compulsory rehabilitated, in my opinion, by the state in some way or another. Because why should everyday people that are simply trying to live their life, make a living, pay taxes, why should they be subjected to someone who's not willing to be rehabilitated? But yet that same person that's not willing to be rehabilitated wants to inflict that insanity on everyday people just trying to live their lives, that are trying to raise families and things like that. Why should we have to be inflicted with that? Like, I don't understand that.
I would agree with that. I would, to be honest with you, we actually talked about this on the channel before, and I've said this as well. Asylums in this country need to be reopened. And I know some people will say, well, I mean, it's not the greatest thing. You know, some asylums can mistreat the people in there. But I'll have to say, in between the two evils, them being in an asylum away from society and not causing anyone a public danger, you know, just normal people going about their day, and them being mistreated is far worse than the alternative, which is what a lot of these crazy people are doing right now, which is where they roam around the public. People are scared to get out in public places. They're shooting and killing people. This sort of thing. We're letting these nuts run society at this point. Like, from all ends, this isn't a political thing, folks, because there are nutty people on the right and the left. We see them every day running this channel, and we've had to deal with them for years. I think a lot of those people really do need some serious mental health, or they need to be put into an asylum long term and just be out of sight and out of mind to the rest of the public and not terrorizing them is the honest truth.
Well, the goal would be to rehabilitate them, like hopefully, like that would be the end goal. But at the end of the day, though, if the person is not willing to be rehabilitated, it's not right to let them loose on society where they can go harm somebody. Because if they're a danger to other people, they're also a danger to themselves too. So a society can't function with people in it that are trying to hurt other people. Like that's why we have jails. If people are criminal minded and they want to go commit crimes, well, you're going to go to jail. And the point of jail is to get these people off the streets. That way they can't hurt other people. That's the whole point.
Yeah, that's what I would say. And also another thing that I would add on to that is that if they can't be rehabilitated, which some of them can't be, it's just best to keep them there. Like generally, at least in my opinion, rehabilitation would be great, but if it just turns into something where they're out of sight and out of mind and not harming the public, then that's not the greatest outcome, but that's fine too. I mean, it's better than having them roaming around, doing crazy stuff. Like, what was it? I forgot her name. Ilenia, the Ukrainian refugee who was
The one that got stabbed in the
yeah,
neck.
the one that got stabbed in the neck by the guy who was schizophrenic. And they say, oh, well, he was schizophrenic. It's like, well, that might be so, but it's like he shouldn't be out in the public around these people to cause them an imminent danger of death, just because he's insane. It's like I get that people have to live with that sort of thing, but if people are that dangerous, they should not be out in public. Like it's not something to do with people of certain political leanings or ideologies. These people are extremely unwell mentally. That has nothing to do with politics. These people just should not be around the general public. They are a weapon as an individual without anything else, a knife, a gun, or anything. These people are weapons. They're dangerous and they're mentally unstable.
And also another thing that people don't understand, I see some people saying, "Well, you can't do that." Well, do y'all know how it works right now, though? Like right now, like for example, if there's somebody that's like having a mental crisis, like let's say on the side of the street or something, and they're posing a danger to themselves, let's say they're like threatening to harm themselves or something like that, or they're threatening to harm other people, and they clearly are in mental distress. The police will generally take that person to the hospital and they'll have them commit that individual. They'll go to the psych ward and they'll commit them. And they'll keep them there for a certain period of time until it's deemed safe to let them out. But the problem is, though, I don't think the hospitals can keep these individuals in there indefinitely. It's not set up for that. So I believe they let them out, according to what I've heard. They let them back out on the street. They get back out into society, and they're not rehabilitated. They haven't been in there long enough, and then they end up, back in trouble again. So people are saying maybe it'd be wise to open up like a long-term rehabilitation facility for these individuals to receive long-term mental assistance. So that way they're not ending up back on the street within, like, for example, a few days or something.
Yeah, that's what I would say. And also on top of that, some people go, well, insanity, like this is something that I find a little bit crazy about how the justice system is working these days. Insanity used to be, okay, now you go to an asylum for like 20 years, and an asylum generally is sometimes worse than prison. But nowadays, it's like, oh, the guy's insane. Like, this is how it kind of works everywhere in the judicial system. Oh, the guy's insane. Okay, he gets off, like, pretty much scot-free. It's like, what? It's like, no, and it's like, no, that should not be the case. Like, the guy shouldn't go to prison because he's insane, but at the same time, he shouldn't just be released back out into the public like that. And also some people say, oh, like I see some people trying to politicize it. No, that's something that happens in Alabama as well. Like if someone's crazy, they just go, oh, well, he's just crazy. And then they let him back out. Like it happens everywhere because the judicial system used to, at least back in the day, but okay, well, you're crazy, you go to an asylum. And there was enough asylums to keep people like that in there for a while and to keep them away from the public and not let them be a public nuisance or a danger. Nowadays, there really isn't an option to do that. So it's almost like catch and release. It's almost like, oh, this guy's crazy. Well, I'll let him back out. And then he gets back out there and he continues to be crazy and he continues to be a danger to people. It's like, that's just not the way it should work. These people have to go. Like they have to go somewhere where they're not going to be hurting the public. Like, don't y'all remember back in the day when public parks, you could actually wander through them? I wasn't even alive during that time, but at a time, public parks actually were usable in most places because the homeless that were mentally deranged weren't just hanging out there, doing whatever the hell they do, making you scared to go in there because you're scared they're going to try and attack you or accost you or rob you or stab you or kill you or something. They used to be a thing. I'll be honest with y'all, I feel like most of the problems that we think are happening in this country generally aren't even problems. And if you just took the extremely mentally ill people who are a danger to society and put them in an asylum long term, things would become a lot better for a lot of people around this country. That's what I would say. That's my 2 cents on it. But anyways, folks, we are starting to run significantly over time, and we have a gazillion super chats to get to, so we're going to have to start speeding this thing up a little bit. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Silent Metal, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Silent Metal, for that support, by the way. They said, do you think NATO's credibility is tested more by whether it can defend Poland or by whether it's willing to escalate beyond Poland if the conflict spreads? And would NATO collapse under the weight of possible nuclear escalation and global opportunism?
I would generally say that NATO will live and die on what we do in Poland right now. That's what I'll say. If we do nothing, it shows NATO is practically pointless and every man's for himself in the alliance, which is not a good thing. So I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, real quick, like 10-second disclaimer real quick. When I say asylums, folks, like I'm not referring to like those horror houses that you're thinking about. I'm referring to like a properly funded medical facility for these individuals that are like mentally ill. I do not advocate punishing people that are mentally off. I don't advocate for that whatsoever. I think that we should use the tax dollars to try to actually assist these people and not to punish them. It's like the point of an asylum is not to punish, is to try to rehabilitate. So I just want to make that clear. I think that's what the enforcement was referring to as well.
Yes, but also what I was saying, like, for some people, like, obviously you're not wanting to punish these people. They're mentally unwell. They really can't help that. That's just what they are. But at the same time, if there is really no way to rehabilitate them and they just end up staying in the asylum, but like not punishing them or anything, at least they're still out of the way of the public to where they're not going to hurt anyone, or hopefully themselves at that point. That's what I was trying to get to. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to none other than Arar983, who puts in a 20, and thank you very much, Arar, as well. They said, eventful week, and I'm glad y'all are back on the live stream in LSA.
Hey, and LSA, and thank you so much for enjoying us being back, and it's been a crazy week for worse and for worse, to be entirely honest, but a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Sean Laws, and Sean puts in a 20. He said, can you briefly touch on the Newport Alpha investment that the U.S. has made?
Unfortunately, I don't really think I would be able to, Sean Laws, because I would have to declare ignorance on that. I haven't heard about that lately. Oh, do you know about it?
You hadn't heard about it? Yeah, it's a startup shipyard, actually. It's a next gen shipyard which is focused on basically allowing a port for autonomous vessels, basically. And it's I don't know a whole bunch about it, but it's something being built for unmanned service vessels for the Navy, and it's pretty cool looking from what I've heard.
I have to look into it a little bit more because unfortunately I haven't heard about it recently, and if I have, I think sleep deprivation is getting to me right now because I only had a 2-hour nap before this, so I've been up for 36 hours, only had a 2-hour nap, and then I immediately started working on this. So if I do know about it, I might just be forgetting about it right now. But a big thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Gladiator, who puts in a 17. And Gladiator said, given that the Polish Air Force needed to use AIM-9s to shoot down cheap drones, wouldn't it be better to go for the source and use heavy ordnance? And if so, what might be used and where?
If we were to go from the source where the drones were launched, we would most likely use some form of a laser-guided JDAM, and really, at that point, the sky's the limit. You could drop a 2,000-pounder on them like the Israelis do, or a 1,000-pounder, or a 500-pounder, whatever suits your fancy if you want to use an F-35. But I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. But I would generally advise against that because that might create, well, if the Russians weren't trying to create a world war and they were just trying to conduct an escalatory ladder sort of thing, then we are kicking off a world war unnecessarily. I think we should try and make sure that our response is strong and aggressive, but also measured to not kick it off unnecessarily. But a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang, who puts in a 15. And he said, live chat question, please. And thank you very much, AMX10, for that support. It's good to see you once again. And we will grab a live chat question. And this one is going to go to David Tablet. He said, was there any damage from the drone strike against Poland?
There really wasn't, from what I could tell. I didn't hear of any.
There was.
Oh, there was?
Yes, there was a house that got struck outside the Polish city of Lublin that got pretty jacked up. The roof got blown off of it. The side of the wall got blown out with bricks. It was pretty jacked up. So that got hit. But outside of that, though, I really didn't see any other structure damage anywhere.
So I stand corrected. There actually was some damage, but it doesn't sound like there was any major damage. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to a Magic who puts in a 10. And they said it's been a hell of a week in the United States and all over the world. And rip to everyone who was taken out too early from us. But if Ivan still wants a fight, I think everyone's still ready to give him one.
And I would agree. I think if Russia wants a war, we'll definitely give them one, and then some. And also on top of that, I'd have to say it has been a very unfortunate week for sure. But a big thanks to you once again for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Garrett Dudley, who puts in a 10. He said, I'm confused as to what Russia's endgame with Poland even is here, and what makes them think they can take on NATO when they've struggled with Ukraine, and why not start with Lithuania and Latvia first, and why are they targeting Poland?
They're generally targeting Poland because Poland is home, along with Lithuania, to Suwalki Gap, which is a wink pin, a linchpin of a sense for NATO. So if Russia took that, it could be crippling to the Baltics. So that's generally why they're not trying to provoke the Baltics, at least with this, and they're provoking the Poles, is because if they're going to conduct a military action, it's 9 out of 10 times guaranteed going to be in the Suwalki Gap. So with that, I do thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to the B93 who puts in a 10. And he said, we all pass one day, and our words and works are immortalized and recorded to inspire future generations. And I ask a public question to you guys and all people watching, and what quote would you like to be known for?
That's
deep. That's deep
really
right there.
actually. Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to answer that, honestly, B93 off the top of my head. I wouldn't know. I don't even know what we've said that would be quotable. Like, we've said so much stuff over the course of the show, and I always see people out there saying, how the hell, because you'll always hear, like, these famous quotes from, like, Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, so on. They're like, do these people just sit around all day making quotes? No, they're just talking, and they'll just say something that sounds original. And because everyone says so much stuff, especially, people like us, you can turn anything into a quote. And so I personally wouldn't even know what we would have said that would have been the number one most quotable thing that we would be remembered by. I actually would not know that. And generally, that's always left to the annals of history is what you'll be known for. And history is sometimes unjudging and kind of cruel to an extent. History can judge you completely different than what your personal character was. And it could take 100 years after you died for that to be changed and for people to think that you're actually a decent person. So I don't know. But so I'd have to declare ignorance on that. But I do thank you massively for the support, the B93, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ethan, the Japanese-American Sylvion, and he puts in a 10. He said, what would NATO do without USA on their side?
They would still be NATO, and they would do pretty well. I mean, they have a lot of domestic arms production as it is already, and they've been rapidly militarizing in Europe. So it pretty much would be the same. It's just that they're losing about half of their military power in terms of manpower and equipment if the United States left. So it's NATO, but only half of NATO at that point. Not the greatest position to be in, but still manageable. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, Miss Tisa said, when you run for office, it'll all come out in Enforcer.
Yeah.
These days, like when you run for office, skeletons come out the closet. All the good stuff, bad stuff, horrific stuff, everything in between comes out these days. So, yeah, if you run for office, you're going to have a sweet time. But anyways, this one, and also I wasn't referring to the Enforcer specifically there. It sounded like I meant something bad about the Enforcer right there. I'm referring in general, by the way.
But I mean, we've said, you and me, we both said such goofy stuff. We've done voices, said hot takes. It would all be whipped out if either one of us ran for office. But I mean, the truth is, folks, is like, what am I going to say? I'm sorry? No, like, it's like that, like, hell, we're running a show 3.5 hours every day. People say stuff all the time. It's like, I would stand by anything I'd say. Like, they'd be like, did you mean that? Hell yeah. I'm in it then, I'm in it now. Like, whenever we make a statement on air, it's well measured. Like, we never just fly off the handle with anything. Like, it's always something that's been thought about and kind of measured to an extent. It's like, okay, that'd be fine to do. And it's like, if people...
How dare you sell out the United States for foreign countries like Ukraine? How dare you send our money over to foreign countries, you bad man, you.
Yeah, and then there'd be stupid stuff like that, and like for example, like Zelenskyy played a piano with his wiener. Like, it's like, so what? It's like honestly, that's Zelensky's reaction to it. It's like, so what? It's like he was a comedian. It was his job to
Do
make
it
people
again.
laugh. Huh?
And I'll do it again.
And I'll take the chance to do it again. And it's like he was a comedian. It was his job to make people laugh. He sure as hell made people laugh then. You can actually hear it while he was doing it. The crowd was busting out laughing. It's like that was his job. It was like honestly like kind of weird in my opinion, but to a lot of people it was extremely funny, and that's what his job was. He was a comedian.
Oh man, I'll tell you what. He said, "I'm going to play the piano with my wiener, and then I'm going to put my name on the ballot." I said, "Vote that man in." I'll tell you what.
They said, "Get that man in there," and also on top of that,
Give
it's
that
like
man a job.
it's like as far as what other people have done, it's like as far as like the skeletons in our closet that I could personally think of, like we have like very little to none compared to what a lot of other people would have. Like did we ever go out like and like party hard? No. Like we never did that. Did we ever do anything like crazy? No, not really. Like there's not really a lot that you could say about honestly, we're kind of a little mundane when I think about it as far as our normal life goes. We don't really do much anything rather than work. And so most of
Yeah.
the stuff that they would have to pull against us would be from here. And at that point it's like, well, I said it on air. I agree with everything I said. And on top of that, we're news reporters, but we also try and keep it light. So if a joke's goofy or cringe, comedy is subjective. Oh, well.
You know what's interesting is the guy that played the piano, well, with whatever, the guy that played the piano with the what was the term you were using a minute
With
ago?
my wiener.
Yeah, the guy that was playing the piano with his wiener turned out to be one of the most brave, bold wartime leaders the world has probably ever seen. That's what's crazy about it. If you'd have looked at a lineup of candidates before this war started and showed Zelenskyy in the middle of it, you might have ended up saying, "Oh, this other guy over here, the more like staturous guy, would have been a better wartime leader than him because he has the look, he has the suit, he's got this, that, and another, and stuff like that." But the guy that played the piano with his wiener turned out to be one of the most iconic wartime leaders of all time. You can't judge a book by their cover,
Also-
like you really can't.
Also, Lord Cox said, did he really play the piano with his wiener? Yeah, he did. Like, he actually did. You could pull it up. Like, it's a real clip. He actually did it. It was, like, me personally, like, sometimes I don't really get, like, mainland European comedy. I get British dry humor. I think it's really funny. But sometimes I don't really get mainland or Eastern European humor sometimes. But to them, it was like, absolutely hilarious. Like, they were dying laughing. To me, it was a little weird. But comedy is subjective. Not everyone's going to like it. I wasn't really a personal big fan of that sort of a deal. But I mean, hell, he was a comedian. He's got to make a living. His audience is Ukrainian and Russian back then. So, he got a laugh. He made a buck. That's what he did. That was his job. Like,
That was pretty far out there. I'm not gonna lie though. Like the whole piano wiener thing. I'm not really sure. Like that's definitely not the type of humor I'm familiar with, to be honest with you. But to each his own.
He said, "I'm about to play this wonderful piano song." Oh, that's great, Zelenskyy. What is it? Let's see. Call it spam because I'm be pulling out that hog.
But how's that work? Once you're in like the writer's room for like comedy or something like that, and they're like, "Okay, toss some ideas around," and they're like, play the piano with your wiener." Damn, you genius! You're so genius. It's like, yeah, I'm doing it right now.
I'm not going to lie. That goes hard, like figuratively. Like, but
You get a raise today, sir. You genius, you.
Oh man, but still, you got to laugh out of him. So that was his job. Like, can you judge him for it? I mean, sure, but that's kind of goofy because he was a comedian. Comedians do goofy stuff all the time because they're trying to get laughs out of people. So, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Jack Ragnarsson, who puts in a 10. He said, "I hope you enjoyed your trip out to Utah, and I'm glad you're both back on the air. And my gut still says that Russia will attack on September 17th, the anniversary of the Soviet invasion of Poland in 1939.
We'll have to see. Very rarely do countries ever conduct major actions on specific major days like that. Usually they just make a random day into a big day. But maybe they will. That would be wild if they did, and I would say that the Russians have lost all sense and reason at that point, because it's not like any logistical timetable is waiting for that day. It's quite literally just the significance of it, and that's something that generally terrorists do. Like, terrorists are generally unintelligent enough that they think like that. If the Russians were really thinking like that and they did that on the 17th, I have no respect for them now, and I would lose all respect I don't already have for them anyways if they did something like that. That would just be asinine and goofy, but it's possible. I mean, it's not out there at the moment. It's actually a possibility. But a big thanks to you once again for support, Jack. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to a Magic once again, who puts in a 10, and they said the Russians seem to have gotten more aggressive, just like the Japanese during World War II when the fuel ran out. And I'm wondering if that is the reason for the recent aggression, and long live the West.
And long live the West indeed. And a Magic, that actually might be the case. And that's what I'm actually thinking, is that as they're starting to see a worsening economic and fuel situation developing, they're going to get a lot more aggressive and lash out even farther. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, by the way, folks, it is 12:46 at night, and we are on Super Chat number 50 out of 92. So we still have about 40 something to go, which is quite a lot of Super Chats for this time of night. So unfortunately, folks, I'm going to have to start speeding up my responses. I'm not going to be going turbo mode. I'm honestly a little too tired for that tonight. I don't think I can mentally think that fast, but we are going to have to start picking up our pace a little bit. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to CG, who puts in a 10. And CG said, what better time and way for Russia and China to collect signals intelligence?
Honestly, that's a pretty good point, CG. And I got to thank you for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Pamela99, who said, in honor of my mother, Pamela, who passed 3 days ago, and also my condolences to you, by the way, I'm sorry to hear that. They said before her illness took her, I was able to turn her onto this channel, and she was able to catch 4 full streams before the end. And rest in peace, and thanks, Enforcers.
Oh, I hate to hear that, Pamela. 99. I'm very sorry about that, and I hate to hear about your loss. That has to be pretty. I'm sure that's pretty hard, and I hate to hear about that. But I do have to say that's very nice to hear that she actually did enjoy the channel, at least in her final days, and I hope that we were able to help her pass the time and make things a little bit more interesting, at least for those last few days with what was going on around the world. But a big thanks to you for the support, and I got to say, once again, very big condolences to your loss. I know that it has to be tough. It's tough on everyone, always, but over time, usually it becomes something more of a sentimental memory, a bittersweet sort of thing. It's unfortunate they were gone, but great to have had them around and make the memories that you have with them in the first place. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Elphany, who puts in a 10. They said, I do not fear a mutual destruction nuclear war, but what are your thoughts on the risk of an EMP attack over American soil, and how would it affect the fighting capabilities?
Interestingly enough, there really isn't any large electromagnetic pulse devices rather than a thermonuclear weapon these days. So if that was to happen, we would be under a nuclear attack. So generally factoring that in, it would be in the midst of a nuclear attack on the United States. As far as our fighting abilities would go, logistically we would be completely destroyed. Whoever nuked us, though, to create that EMP effect, they would also be destroyed as well. So pretty much everyone would be fighting in the ashes at that point. So we'd probably be on an even footing with whoever we were at war at still at that point. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Baba Yaga, who puts in a 10. And Baba Yaga said, I served with the 2nd Cav Regiment in Iraq and Afghanistan, and I'm proud to see them staying vigilant with our allies in Europe and always ready in LSA.
And always ready, and I love to see the 2nd Cav in Europe. Really cool unit with a great history, and also on top of that, they're a Striker Cav Regiment, which is incredibly cool. So I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and really cool to hear that you're actually with the 2nd Cav in Iraq and Afghanistan. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from James Hughes. And James said, will Turkey open the Black Sea to NATO military ships?
They possibly can in wartime, but it's entirely up to the Turks' discretion. They can just close it off to anyone that they want. They technically have the treaty right to do that. But I have a feeling that if war broke out, we really wouldn't want to get into the Black Sea because it's pretty much it's literally a Thunderdome. Once you get in it, it'd be really hard to get out because you'd most likely be under fire. So we'd most likely operate naval operations from a place like the Aegean or elsewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean and just fly over and attack whatever is inside the Black Sea. Generally, we would try and stay out of there. But I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Stephen Holmes, who puts in a 10. And Stephen said, if NATO eventually joins Ukraine versus Russia, would China, Iran, and North Korea feel obligated to step in given China's Taiwan ambitions and likely desire for Russian support, or would they hold back?
I would have to say that probably the Chinese would try and do what they're doing right now, which is just support Russian arms. They pretty much try and fight by proxy. But I have a feeling they probably wouldn't want to get directly involved because they'd like to see the Russians come out of it alive, but, you know, incredibly weakened to the point that it would be easy for the Chinese to take advantage of them. That would be my opinion. But a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Skulls and Hides, who puts in a 10. They said, you keep saying NATO is behind in drone tech, and experience in manufacturing perhaps, but Ukrainian drone tech and defense has come largely from collaborating with several NATO-represented companies. But the problem, though, is Skulls and Hides, is the U.S. doesn't have fieldable, like deployable drone tech right now that's disposable. We have drone technology, but the problem is it's more of like the legacy weapon type drones. It's not disposable, cheap ones like the ones that Ukraine's getting their hands on. It's totally different. So while they may have been companies that were in NATO countries, they aren't necessarily working with NATO per se. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to agree with that. That's generally the case. And also on top of that is not only that we lack the manufacturing abilities to mass produce them, it's also the fact that we do not have any doctrinal ability to field them at a large scale because we do not have specifically tailored drone operating, drone companies or drone battalions whose entire sole purpose is to operate drones on the battlefield. The Ukrainians have those, we don't. So our drones are always in a supplementary role to another unit. So a mechanized infantry unit or a motorized infantry unit or an armored division or an armored brigade or something along those lines. It's not really integrated at the squad and company level like the Ukrainians have it, or as their own individual units that specialize in that kind of warfare, which is also where the issue comes in because you would have to completely rebuild the way that our armed forces are organized, fight, and function, as well as how the logistics work on that. And that could take some time. That actually usually takes years to implement a new doctrine like that. Usually in war, it happens a lot quicker because, you know, you evolve or die. But in peacetime, that could take a while because everyone's always trying to figure it out, solve it without getting real battlefield experience. That means that gathering experience to further refine it takes even longer. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to WS, who puts in a 10. They said, Enforcement got that iron in them. And I hope I do. I hope I do have that iron in me from time to time. But thank you very much, WS, for that support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And we also have a 10 from Darren Quinn. He said, Rocket Man blowfish through the Kerch Bridge and over the top we go.
Why? You know, like that song, you know the one I'm talking about. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, Darren Quinn. It is folks like you who help to make this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Silence, who puts in a 10. And they put in 3 of them, by the way. They said, let's see here. Let's see. So on the first one here, Silence actually said in the second one, he said the last donor was false. Here's another 10 for compensation. Also, no problem, by the way, Silence. He said, I got fooled by a Twitter bot, shaking my head. He said, also, are Chinese hypersonic weapons a serious threat to the Navy? And does the U.S. Have an effective counter?
Right now, hypersonics are a decent threat to the Navy to an extent. I actually haven't heard of a hypersonic anti-ship missile, however. Generally, they take the form of a cruise or a ballistic missile, which generally does not have the abilities of an anti-ship missile. But if they do develop a hypersonic anti-ship missile, that could pose some issues, actually. That might be difficult to deal with. But beyond that, I'd have to say it's perfectly all right, Silence. I completely understand. And I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Silence once again, who puts in another 10. Excuse me. And Silence said a list of crazy stuff going on in the last 2 weeks. Mass incident, Qatar strikes, Poland probing attack, Kirk dead, also another school incident, France literally burning, and an incident at a naval base right now.
Yeah, it's been a crazy week. Honestly, it's like, you know, we're all for covering news, and it's always good to have a decent story to talk about, but I'll be honest with y'all, I could do with a lot of these stories not happening, like, you know, Kirk being dead, World War pretty much being on the horizon. Honestly, what a time it's been, really, when you think about it. It's been a week. That's one way to say it. But I do thank you for the support, Silence, and I'd have to say, yeah, it's a lot of crazy stuff going on. Hopefully, we'll all pull through it and come out the other side a-okay. But for now, it's a bit of a slog. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Crispy, who puts in a 10. They said, glad to see you guys back and take one from the chat.
And I thank you so much for the support, Crispy, and we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Robert S. He said, is there an update on the NATO Article 4 talks? And right now, Robert, we have not gotten an update on that. I've not heard of an official formal Article 4 conferences taking place yet. I think that's scheduled to take place, or maybe they're scheduling it, one or the other. So that is the update right now.
And Matthew actually covered that incredibly well. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to B. Woodward, who puts in an 8. He said, God bless those who remember 9/11 of 2001, USA, and keep the culture.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, B. Woodward. And I have to say that 9/11 was a pretty crazy day. You know, it's actually crazy, folks. Today's been such a crazy day, and yesterday was such a crazy day. It kind of just got glossed over that today is the anniversary. Well, actually, yesterday, at least in our time zone, 56 minutes ago, was the anniversary to 9/11. And that was an unfortunate day as well. The kind of sadness that was felt for Charlie Kirk yesterday, well, actually the day before at this point, was felt by the whole nation again about 24 years ago to the day yesterday. That's an unfortunate thing to think about. But one thing I will say, though, is that we did go over there and we did make sure to get the people who were responsible, like Osama bin Laden. So, you know, they might have gotten us then, but we got most of those guys in the long run. So I suppose, in a way, we even the score with them in a sense. Although, you know, of course, losing that many people in a day isn't really anything that is a good thing, even if we go and even the score with those people. But anyways, with that, I do thank you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Aurora Uplinks, who put in a 6 and said, would you care to discuss your feelings and experiences reading a Tolstoy novel, or maybe a Leon novel, and their effects on society in the story, too?
I thank you for support, Aurora Uplinks. Me personally, I haven't really read a lot of Tolstoy or the other author as well, Leon, because I generally read books that deal more so on more informational side of things. I think they're something of the philosophical type, and I generally don't really read a lot of philosophy because philosophy is interesting to me, but I like to read about things that are more mechanical, in a sense, industrial, or have to do with our daily lives. So I do thank you for support. I hope that this works well, but I think that might be out of my wheelhouse. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we got to speed up a little bit more because we are running super late tonight. But this one goes to Sean Laws, who put in a 5. He said, in the chat, go to bed.
And I'm trying. I promise you, I'm exhausted right now. I really want to go to bed. But a big thanks to you for support, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Robert Krogan, who put in a 5. He said, a little for the cause and LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for support, Robert Krogan, and thank you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have one here. We have 2 of them from Cachulian343. And he said he didn't like Charlie too much, but he does not condone political violence, even against people that he doesn't like. And let's see, he said, I don't care how much anyone here may have hated the man. What about his daughter who never gets to hug her dad and will see that footage?
Well, worse still, she doesn't have to see the footage. She was there. She saw it with her own eyes. But I would definitely agree with you on all that. It was a terrible thing. And I feel like we've said this a lot tonight, but you know, just to give it full justice again, it was a terrible thing. No one in America should ever cheer on something like that. I don't think anyone is really. I think it's a very small group of people that are being blown out of proportion. But it's a horrendous thing. It was an absolute tragedy. But I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to JoJo, who puts in a 5. They said the APKWS-2 is a guided rocket that's used to shoot down drones. You guys are late, no offense. They are under 12,000 USD, A2A or G2A. But is it fielded, though? Is it fielded? And also, how widespread is it, though? Because I haven't really done much research on that one.
Let's see here. Ah, yeah, so it's actually been in service for a while, since 2012.
What is it?
So it's a rocket that can be fired from a rocket pod. Let me go see if I can find one really quickly. So it's a normal rocket pod, but it just carries these laser-guided rockets. But I don't really think these things were designed to take down drones, if I'm not mistaken. I think these things were designed to be able to make the unguided rocket fire guided to some degree. Let me check on that. Is a design conversion of the Hydra 70 to turn them into precision-guided munitions. So Yeah, so it really
Where's it mounted on a helicopter, or what's the system it gets mounted on?
rocket pods. It's mounted into rocket pods. Let me see if I can show you one of the pods that would carry these things. Like these right here.
Can it be ground based?
Technically, you can make them ground based. It's just that at that point, it's kind of operating like an MLRS, like a multiple launch rocket system.
Yeah, I think you really need to have it ground based because you need to have these like these type of like ground defense like along the border because it's good to have aircraft that can track these things down, but it's kind of like a little bit infeasible to like track all the drones down because if Russia swarms Poland with a bunch of cheap drones, well, I mean, what are they going to do? Have like 100 helicopters running around trying to shoot down each one? It's going to be a little bit impractical.
Also, on top of that, the other main issue for this is that this is something that you have to use a laser designator for, so you have to have each one of those drones lased up to be able to hit them with one of these. And even still, they don't really have a lot of maneuverability. It's not really like an AIM-9 where it can whip like a 50G turn. These things really can only turn just a little bit while they're in flight. Not a great deal. So I'd have to say, let me check this really quickly, because some people are saying that it's specifically designed to deal with drones. And let's see, with the into precision guided munition. Dang, folks, I'm exhausted right now. I'm trying to make sure to do the due credit on this one. Unfortunately, folks, I'm gonna have to just leave with this one for what it is. We have like 30 other super chats left, and I'm absolutely spent at this point. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I will look into that later. It's just that I'm absolutely worn out at this point. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to the War Thunderer, who puts in the 5. He said, let's see here. I can't read the first part, but he said the 0-0 buck pump action would do the trick against those drones.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they would. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to CK Bold, who puts in the 5 and said, take a live chat. And thank you very much, CK, as well, for that support. And the live chat question goes to David Lawson, who said, could Russian actions toward NATO be simply to divert resources from Ukraine?
Possibly, but I find it to be unlikely. But I do thank you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well, CK Bold, and we're on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Espen Turgenhagen for putting in a 5 once again, and we appreciate that very much, Espen, and thank you for helping to get the channel running. We also have a 5 from Deminoak, who said, I will not be speaking Russian, and I won't have any other law than the United States law here in the United States, and I can and I will fight.
And that's very good to hear, and I thank you for the support, Deminoak, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ethan, the Japanese-American Sylvion, once again, who puts in the 5. He said, if Russian Federation does attack NATO, would India and possibly China refuse to send in reinforcements for Russia?
It's pretty likely, in my opinion, that they would, because China would be trying to conserve itself to eventually take Taiwan, so the Russian war in Europe would be kind of a side battle for them, at least in their minds, I would assume. So with that, I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep running, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to the War Thunderer once again, who puts in a 5. They said, so are we waiting for the world to release its held breath right now? And would Putin be stupid enough to use the nuclear option when things go sideways for him?
At this point, I think we are just kind of holding our breath, and as far as nuclear weapons, we can't rule them out, but I have a feeling that everyone would still like to avoid their use, even if a world war did break out. We'd probably see a negotiated settlement within weeks or months, most likely. But a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Cody Fritz, who puts in a 5. He said, unemployed, but chipping in. And also, huge thanks to you, Cody, for that support, by the way. It's very generous of you. He said, your theoretical platform to solve some stuff.
Hello? Hello? Enforcer Man, are you there? Hello? 1 second, folks. I'm going to be right back. All right, folks, I am back. For some reason, Matthew has been disconnected somehow from the internet or something. Let me see. Can you hear me now? Testing, 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 testing. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't know what happened with that. That's weird.
Yeah, that was weird. I was like, what the hell? Like, you just literally stopped talking right at the end of one word. But moving on from that, I would have to say that that's deep, Cody Fritz. I'll have to talk about that some other time. And also, Lake Van in Turkey, I do not know what that looks like, but let's try and take a look really quick. I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. The amount of super chats that we have tonight's insane. It was like 100 of them. But this is Lake Van. Oh, look at that. That's really pretty, actually. Really cool.
Very
Wow.
nice.
Yeah, really nice. But a huge thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to the War Thunderer once again. He puts into 5. They said, do you guys think that NATO would be equipped to hold it if Russia closed a gap today?
I think they could. I think they could definitely give it a shot, especially with Iron Defender going on. So a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from a Magic who said, lads, just remember, Charlie and the Ukrainian woman who was unfortunately stabbed are with God now in peace, and something just to ease people with thought.
I would hope so. Just it's a tragedy though. Even if that is so, it's just a tragedy to see something like that happen. Both of them are gone before their so many people, are gone before their time in the wars in Ukraine, everything else going on in the world. Many people meet an unfortunate early end, but of course, with life, nothing is always perfect, and such is things, unfortunately. But still, I do thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also that poor Ukrainian woman got stabbed on the subway or whatever that was, and nobody even bothered to help her until she was bleeding out. So I don't know, what the hell? So some society, I don't even know what the hell is going on with some places. But this one goes to Aurora Uplinks, who puts in a 5. They said, any good submarine stories or maybe naval history of America's early Navy? And I think about the first ships.
And I thank you for the support, Aurora Uplinks. And maybe the best submarine story I could come up with, at least from early history, would be the Hunley, which was a Confederate submarine used against the blockade, I believe, at Charleston Harbor. But unfortunately, I think that'll have to be a story for another time. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, some people are saying that's damn tragic. Also, Lord Cox said bystander syndrome. It's also called people have no empathy syndrome as well. That's also what it's called too. People can literally see someone get stabbed and they're like, oh, whatever, it's just another day. I think those people are despicable personally. I think they ought to help. I don't understand how somebody can see somebody bleeding out and not want to help. I don't understand that. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Aurora Uplinks again, who puts in a 5. They said, the mentally ill need compassion and help too, and a lot of problems are a result of not training kids properly to handle life and disappointments.
I would agree with that. And I would say that they certainly do understand some compassion. But at the same time, though, as far as it comes to when they conduct a crime is a crime, whether they're mentally ill or not. Like, for example, in the case of that poor Ukrainian refugee lady who was killed by that man, he may be schizophrenic, but he just conducted murder to some degree, 3rd degree or 2nd degree murder. And at that point, it really goes from him being just mentally ill to he has conducted a crime and taken someone's life. So I do understand treating them with some compassion to some extent, but he also just killed someone who was completely innocent and had done nothing. So, that kind of also has to be balanced into the factor as well, is that just because they are mentally ill does not mean that they are impervious of punishment for their actions to some extent or degree, at least in my opinion. But I do thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Praptor, who puts in a 5. He said, great work today. Get some sleep.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And hopefully soon we will. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Sen Actus, who puts in a 4 and said, could cheaper turboprops be used for drone defense, or could cheaper turboprops, I just said the same thing twice, but that's what they said.
Yes. And so I thank you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Plazoth, who puts in a 3, and also Dubstep Kid 801, who put in a 2. And thank you both very much for that support, by the way, and we do appreciate that. We also have a 2 from Daniel McMurray. He said, glad you're back in LSA.
Hey, an LSA, and a huge thanks to you for support, and we are glad to be back. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Sensational, who puts in a 2. They said the first country to take out satellites wins World War III.
Honestly, that's not far off. That's why the Space Force was created. It was to conduct orbital warfare, to deal with enemy satellites, and also protect ours. But a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Jack Ray. He said, welcome back, and sadly things got a little bit messy.
Yeah, sadly, I really don't like any of it, to be honest with you. Like, we report news, that's our job, but I don't really like being on the cusp of World War III, having, Charlie Kirk killed, and all that sort of a deal. It was like, honestly, the time I left, I came back, and it's like the worst things that could be imagined that could have happened during that time, things that we didn't even expect, just happened out of the blue. Terrible stuff. But I do thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jack. Excuse me, I've already read off that one. I'm sorry, my brain's starting to get a little worn out here. But thank you, Jack Ray,
Man,
once
you and
again
me
for that
both.
support. Yeah. And also, this one goes to LSA Sergeant Figment, who puts in the 2. He said, LSA the like button. That's an order.
And I thank you so much for the support, LSA Sergeant Figment. And please, folks, do hit that like button. We've gotten up to 5,600 likes. And a huge thanks to LSA Sergeant Figment for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to the War Thunderer once again, who puts in a 2 and said, the Fallout game series timeline then. And unfortunately, War Thunder, we don't all have public access bunkers quite like they had in Fallout. So we just get to sit in the house without Vault Tech. So we missed out on that. But in Force Series, what say you? Not great, not terrible.
You don't see graphite. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for your support. And I'd have to say, possibly, maybe. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Alay Crayman, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much for that support, by the way. They also have a 2 from Marc-Andre Burnett. And a huge shout out to you, Mark, for once again supporting the channel. And we appreciate that. We also have a 2 from Squirrel. And Squirrel put in a 2 and said, for Acorn top helmets.
Ah, that's pretty good. It blends in with you being a squirrel. I like that. That's actually pretty funny. And so with that, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Badia Adrian Nikolai, who puts in a 2. They said Russian drone invasion reroutes air defense abroad from Ukraine.
Possibly so. I've heard that that's what's floated by Zelenskyy as a possibility, but I'm not entirely sure. But still, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, I got to address this. I know we're getting late, but I got to address this. Pep said, it's easy to pretend like you would respond instantly and be a hero, but most people would be frozen in shock if they saw a person get stabbed. That's the thing, though. Like, yes, it would be shocking and people would be hesitant for a second, but you got to snap out of it because somebody's life's at risk right there. Somebody's literally dying in front of you. So you got to snap out of it and help the person. Like, somebody has to help. So, the problem is, though, I don't think the people were in shock that were like seeing the Ukrainian woman getting stabbed. I don't think they gave a damn. Like, that was the impression I got. It looked like everybody was minding their own business. Like, oh, that doesn't affect me, so who cares? That seemed like it would look like that to me. I'm not sure if that was the case or not. Like, maybe they were in shock, maybe. I don't know. It didn't seem like shock to me just from looking at it.
I mean, yeah, that's what I saw, because the way a lot of them reacted, they were like, shit, I don't have time for this. And then they would just get up and walk off like, look, I'm not going to deal with this stuff. I'm not going to get blood on me or anything like that. She's going to have to figure it out. It's like, that's a really cruel and uncaring kind of a thing. I'll be honest. Generally you run into that with, I'll just be straight up, generally from what I've seen, from what I would know, generally you run into that sort of a mindset with city people more than you would country people, but that's because city people are at their absolute wits and limits of dealing with people. So like crazy stuff to them is just what it is. It's nothing crazy to them. But still, that's,
and also they can't take on the stabber, though. Like, I'm not saying to take on the dude that was doing the stabbing. Now, obviously, if you're not armed or anything like that, the hell no, don't take on the guy with the knife. That's a bad idea, because the guy's going to end up stabbing you next. The goal is not to get yourself injured. The goal is to try to render aid to the woman that was hurt. So, don't. That's one thing that people get wrong these days. The goal is not to be a hero. The goal is to so.
Also, Matthew, you turned into Robomat that whole time. Let me try something really quickly, and hopefully this will fix it. So let's see. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm back.
He's back. But we really didn't get to hear a lot of what you said, but I generally think that we would agree.
I said basically, I said don't try to be the hero and put your life in serious jeopardy. Like for example, you're unarmed and you jump up and try to jump at the dude with the knife. Don't do that. Like you're going to end up in a bad way. Like a long time, like it wasn't actually a long time ago. It was actually just a couple years back. There was a shooter that went into a Walmart and started shooting random people. This guy that was in Walmart, who was a concealed carry permit holder, he had good spirit behind him. He got his concealed carry pistol out and he tried to go after the shooter. But the problem was though, the guy didn't realize the shooter had accomplices with him. So the accomplice came up behind this guy when he was approaching the shooter and shot the guy that was trying to be the good Samaritan. So you got to be careful doing that because you end up getting yourself killed trying to be the hero. So you got to be real careful with that because it's really easy to get in some bad situations trying to do that.
Yeah, it really, honestly, it really is. The best thing to do is try and help out folks the best you can, but don't try and be a hero. Being a hero usually ends up badly. Like, well, not to say like obviously if it's like a life or death kind of a situation for yourself, well, you have no choice but to be a hero. But at the same time, if you're going out of your way to try and be a hero and save the day, that's probably not the best idea. Just help out the people who are hurt or try and help out other people to get them to safety and get everyone out of there, including yourself. That's probably the best thing to do. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the 3 questions, live chat questions of the night, because we are insanely overtime at this point, and I have to get some sleep eventually. So, Matthew, I have to already cut ahead. The Morse code decoders of the stream did get the Morse code message correct. Ding, 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 but it was the same message that we've had for several days in a row. So, because unfortunately I didn't get to change it because we were talking about everything today and I didn't have time to actually modify it. So, with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And also a big shout out to B. Woodward, by the way. He put in a $1 support, and we do appreciate that very much, B. Woodward. And the live chat question here goes to Lewis Brown, who said, could A-10 Warthogs be useful as a drone hunter?
Not really. That 30 millimeter autocannon is a little bit too big. Like, and also there isn't really any proximity fuse rounds, I believe, for that 30 millimeter. So not really. But I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Ollie Williams, who said, what are your thoughts on the UFO missile? Excuse me, goodness gracious.
Dang.
What are your thoughts on the UFO missile incident? I think that's insane. Like, I'll be honest with you. I saw the footage. If y'all don't know what he's referring to, there was U.S. Air Force footage from 2024, late last year, that came out yesterday or the day before in a congressional hearing. And it showed a UAP, an unidentified aerial phenomenon, going through the sky. The U.S. Air Force drone had a lock on this object. It had a target lock on it. The Air Force fired a Hellfire missile at this thing, and it apparently bounced off the UAP, and the UAP just kept flying like it wasn't affected by our Hellfire missile at all. So weird. We need answers to that. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yes, it was a crazy thing, honestly. I saw the footage as well. Really wild stuff. But with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And with that, it is time for us to move on into the final question of the night. So, who was the lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Epic Trains Canada, who said, if Russia does invade, will NATO attempt to take the Belarusian and Russian territory or stay within its borders?
We would most likely stay within our borders. If anything, we would just push them back to where they're supposed to be and then stop there. I don't really think there would be a lot of approval for offensives deep into Belarus or Russia, because technically under Russia's current nuclear doctrine, they could start to pose an existential threat to their state, and then we could start to see that the threat of a tactical nuclear exchange on the battlefield would begin to exponentially increase with every dozens of miles taken into Belarus or Russia. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, folks, we've reached the end.
We have one more super chat, by the way.
Oh.
This one just came in from Andrew Honeycutt. He put in a 5. He said, what happened in Minnesota and Pennsylvania? And now with all this within 6 months, this needs to stop. And also, welcome back, fellow Andrew, and great fort holding, Matt.
And thank you so much for supporting Andrew Honeycutt. And I'd have to agree, this stuff needs to come to an end. We need to find some way to get these people and either stop them from conducting these crimes or actually make sure that people like this aren't any longer a threat to society, like, for example, putting mentally ill people into asylums. We need to find some way to fix the problem. It's going on and it's getting worse, and there has to be some sort of a light at the end of the tunnel to some degree. I would agree with you, Andrew Honeycutt, but I do thank you massively for your support. Thank you so much once again. Sorry that we almost missed that. And a big shout out to Sean Laws, who threw in a $1 super chat. Big thanks to you as well for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, it is time for us to round out tonight's stream. I thank you all so much once again for joining us for our homecoming. We finally are back, and we'll be back at it each and every single day like normal now for hopefully the next month or two until we have to cut this thing off again and then get to moving into HQ 3.0. But a massive thanks to you all so much once again for watching. We've been absolutely honored to have you all here, and of course we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern time to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, long live the Leaf Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again on our day stream back once again. And we will be seeing you all tomorrow, probably on a short war video midday. One of us will. I'm not sure if the Enforcer's going to be taking that or me. We'll have to figure that out because he might be maybe too tired to do it. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. But in the meantime, though, we will see you all then. And with that, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.